Great. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Tom Miles. I'm the Dean of the University of Chicago Law School, and it is a great pleasure and honor to be with you this morning and to launch this 2024 conference on competition and antitrust. This conference is really exciting. I'm so impressed by the program. It's, to me, very much in keeping with the spirit of the University of Chicago as a university and as a whole. At the University of Chicago, we were founded with a very specific commitment to scholarship and research, to a belief that ideas matter, that questioning is a high calling, and that we should be enthusiastic about the life of the mind. And we believe that because we believe that ideas can transform the world. And I think for our faculty, over the history of our university, this has meant a desire to study the most important phenomena in our world, to think deeply and ambitiously, to analyze rigorously, and to question. Question conventional wisdom, to be unafraid to do that. We've often done that in an interdisciplinary way, by borrowing tools and methods from other disciplines to develop new insights and develop new understanding. And I think this conference is such a wonderful illustration of that. For those of us like me from the law school and so many colleagues here from Chicago Booth, as professional schools within a research university, we're especially engaged with the world and engaged with developments and wanting to learn from leading practitioners and regulators and commentators, and also wanting to share our ideas with them and have a great dialogue. And of course, antitrust itself is an incredibly important topic. I mean, fundamentally, it's about the organization of markets and the degree of competition within them. And yet we see through this conference and through the series of conferences that the Stigler Center has hosted on antitrust since 2017, the implications extend far beyond that. And you can see in the program, this conference is going to question how antitrust and competition policy affect the willingness of firms to innovate and to invest, and ultimately how this could affect the standard of living and economic growth, how it affects the development and emergence of new technologies, and ultimately affects potentially inequality within our society and the operation of democracy. So it's an incredibly important and vibrant topic, and it's really great to see these intellectual developments continue. Of course, the University of Chicago has a great history in antitrust scholarship, and it's always done that in an interdisciplinary way. I don't know if it was the origin point, but certainly I think one of the inflection points or milestones of this was beginning in the 1950s. The law school offered a seminar in antitrust law that was co-taught initially by the economist Aaron Director, and then faculty member, eventually dean, eventually university president, and Attorney General of the United States, Edward Levy. And so for many years they co-taught this seminar with an economist and a lawyer. And then some years after that, in the early 1960s, George Stigler, namesake of the Stigler Center, co-taught that seminar with Edward Levy. I've had the privilege of meeting some of our graduates who were students in that seminar, and they've told me it was a remarkable intellectual experience, that Stigler and Levy alternated weeks in teaching the seminar. In each week, one of them would come in and tell the students that what they had learned in the prior week was completely wrong, and now they were going to fix it. And so that spirit of exchange and dialogue and commitment to disagreement and to probe the insights and reasons and sources of disagreement, I think is very much reflected in the spirit of this conference. So it's wonderful to welcome you. I thank our organizers. I thank all of our panelists for being with us. I especially want to thank Filippo for being our champion and leader for this conference. Again, welcome everybody. I look forward to the program.
So thank you very much, Dean Miles, for these great welcome remarks. And good morning to everyone in the room and to all of you watching us from elsewhere. At last year's Stigler conference, we discussed the future of US antitrust policy beyond the consumer welfare standard. I believe two messages came out of that meeting. First, it's really time to put to bed the consumer welfare standard, whatever that is, as an intellectual benchmark for antitrust enforcement. As a titan of the field, Judge Frank Easterbrook said last year that the consumer welfare standard was basically, and I'm not going to try to imitate my Brazilian accent, but he basically said that it was loose language written by Chief Justice Berger in a Supreme Court opinion that didn't involve it, that he was proud never to use it in his class or his opinions. Easterbrook is not exactly the most progressive antitrust scholar, so I think you can take that as a strength of the academic foundations of the standard. It's really time to move on. Second, it's time to move on because we also have concrete reasons for it, as we have more important stuff to focus on. There was also broad agreement last year that the under-enforcement of the antitrust laws over the past decades has led to real harm. However, and quite interestingly, there was no agreement on how large that harm is. Indeed, at the very first panel, Chad, who was sitting next to me now, asked whether we have any good metrics of how antitrust enforcement impacts productivity growth by shaping the long-term development and creation and diffusion of general-purpose technology. And no one really had a good answer. This is a fundamental issue for all of us who care about free markets, and more broadly, and antitrust policy in particular. So this is this year's theme of the conference: antitrust, regulation, and the diffusion of innovation. To try and answer Chad's question, we have to go back in history and study how antitrust enforcement impacted the evolution of key technologies that shaped economic growth over the past 100 years. This will be the main goal of the first day of the conference, which will combine more general panels with case studies. Maybe the impact of antitrust comes from generally deterring bad behavior, or maybe the real impact comes from high-profile cases against gatekeepers of novel technologies. These are all topics that we're going to cover today. However, we're also a particular time in history. The fast growth of AI has upended markets and governments, which are scrambling to impose limits on this novel technology. As George Stigler, the namesake of our center, would rightly warn us, these are also dangerous times. Because it's exactly when governments regulate a novel technology, one that they do not understand well, and under the pressure of international competition, that industry players are best positioned to shape the regulation and these policies to their advantage. Instead of promoting societal welfare, the regulation entrenches incumbents and suppresses innovation. So this is the second day of our conference. We'll focus on this dilemma. How can regulation best promote welfare, competition, and innovation? What pitfalls should we avoid as we move to impose limits on the development and deployment of AI technologies? And finally, to keep up with our recurrent theme of our conference, how can we protect the key role of academia as an independent source of knowledge in this arena? In other words, this year's conference is going to cover a lot of grounds. We'll study the past to understand how we can better shape the future. We are also experimenting new ways to engage our live and online audience. So this year, we're introducing anonymous pools. You're going to see QR codes at the breaks, so people in the room can participate and people online can participate as well. And then we'll cover the results on Pro Markets. So without further ado, I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. Shannon, you're a big reason why we're here, so the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Filippo. As he mentioned, this first session is my fault. He was actually more generous to me than he needed to be. So what I queued up was not a question. I actually just delivered an opinion. And some people didn't agree with that opinion. So we're back to talk about it more this year. So I actually went back and looked at my remarks to remind myself more exactly what I said. So I was in a panel on the macroeconomic effects of antitrust policy, and I concluded with a couple points. One was that I thought the expected value of the expected social value of the marginal antitrust case was positive. We should be doing more of it. But that if you added it all up and you did the optimal amount of antitrust policy, so the marginal value of the social value of the marginal case was 0, that might add up to a couple tenths of a percentage point a year of growth, not a percentage point or more percentage points than that. Basically saying it mattered, but it wasn't that big. Now, to be honest, that was introspective. I haven't done any research on it, and I wasn't aware of sharp work that had done such work, so it was just working off of my sort of background knowledge of the literature. I said I'd be happy to have my mind changed if there was evidence to the contrary, and maybe my mind will be changed this morning. We'll see. That's kind of why we're here to talk about it. I'm still very open-minded about the issue, but that's kind of the theme underlying everything. All right, so I don't want to get in the way here of our fantastic panel. So first, let me briefly introduce them to you, and then the way we're going to run the panel is each one of us will be, each one of them will be giving about 7 minutes of remarks, and then I will be prompting them with a few questions after their remarks, and then we'll open it to the audience for discussion for the balance of the panel's time. Okay, so to my immediate left is Ufuk Akçit. He is the, I got to look up the titles, the Arnold Harburger Professor of Economics at the department here. Ufuk is one of the world's experts in the macroeconomics of, I guess, technology, innovation, and productivity is how I would describe it. And he is a much better mathematical modeler than I am. Next to Ufuk is Chiara Criscuolo. She is currently on secondment from the OECD, where she usually runs productivity analysis. She's at the IFC, part of the World Bank Group. And what's your title, Chiara? I'm sorry?
Lead economist.
Lead economist. Okay. And she is a much better mathematical modeler than I am. Next to Chiara is Dan Gross. Dan is the assistant professor at the Fuqua School of Business at Duke. I don't know if we're allowed to have this or certainly say this, but I'll just say it. When I was editor at RAND, he was one of my favorite authors to get a submission from. He writes fascinating studies on the history of technological progress and technological diffusion, so he's very well matched to the topic of the panel. And he's also a much better mathematical modeler than I am. Next to Dan is Tommaso Valetti. Tommaso is professor of economics at the Imperial College Business School. He was chief economist of the European Commission from 2016 to 2019, so has particular expertise not just in the theory but in the practice of antitrust policy. And he's a much better modeler than I am. And finally, but not least, of course, at the end of the table, we have John Van Reenen. John is the Ronald Coase Chair. I've heard of Ronald Coase, yeah. He's a pretty well-known guy. At the Ronald Coase Chair of Economics and School Professor at the Department of Economics at the LSE. John's written immense amounts about all sorts of stuff that the rest of us have drawn from in our own work. Probably, well, I don't even want to say specific things because that would be unfairly narrowing the scope of work John's done. So it's great to have him on the panel. And you might not know this, but he is also a better mathematical modeler than I am. All right. Now that we've had introductions, we're going to go in the same order. It happens to be alphabetical, so we'll just run down the table. I ask you to please keep your comments to 7 minutes. I'll show you 1 minute, I'll show you a 0 minutes, and if you go much past further, I'll show you a different finger. All right, Ufuk, go ahead. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thanks everyone for coming, and thanks to the organizers for organizing such a fantastic platform to discuss this very important issue. What I would like to do is I would like to share some of the important findings from our research that can potentially shed light on today's and tomorrow's debate. And let me start with a very bird's eye view, a macro approach to the whole problem. So when we look at the R&D, business R&D to GDP ratio since 1980, it went up from almost 0.5% to 2.5%, a five-fold increase. And if we look at the overall R&D spending, include other federal spending and other type of spending too, then the number goes up from 2% to 3.5%. So a massive increase in the R&D effort in the United States economy. Any growth model would tell you that if we invest more in R&D, we should grow faster. And if anything, since 1980, especially post-2000, what we have received in return instead has been, if anything, it's been a productivity slowdown. So then clearly, something doesn't add up here. Either the theories are wrong, or we have to look more carefully to the data. So of course, we are investing in R&D in order to come up with new technologies. But at the end of the day, R&D is some abstract spending. What we are effectively doing is we are hiring researchers to deliver those technologies. And I think it is an important question to see what happens to the inventors for us to understand what happens to the R&D and its implications. So we've done a lot of work on the allocation of inventors by merging inventors on patent files and the census data. And here's the first graph that I would like to share with you. It's relatively new. Since 2000, the fraction of inventors who are producing patents in the United States, the fraction of them working for incumbents, here I'm defining incumbents as those firms that are older than 20 years and have more than 1,000 employees, the fraction of inventors went up from 48% to 58%. So there's a massive migration of inventors from smaller, younger firms to incumbent firms. Okay, this itself could be an interesting time series. Should we be worried about this? Well, there's already a lot of evidence showing that small and young firms are much more innovative. They are producing much more radical patents, etc. I worked on this with Bill Kerr, and many other people have done a lot of work on this. But let's specifically look at the inventors, okay? Given that we are talking about inventors, let's look at the inventors. So here, I'm showing you an event study where an inventor, the same person, changes a job, okay? We take two twin inventors in the data. I can't go into details over the coffee break if you're interested. You take two twin inventors, and one of them moves to a large incumbent, the other one moves to a young and small company at time zero. By construction, since they are twin, they are very similar in observable, so that's why before time zero, everything is identical between them. But when an inventor moves to a large incumbent, two things happen. First, after moving to a large incumbent, the wages of the person who is moving to a large incumbent increase by about 12%, a massive bump into compensation. Well, we might say because this person becomes more productive and that's why he's being or she's being compensated for it. Unfortunately, when we look at the patent production of this person after moving to a large incumbent, it declines by 6%. So it's not increasing. So clearly, here we are seeing that, after moving to a large incumbent, productivity and compensations are going exactly in the opposite direction. This is one evidence that we saw from the US economy, but we had another study where we tried to look at what happens when a firm gains more market power. And we looked at the Italian economy and we asked a very simple question. As the firm becomes the dominant market leader, what happens to the innovativeness of the company? Does it innovate more? When we look at the data, the maroon colors are patents per labor, per size. Innovativeness is decreasing. So number one here is the market leader. So we take 20 largest firms in any market and we rank them. 1 is the market leader, 20 is the smallest among those largest 20 firms. So when you go from left to right, firm size is decreasing. So what we are seeing is that market leaders are much less innovative relative to their size. And then what do they do in return? They are hiring more local politicians. So being local politician is a part-time job. So these people are allowed to work for a company at the same time. So they can be both a local politician, being mayor, vice mayor, council member in a municipality, but they can also be on payroll of a company. And what we see is that the yellow dots are showing that market leaders are hiring disproportionately more local politicians. So indeed, these two facts are not totally surprising to us coming from a theory background because, as Chad mentioned, this is a basic Arrow's replacement effect. So if I'm the dominant market leader, I have much less incentive to do something radical. But if I'm new to the market, I need to prove myself to customers and to the market. I need to do something really radical to prove myself. So as a result, when we think about firm interventions or, industrial policy, this is an important aspect to take into account. Not every firm has the same incentive. Indeed, how do we influence the economy through our policies? So I think this is a really big question. Of course, antitrust policies are typically trying to resolve the problem ex post, but what are we doing ex ante? And I think this is an important question, and R&D tax credit, for instance, is a very important and super popular policy that's being implemented. And here, this is a very fresh result that we calculated using the US Census data. And the take-up rate of R&D tax credit is increasing very sharply as firm size increases. So of course, when we think about, providing support, small firms seem to be doing more radical things, creating more spillovers, looking at the citations, for instance, that they produce or the subsequent innovation effort. If anything, looking at the data, if we are going to correct for the spillovers, missing spillovers seem to be coming more from smaller firms. But when we look at the government policy at this R&D tax credit, it's being mostly taken up by large firms. Are the two related? So again, let's remember these hires where when I hire somebody, wages go up and productivity goes down of the person. Let's call it a red flag hire. What we see in the data also, I didn't bring it into a graph, but what we see in the data very strongly is that if we look at the hiring patterns of the firms, those firms that are more prone to do bad hires, they are also more likely to utilize R&D tax credit in the data at the firm level. So as a result, I think it is important for us to go back and go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, are the ex-ante policies leading to the rise in concentration, which later on makes us think about antitrust policies? So I think we have to resolve the problem at its source. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ufuk. Chiara.
So thank you, Chad, and thanks to the Stigler Center for inviting me. Let me say that I thought we wouldn't be controversial, but I think we will. I should say that whatever I say here today reflects my own view, not the OECD, not the IFC. So, if you have complaints, come to me. Let me say that, as was discussed already, innovation and competition is quite a tricky relationship already from a theoretical point of view, where there is this sort of, I would say, contention between the ex-ante need of having a competitive environment and the ex-post need of rewarding, sort of giving some monopoly power to the innovators for his investment. Now, what is also tricky, and probably even more, I would say, is the measurement. And Ufuk just looked at some measures or some proxies of innovation, but I would say there is even more contention when you look at measures of competition, and Chad has a very nice paper discussing this. And this is, I think, also where there is a lot of tension between what I call the antitrust community and the rest, perhaps, of us, who need to rely on data from large cross-country databases, which is what we do at the OECD. What we did in a recent large amount of work with colleagues at the OECD, Sarah Calligaris, Michelle Chavez, Josh DeLion, Andrea Greppi, and Oliviero Palanca. I want to mention them all because it was a huge amount of work, is we delivered new proxies of the state of concentration across 23 mainly European countries over 2 decades between 2000 and 2019. And what we try to do is really to look at different proxies, concentration and markup, but to correct for some of the, I would say, contentious problems that exist, and in particular trying to measure the geographical reach of markets by looking at domestic versus European versus global markets. We also try to look at the correlation between what we measure, which is already much more detailed than in previous work at the 3-digit level, with product market, sort of taking data from sales at the market level for consumer goods, and then looking not only at concentration in a static level, but also looking at measures of entrenchment, market share instability, and rank persistence. So we really did a huge amount of work over a long time period. So let me tell you what the results are. I cannot show you graphs because the paper is still under embargo, so we will be presented at the end of June at the European Commission. So with all this robustness, one important result is that what we measure at the 3-digit level is actually strongly correlated with what we measure at the product market level. So that's, I would say, an initial good news. The second thing is all the indicators, whether we look at markup and concentration, are actually correlated, and they all go in the same direction. in the sense that the trends all show a weakening of the state of competition, and this weakening of the state of competition is much stronger in domestic market, and in fact we find that openness and globalization, which is seen these days a bit as an enemy, actually has been quite good at keeping a more competitive environment. Now, the big question that I think is the second source of discussion is what is driving this trend in concentration, in markups, especially at the top of the distribution. Is this for what we call good reasons, sort of structural changes, the digital transformation, the increased reliance on intangible assets, or is it for what we could call the bad reasons, sort of, I would say, weak antitrust, increased market powers at the top? And the answer is that both are at play. This is something that was found also in the US already before by, for example, Cruzet and Eberly, and by John and others. So what we find is that sectors that rely more on intangible assets and on digital technologies, these are the sectors that have seen higher increase in concentration, higher increase in markups, especially at the top. But we also see that the acquisition, the level of acquisition done by the top players actually play an important role in explaining the increase in concentration. So, and I will come back to this, but this is where I think antitrust authorities really have a role to play. What about globalization? It is true that in sectors that are more intangible intensive and more digital intensive, working in an open environment actually raises the gains for the top players. So this is really a winner-takes-all dynamics in the way that John and David also have described in their work. Now, what are the consequences? I mean, let me show you some results on the markup that I can show you because this was pre this work. We see that there is this increase in dispersion that has been documented also for the US by Jan de Locker and Eckhout, and more recently by Jan and John for the UK. Now, what are the consequences? And this is, I think, quite important. The same sectors where we see an increase in concentration, we see an increase in the dispersion of total factor productivity. We also see a decline in entry rate, and we see a decline in labor share, especially amongst the top firms. This is, again, confirming evidence that was found in the US. So one big question is how much this is worrying or not. First of all, we see an increase in entrenchment, as I said, across, especially in the most concentrated industry. So these firms have a way of defending their position, and in fact, in previous work with Matej Bagar and Jonathan Timis, we have found that they use, and this is in line with your evidence as well, Ufuk, they use much more defensive patents. Now, let me be more controversial. So one positive news is that we find that antitrust authorities do play a role, and in those sectors that see a stronger intervention by European Commission, we also see a decline or a negative correlation with the increase in concentration. But let me mention another policy that I want to show that everything is correlated. When we think about innovation policy, and Fuchs said it, R&D tax credit is the most used policy. And one point that I would like to make, Ufuk focused on the US, but there is a lot of heterogeneity in the design of these policies. And in fact, what we find is that the effectiveness of R&D tax credit is much stronger for SMEs. And we also find that it's much stronger for SMEs when the R&D tax credit has, allows for refundability or does not focus on profits, i.e. Gives payroll tax breaks. So what do we find in our data actually is that there is a negative correlation between the increase in support to R&D, using R&D tax credit, and the concentration. So what you see, and I mean you see it there, in those countries where we have an increase in public support through R&D tax credit, we also see a decline in concentration of R&D, and the opposite is true. So we really see a bit the opposite of what you were finding, that the more R&D tax credit is used, the less concentration of R&D you find across countries. And as I said, this effect is stronger when refundability clauses are allowed, and where, I should also say, at the top, there are binding ceiling for large firms in terms of R&D. Now, the problem is that there has been a resurgence in new industrial policies, and R&D tax credits are clearly not enough if we want to use innovation to really meet the climate neutrality target or meet other very important societal challenges. And so there is more and more use of new industrial policy subsidies, and this is where, again, design and the whole of government approach, where we integrate innovation ministries and antitrust policies, is particularly important, and where we focus not only on the top, but also on diffusion of technologies across the whole population. So let me stop here.
Thank you, Chiara. Next, we have Dan. Dan will get your slides up.
Okay, and is this thing on? We're good? Great. Okay, excellent. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in good company, no less. And as Chad said, I've done a lot of work really thinking about technology and historical perspective in the 20th century, sometimes intersecting with competition antitrust, actually often not, which is why I have a lot to learn here too. But I have, I think I was charged with is maybe providing a little bit of fodder for conversation. Took that to mean maybe I could instigate a little bit too. So we're going to work through some examples in the next few minutes that maybe will be useful later as well. And I should say, I mean, imagine coming to Chicago and getting 7 uninterrupted minutes to talk. I don't know what to do. I didn't know what to do at that time until I had to sit down and think about it. So, okay, so here we go. The motivating question really for the next few minutes, that, as I'm thinking about it, is does antitrust promote or inhibit the invention and diffusion of GPT-like technology, which is where we started, right? And I'm going to start with what might be kind of the canonical example of a GPT in the 20th century, the transistor, modern critical technology today. Invented in 1947 at Bell Labs, this is kind of often viewed as an example or a testament to the firm's innovative capabilities, the potential power of undirected corporate science. And then what's often not presented or kind of reflected on as much is this question, why were AT&T scientists working on transistors, solid state physics to begin with? And my interpretation of this history is that, and it's documented too, not just an interpretation, a lot of this had to do with internal demand. I mean, AT&T was running a national telephone network. It was massive. Conducting telephone calls over long distances requires constant amplification of electrical signals. And at the time, that was run on vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes were just not an adequate technology to do this at scale. Engineers at the company projected they'd have to consume the entire US energy output to support the future telephone network on vacuum tubes. What they needed was a low power, more reliable amplification technology. That turned out to be the transistor. That turned out to be the transistor. And we're reflecting that really, Mervyn Kelly, the director of Bell Labs, actually had multiple folks working on this problem with different angles of attack. And what came out of it was solid state transistors and ultimately, of course, semiconductors from there. So one way to view this story is actually as putting points in the column for integration being conducive to GPT-like technology, the internal market that AT&T presented, and the way that can internalize externalities of that innovation were present. Now, to be clear, and this will be a running theme in the next few minutes, I don't have a good counterfactual. This would be the case for GPTs broadly because they're intrinsically rare. And if not AT&T, would have been another firm, right? There were some supply side factors that made this kind of a good moment in time for this kind of technology to emerge. We can talk about that later, but okay, so one example in front of us. Let me put another one. The next one is tractors. And so tractors I see as kind of the GPT of agriculture. They do essentially everything across the value chain in agriculture, today at least. You know, these are machines that tow and power implements that actually do the day-to-day work of plowing, planting, cultivating, harvesting. But the thing is, they were actually pretty slow to diffuse in the 20th century, and there's been work written on this from various angles. One of my own papers does it too, kind of concerning the technology problem. This is the one that Chad edited years ago, which was a lovely experience, Chad. And
I'll give you your money a little later, Dan, thanks.
Yeah, right. We'll talk about this later. And so, you know, the story kind of presents an initial mystery or question. Why did it take so long, right? Given the productivity impacts they had on this sector. And when you dive into the history, a lot of it really comes down to a technology problem, an innovation problem. Early tractors, they just couldn't do all that much. They were behemoths, right? You're looking at one right there. They're massive, hard to maneuver. They destroy the crops as you roll over them. And so it really wasn't until a few decades later that, tractors emerged with more versatile features, where they looked more like this, smaller, lighter weight. You could adjust the width of the wheels. They could navigate row crops. It had power takeoff to power implements, the complements that get used with them, and more. And so now, of course, they're used in essentially all stages of the field production. You know, this is an example that I think really embodies the principles of Bresnan and Trachtenberg quite well, in a more dynamic way, perhaps, because you can see it evolve over time. First, for high-value use cases with existing complements. Later, as complements were co-invented, co-developed, it evolved versatility. And so why is this relevant today? Well, the nugget here is that the firm that first developed a general purpose tractor was International Harvester. And International Harvester, before tractors, was the leading implement maker in the United States. And this meant that in developing tractors, right, it internalized innovation externalities through in the form of the complementarity between the GPT in the middle and the complements around it. And so this maybe puts other points in that column for integration. So I'm going to run through, since we're short on time, I'm going to run through this example very quickly. Penicillin, a GPT of modern medicine, right? Antibiotics broadly, general purpose in treating infectious disease, infections in general. And penicillin was a stuck R&D problem in the 20th century. And of course, this is important because I mean, medical technology has improved standards of living, ultimately delivered as much value, roughly speaking, roughly estimated, as productivity-enhancing technologies over the last century as well, just in extending lifespans, right? And so penicillin was first discovered by Alexander Fleming in 1928. Its chemical composition first established in 1939, but there was really no way to, no means of producing this at scale. It was a stuck problem until World War II got the technology out of that problem, particularly through a kind of coordinated industrial effort to develop methods for producing penicillin at scale. And the reason why this is interesting here is because the degree of collaboration coordination that this involved in industry would have violated antitrust restrictions at the time. This required DOJ waivers in order to share information, to coordinate production. And of course, it's an exceptional circumstance. I'm not claiming this is general. It was a time of war. But another example in front of us. So let me move very quickly. I'm going to give a couple of quick notes on IBM unbundling, not to preempt too much the panel later. Just this is going to push in the other direction because I do want to have some countervailing evidence, right? IBM unbundled hardware and software in 1969. They announced it in 1968. At the time, facing real antitrust pressure, DOJ had already begun its investigation. It announced its it began its lawsuit about a month after IBM announced. But this is broadly credited with kind of spurring the takeoff of the third-party software market, which is, of course, enormous today. And so this question lingers, right? Is DOJ pressure what led IBM to unbundle? And the truth is, I don't think there's good evidence on this. We'll hear more about this later, perhaps. Interpretations, again, are mixed. Some folks say, look, it wasn't antitrust pressure. It was really the rising cost of providing software support. Others say there's no way unbundling planners at IBM could have avoided this issue. This is top of mind, and so questions like this, again, at the very least, the correlation is provocative, suggestive that antitrust pressure mattered. So where does this leave all of us? This is where I'll tie off. Kind of a step back synthesis of this, right? So back to the core question: does antitrust promote or inhibit GPT-like technology? I think there's ambiguity in economics, in the historical record. There's some evidence of value integration, coordination. in some cases, but also benefits antitrust in others. And so the way that I've made sense of this so far, but of course this is for you all to debate and think about, is that this kind of points me to the classical trade-off between static and dynamic efficiency, where integration can be good for invention, but maybe antitrust can promote diffusion and co-invention. And to be clear, these cases lack counterfactuals, and so what we really need, or what we're left with kind of wanting, is a good theory of the case that can allow us to make better inference. So I will close it there. Thank you, and let's pass it over to Tommaso.
Okay, thank you, Dan. And next we have Tommaso.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's my favorite conference on the other side of the Atlantic. So I tried to respond to the challenge that Chad gave us last year, and I'll start with some fairly uncontroversial points. And I will disappoint you, I will not have a lot of controversial points today, but I'll try to make a couple at least. So the relationship between competition and productivity. This is not antitrust and productivity, but competition. This is the uncontroversial. I think many of us, if not all of us, agree that competition helps with productivity growth a lot. There is a discussion on which could be the mechanisms that could do that. Typically, they are grouped under three categories. Competition may be good for growth because it forces firms at being more efficient. So there's a discipline effect or a treatment effect. Competition in itself is good. It creates better firms. There is another possibility. These are not mutually exclusive. That it's more a selection effect where firms are born good and bad, okay? So competition in itself doesn't change the productivity of firms, but through the market interaction, a sort of Darwinian process that only the efficient will stay and the less efficient will disappear. And finally, and this is a bit more controversial, I will return at the end if I've got the time, there is also the possibility that competition is good for innovation. This is a bit more of a question mark. This is a lovely paper by Bacchus a few years back. There was a PhD chapter of Matt, and it does test explicitly for the first two mechanisms, this treatment versus a selection effect in a special industry, which is cement. So it doesn't do innovation. You wouldn't expect cement to be a highly innovative industry, which is fair enough. And although the mechanisms, as I said, are not mutually exclusive, it does find that the data are saying it's pretty much consistent with the first story. So competition forces firms at being better, more efficient, perhaps who have a better managerial effort, specialization, etc. It doesn't find much evident consistency with the second story, which, by the way, if you think a bit more deeply, these already have some antitrust implications. So competition as such seems to be good. Now, but what's the link with antitrust enforcement, which was the challenge of, because that's it, this is uncontroversial. I think most of us will agree with those points, and then the specific application to cement we can discuss. What about the link to antitrust enforcement? Actually, there is some evidence there. It's, and I'll present only two papers to findings. One paper that is incredibly popular among policymakers, and it's fairly unknown among academics, despite being published in a very reputable journal, which is the Review of Economics and Statistics. I put all the authors because somebody should have a research program to understand why Italians are so obsessed with competition. So all of them are Italians, and with the exception of one, none of them has a job in Italy now. Yeah. So it is an empirical regularity I've seen over many, many years. So what they find, they do an empirical study, large, so one of them, Cristiana, is at the OECD, so a colleague of Chiara. They look at different countries. I said 12 plus 1, because one is the EU, which is not a country in itself, but you have interesting data also at that level. Across many industries, 22 over a long enough period of time, they construct indices of policy intervention, competition policy index. This is specific to antitrust. They apply good econometric techniques. They always try to instrument, and they do find overall that antitrust matters for TFP growth, so the growth of total factor productivity, which is a real effect in our economy. So that's a nice finding. The recent instead paper by Babina et al. And Sinka Barkai is here in the audience. He presented some preliminary results last year. These are something happened to the format of my slides, but what they're doing there is also, they're looking at a large set of interventions by the DOJ in the US. And they do, again, a very nice study looking at states which had a certain intervention in a certain industry, and they compare with neighboring states that didn't have the same intervention or in the same industry, and they find large output effect. So they found that output goes up by 5%. There are more people which are hired as a consequence of the antitrust intervention, and they also find I don't remember. What's the other thing? Yep.
Permanent increase.
Permanent increase, more entry, exactly, more entry after the intervention. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much. So this is pointing to some real effects of antitrust. If you look at the data that they have, and they do the best they can, basically most of the action comes from cartels. And there are a few local mergers. They don't have a control group for large national mergers because you don't have a state you can compare with. So if anything, perhaps we're just picking on the smaller things rather than big things. So perhaps they're even underestimating. Case studies I won't remember because there is a whole conference today devoted to this, but there are case studies. At the macro level, huge literature of Fook and others have contributed to this. But there are also two specific things related to antitrust. So there's all this literature on Schumpeterian and endogenous growth, which is not focused on antitrust intervention. However, the EC, where I worked for a couple of years, they do have a macroeconomic model, which is done actually by DG ECFIN. This is the finance people, okay? It's not done by DG Comp. It's done by other guys, and they can estimate the impact that competition policy has on growth, and they do find a real effect there in the range of 0.5 percentage point to 1 percentage point. So this is the magnitude that Chad wouldn't believe, but this is through simulations. There is a wonderful recent paper that I'm sure Ufuk is very familiar with by Kavenai, Chelik, and Tian. They have a research agenda, which is super interesting. And this is in the Journal of Monetary Economics, which is not the typical journal I would be reading because I'm an industrial economist. But they do have a model of Schumpeterian growth, where there is a possibility of finding through the model the probability that mergers happen and the probability that mergers are actually blocked. They call it obstruction by the antitrust authorities. And in the counterfactual, they can simulate what happens if you forget about antitrust, okay? You get away. And what happens instead if you increase antitrust. And again, they find large effects. So let me wrap up this on one message, which is, how come we cannot convince Chad if it seems that competition is good, it should have real effects, and instead Chad is not convinced because we don't see enough in the data? And my take on this is that antitrust intervention is great for several reasons, but we have done very little of it. So we see very little of it in the data because we haven't done a Section 2 enforcement for 20 years. We analyze like a bunch of mergers per year. Even if we're doubling the intervention rate, this is not going to have an impact. So we don't have big effects, observed effects, not because antitrust is ineffective, because we have done not much of it. The last point I want to mention, which is more of I think it's important for this audience, specific to innovation and mergers. If you ask many economists, they will start with the inverted U of Philippe Aghion and others, which is coming from an older paper in the QJE. That was empirical evidence, by the way, on the inverted U. Okay? If you see what's in this picture, you have some measure of innovation, some patents on the vertical axis. Horizontally, they have a measure of the markups. The point I want to make, this is not about mergers. So we have to rethink again that what Aghion said, because otherwise the policy people immediately say when it comes to merger and innovation, we don't know, anything goes. Okay? So we did lots of work at the agrochemical. Again, this is an industry that economic historians should be studying because there has been an incredible consolidation over time. So this was from 50 down to 6 firms in the late 2010, and because of the merger wave that we analyzed at the EC, Dow, DuPont, Bayer, Monsanto, and also ChemChina, Syngenta, now we got 4. Okay, super consolidation. But we realized that the literature on innovation was not about mergers. And mergers about the unilateral effect that when you are suppressing basically the competition between two merging parties is going to happen later on. So we did a work we didn't have the time to publish in elite journals because we were running cases. So, but in the IGIO with Giulio and Greg, we had this result, which was, in the absence of efficiencies and uninternalized spillovers, this is the important thing. So in the absence of those, mergers reduce consumer surplus even in the presence of innovation. So the same type of unilateral effects that we do apply to prices, we can run it also a sort of similar presumption when it comes to innovation, which is something that lots of people try to discredit, and as of 2024, no one has found alternatives yet. So my suggestion when it comes to mergers is perhaps change this inverted U approach that we have, generally speaking, for other questions related to innovation, but not specific to mergers. This is a paper in the Aris Review of Economic Studies by Igame and Wateken on hard disk drives, where they do structural modeling of unilateral effects in a high-tech industry. And that's, you probably don't see, but you see that as you reduce the number of firms through a merger, in a continuous way, innovation goes down. Perhaps we should replace the inverted U with this other curve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tommaso. And now, John.
So thanks very much, and thanks to the organisers for putting me on last in this in this session. So by this point, I guess all the good and interesting points have been made. So I'm left to the residual claimant of the bad and boring points. So I will seek to live down to that aspiration. So here we go. So I want to make 3 broad points, I guess, in relation to Chad's question. One over the kind of general macro picture on productivity, the second specifically on the role of competition and antitrust, and the third a kind of, I don't know if it's a pushback or maybe my attempt to answer Chad's kind of question. I'm going to focus on productivity growth overall rather than GPTs specifically. So, the reason that productivity growth is extremely important is, that we have had this enormous slowdown in productivity growth across the world. This is latest IMF numbers, just looking at general growth. Since the mid-2000s, we've had a significant fall of the growth rate, and a lot of that has been specifically due to productivity growth. So in the advanced countries, for example, total factor productivity growth is more or less halved between its rate prior to the kind of global financial crisis in the mid-2000s and the rate afterwards. So that's a really, significant fall, and it's behind, I believe, a lot of the kind of big political and social problems that we face today. So let me take my own country, the UK, as an example of this. So had the output per hour growth in the UK continued at the level it had been for the previous 30 years, over the last 15 or 16 years since the mid-2000s, the global financial crisis, our overall productivity is about a quarter lower than it would have been had it been continued to growing at that rate. That's a huge chunk of the economy lost. Now, why? Sorry? Did you control for COVID? You can see COVID, the kind of wiggle here is COVID. Right, there's the 2020 stuff. But COVID is a heartbeat in this overall position which is happening. So it matters, but it matters less than you might think in the big picture. Now, for ordinary people, why does this matter? When economists talk about productivity, often people drop off to sleep. Well, the reason it matters is that it matters for people's wages. So looking at since 1980 again, productivity is in blue, and I've actually done this pre-COVID just so it doesn't get messed up by COVID, just to be clear. It's up to 2019. Below the kind of productivity line is what's happened to average employee compensation, basically wages. So you can see over this period of about 40 years, in the UK, wages have pretty much followed where productivity has been. Now, it doesn't happen all the time. So in Mrs. Thatcher in the 80s, wages fell behind productivity. Under the kind of Blair years, it kind of caught up again. But since around about 2010, the misery of low productivity growth has been pretty equitably shared between both labor and capital, in fact, across the wage distribution as well. So this is why productivity growth really matters for what we're talking about today. Okay. Second point. Now, I think Tommaso has articulated very well the evidence, which I think there's a consensus on, that tougher product market competition can be a force for raising productivity through the different mechanisms he described: reallocation, faster diffusion, probably, I believe, faster innovation as well. Therefore, antitrust policy, which increases product market competition, should qualitatively be a force for raising productivity growth. So I think that that's the kind of prima facie case for why antitrust is important. Now, the issue, and this is the kind of third point, which is Chad's challenge, is that what role does, even if competition matters, what role does antitrust play for that? Because from a policy point of view, and I spent a lot of my time talking to policymakers, increasing competition is more than simply antitrust. It's to do with what's happening with trade, what's happening with openness to foreign investments, what's happening to regulation, what's happening to finance to help growth and entry and scale up in startups. So antitrust is only one part of that, and maybe it's a relatively small part of that which is happening. So I think that's the challenge that Chad posed here. So I think my counter to that would be in kind of three points. So the first one is that even if it's only a relatively small effect, a few tenths of a percentage point is actually pretty damn good when you look at this. The growth of in the British case, we've had about a labour productivity growth rate of about 0.4 percentage points a year. So half a percentage point is very, very good compared to something like 2.5 percentage point 4. So even a small amount is pretty good, actually. And the way, so I think that's the first kind of point to think about. The way I think, actually, of a kind of strategy, or an economic strategy towards raising productivity growth, is a series of different things. So it's not just, so part of it is raising competition. Part of that is raising competition through stronger, better enforcement of antitrust policy, changing the antitrust policy. A lot of it is other things as well, to do with people's skills, towards overall investments, towards many other things. But antitrust policy is one part of that basket of things that we need to get back to more sustainable productivity growth around the world. Point two, I think the empirics that Tommaso covered are important. Many of those effects are bigger or smaller. I think one example of where antitrust did have a very big negative effect was if you think back to the 1930s, for example, in the US, under the National Industrial Recovery Act, there was exemptions for cartel behavior, and some people think those exemptions actually helped prolong the Great Depression. You can see this in other countries which have really taken a more relaxed approach to cartels, to other forms of antitrust policies. Those could actually have very negative overall effects. So I think there are examples where the effects can be larger. And then finally, I think one thing that I think Chiara hinted at this early on is important to realize at this particular moment that we've had over the last few years, or perhaps even longer, is a retreat from globalization. We're in an era of deglobalization, where countries are putting up tariff barriers and other trade restrictions, which have been important forces for increasing competition, which lies behind some of the empirical evidence Tommaso was saying. There's lots more resistance towards being open to foreign direct investments. There's lots more potential industrial subsidies, other things coming in. That's a period over which, if we think those other forces of international competition or competition which help drive productivity are weakened, it's really important from a policy point of view to strengthen domestic competition through antitrust policy in a world where those other forces which we relied on for increasing competition might be in retreat. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Fantastic remarks from the panel to get us started in the discussion today. So I'm going to pick up, drawing from what several of you said, to ask a question to any and all of us on the panel. So here we go. I think it's fair, correct me if I'm wrong, that all of us would read the literature as offering plenty of evidence that competition induces productivity growth, causally. The specific question of the panel is about antitrust policy. And Tommaso mentioned there's not a lot of direct evidence on that in the research literature. setting aside those papers, if you can measure competition as a scalar and regress it on metrics of antitrust policy, what's the R squared of that thing, and how much of that is causal? And what I'm asking for normal people in the room is basically how much of the variation in the competitiveness of markets is explained by antitrust policy per se, as opposed to other things that we know affects how competitive markets are. I'd like to hear your speculations on the strength of that relationship. Anyone want to pick it up? We can crosstalk, it's fine.
So this is it's going to be the topic for next year's conference. we will come with some more evidence about it. I don't have an answer to that, obviously, but taking into account also how much it costs to society to do antitrust enforcement. And we don't put a lot of resources into doing antitrust. So the whole of Europe has 1,000 people which are dealing with the whole of the antitrust and mergers and state aid. It's a collection of 500 million citizens. So, and compared to instead the resources we devote to monetary policy, to independent central banks, which are billions and billions and billions of dollars every year. And they have an impact. It's been estimated that if we can control inflation, this is not the best period to talk about it, of course, but it's about perhaps 0.5 percentage point of GDP, maybe at most 1 percentage point of GDP, the impact of monetary policy, and yet we've invested a lot of resources. So the response to your question is we have some limited but compelling evidence that antitrust works. We also have evidence that we don't do enough, and probably there's been lots of reason, ideology for decades, but also as a consequence of that ideology, we started reducing the amount of resources that enforcers have. This is the typical way, if you want to contrast enforcement, you just have the Congress, which is giving less and less money to the enforcers. And this is happening yet again in the US, I understand. And also in Europe, we are not giving more resources for the digital regulation in Europe now. We have given, 40 people, 40, for the whole of digital regulation. So I think the investment into antitrust would have high returns. So I'm flipping your question, says I think investing in antitrust would have high returns. And in particular, if we look at the dynamic impact that antitrust enforcement, business formation, innovation, to me, are orders of magnitude bigger than fixing prices plus minus 3%, 5%, which is what we do most of the time. But the dynamic impact of not allowing entrenchment of market power on innovation, and these are large. They have to be large on the economy. But next year we'll come with an R squared.
So let me pick up that as well. So, of course, it's hard to know. Neither of these are easy scalar things to do.
Well, I get it. It's
but I think
conceptual.
my gut instinct. I mean, and it'd be great next year. We can look at some of it. Is that the R squared is not super high, and there are much more important things ultimately which might determine competition, such as fundamental forces of technological change, trade type of policies. I mean, those are the things which actually have very large effects. Population density, I believe, in this old cement paper that you read your John Market paper on. But it may not matter. I mean, I think what I was trying to articulate is that the way we should think about these things is what is amenable to policy intervention. Many of these things, deep, the gravity equation where you are in trade or technology are very hard to implement change with policy. This is an area where policymakers can make a difference and actually can do something. So even if the effects in magnitude are not enormous, the fact, A, you can make a policy difference by doing policy, B, it should be part of an overall package like I argued, and C, as Tommaso said, if the cost benefit does it, we should do it. I think that's the way we should think about the question rather than obsess too much about the exact amount of the R squared and the regression.
Okay. Any other
I
thoughts?
mean, as I said, in the results that we have, I mean, it works. At least they get the right, I would say, sectors, and it has an effect in the medium to long run on not increasing concentration. I would add one thing, that especially now with these new industrial policies, it is important to have antitrust authorities play a big part in the game, and mainly is because I think there is a political push towards, and I mean, we saw it even in Europe, towards sort of, again, going and picking winners and sort of target large incumbents, because that's what you see. And I think having an antitrust authority that might help focus on the role of potential entrants, on the role of competition more generally, even just having that there is quite relevant. So you might not see an effect, but the presence is already a value, I would say.
Okay. Dan?
I can add one thing quickly, just reflecting on the comments so far, and partly picking up on what John said in his initial talk too, where he pointed out all of the different factors that can affect competitiveness, entry barriers, trade policy, and antitrust, and more. The point of that statement, right, was that many factors, market and non-market, affect competitiveness, and yet those policy choices aren't always coordinated. I think that's great for empirical study, that's good for identification, but also at least leaves me with less of a sense of the whole as opposed to the parts, and how they interrelate. So just one more thing out there.
Thank you. So my actually, before I get to my next question, a very minor correction, but it is my life's mission. My work has mostly been about concrete, not cement.
Sorry, Chad.
Matt Backus's paper is also about concrete instead of cement. And all of you are like, there's a difference? Yeah, there's a difference. Come talk to me at lunch and you're going to learn about the difference between concrete and cement. All right.
That's another
I don't, everyone makes that conflation. It's fine. I'm having fun. Okay, next question, also for all of you. Kind of raised by some stuff that Dan said, also a big role in the kind of work that Ufuk has done, which is there, and if so, what is its nature, a difference between innovation of technologies and diffusion of existing technologies? And how do the forces potentially affected by antitrust potentially differentially affect those two things? Or should we think of them as being equally affected in the same direction? Innovation versus diffusion.
So let me take this one. Normally there's a very significant difference. For instance, when we also think about giving policy advice to different countries, let me start again from a macro perspective and then try to go a little bit more micro. When we try to give policy recommendation to countries, we look at their distance to the technology frontier. So if a country is really, really backward, there's no way for a country that's very backward to ask them to open up new R&D labs, to start innovating cutting-edge technologies, et cetera. There's no way for them to innovate. So the first thing they need to do is to imitate, but to make it sound less negative, we tell them to diffuse knowledge in those countries, because imitation is typically perceived negatively for some reason. But as the country gets closer to the frontier, now the institutional structure is very different that's needed to push the frontier forward. You need to have strong universities. You need to have risk-loving financiers. You need to have a very strong human capital that's getting trained in technical things. So that's why the requirement is completely different. So that's the first thing that I wanted to put on the table. But so technology diffusion is needed in any economy. First, somebody has to come up with a technology, but as long as that technology is captured within a single firm, then the economy won't benefit from that. So the technology needs to get diffused, but how will that happen is an important question. Indeed, I might learn about the new technologies by being in the same region or by doing trade with that firm, but implementing that idea is a second issue, and there I think the big chunk of the problem emerges. You have a new technology, Chad, and I learn from it, and I want to implement it. But as long as you threaten me with your arsenal of patents, which happens very, very heavily in the US, then it's as if knowledge doesn't diffuse. Even if I learn from it, as long as I'm not able to put it into action, it's as if it doesn't diffuse. And when we look at the secondary market activities of market leaders, in 1980, 30% of the patents were being bought by the largest 1% of the firms. Today, that number went up above 65%. a massive concentration in secondary activities by large firms, not necessarily to use them and put them into production of new goods, but it's more to threaten their rivals. And we also know about the killer acquisition stories, and also in the results that I showed about strategic hires from rivals, etc. So just to relate to your earlier point, we can of course concentrate on the antitrust implementation, but there are so many other ways for companies to get around it and implement again things that will lead to market concentration. We need to take a holistic approach here rather than just focusing on antitrust. We need to really look at the bundle of policies. While we are trying to intensify competition, there are so many other policies that are reducing competition and undoing the impact of antitrust policy, I think.
Two things I would like to add. One is I agree absolutely with Ufuk. It's important to have diffusion. It's also important to have breakthrough innovation. And that's where the entry rates, the sort of potential entrants can play an important role. And we see that has been declining. So that's, I think, one role where, again, antitrust could play a role. The second one that I think links very much to what Ufuk was showing us is the role of non-competes. And that's where I think the mobility of inventors has been shown to be important for the diffusion, not only of technological innovation, but also managerial innovation. That's where, again, I think antitrust authorities can play an important role. And we saw that from many papers that this has played an important role for innovation across the US, but also more recently we saw some evidence in Europe. So I think that's another role for antitrust authorities.
Great. Anything else?
I mean, I guess just on the diffusion innovation thing, my sense is on competition, it's diffusion which probably, it has a clear positive effect because of the fact that, if I'm thinking of having a new technology, a very strong incentive to adopt it is if my rivals, other people are adopting it, I'm going to be left behind. That has a very powerful motivating force on it, as well as the, just simple reallocation type of effect. I think where antitrust comes in more is when we're talking about, say, the more kind of the high-tech, innovative type of sectors, which, obviously we care a lot about. There, I think the innovation aspects are more important. The theory is more ambiguous. My sense from the empirical literature is generally there's a positive effect. But, of course, Ufuk and I wrote a whole 787-page book.
Yes.
Why this can be ambiguous. So, we have to
now available.
We have to keep the academic
Amazon.
industry mill grinding for books, saying, it's not quite as simple as that.
Great.
Yeah, just to follow on with one last thought, right? I brought up the tensions between static and dynamic efficiency at the end of my spiel in the context of antitrust, but that really is at the essence of patent policy too, and it's actually been more discussed in that context than in antitrust, I think, where the same levers that incentivize invention also, by providing temporary monopoly, right, also limit diffusion and subsequent invention. And balancing those forces, walking that line, right, has been a challenge for ages. And of course, there are choices that can be made in that context, right, patent terms and scope and things like that. In the antitrust context, what are the levers to walk that line is maybe even a better question for Tommaso than for me. But I think that tension is there. And I think it's evident, at least to me, in some of the examples that I walked through. And so understanding the trade-offs and prioritizing one or the other, it's a tough question for me to think about.
Thank you.
I'll add to that. So I'm largely in agreement with what's been said. But competition policy in particular, as John said, is great for diffusion, not just for imitation, but because also it's much more banal. If there's competition among producers of technology, the price of that technology becomes cheaper and more people are going to adopt it. On the innovation side and the alleged trade-off, you have to be careful. So if you want to go back to this innovation theory of harm, competition policy is also helping on innovation as such, because firms compete by being better, no? And so I'm trying to steal away. The auto replacement effect happens also on the innovation side, unless there are strong positive spillovers. So I think something that we have to account for empirically is the presence of spillovers. When I innovate, is it just something I can appropriate, or do I give an advantage to other rivals as well? So in industries which are pretty much easy to appropriate, like you can do patenting, so pharmaceutical, the agrochemical. I would think that these spillovers are not very relevant empirically. In other industries instead, they might be more relevant. On what Dan said, and again, I agree on the tension between static and dynamic, but something which is missing in our discussion, perhaps it will come in the case studies later on today, is that there are waves. No, there are waves. You can see that clearly some concentration has been good, innovation has created, but at some stage, these monopolists who became too big, they started blocking everything else. So bringing in some oxygen, and we can talk about whether it was causal or not, but through breaking up AT&T and Microsoft, and now the tech giants. I mean, you see that every 30 years, every 25 years, there's been something disruptive for 10, 15, then monopolization for 10, 15, then we discuss how to undo it. And we see these waves, and these waves are pretty much present if you have an historical description of the high-tech industries, and we should discuss that.
Just one thing real quick in what you said too that's interesting to me, that also picks up on the early thing I said, is that antitrust, the effects of antitrust depend also on the shape of other policies like patent policy, right? And so understanding intersection interactions, it's not something that I understand well enough yet, and maybe there's more work to be done there, but it stood out to me in what Tommaso said too.
Great. Last question for the panel before we go to the audience, so have your questions ready. Ufuk's empirical work that he presented raised very explicitly a connection between market power and political power. And so, I'm not sure how economists think about that. I think it might be different than policymakers, but maybe not. I'd like to hear your thoughts. What is the relationship? How strong is it? Antitrust is sort of built theoretically around market power. Is it a tool also for addressing political power, or should it not be used for that? Are there other tools that should be used to think about that? I guess that's the theme. Anyone want to pick it up and run?
I'll start because this is currently
you'd want to start, yeah.
My research agenda is called Market Power and Political Power. So I think there is something very interesting for us as an academic community to study. So we had a little bit of a silos approach, the industrial organization side, the political economy side. So we think a lot about markets as IO guys, but we don't think about the political implication. The political economy, they look at that, but they don't think about market structure. So bringing those two together is a very, in my opinion, exciting agenda. And specifically with Andrea Pratt and Bo Cowgill, we looked at 20 years of mergers in the United States, not just the high profile that you may go and discuss in front of the FTC and DOJ, but there is thousands and thousands of smaller mergers across the economy, and we can trace those, and we can see also the lobbying activities, the lobbying money spent by those firms before and after, and of course, as every empirical work, we try to do that in a causal way, and I can give you a figure. We see that mergers in the United States have been directly responsible for an permanent increase in lobbying money of $3 billion every year for the past 20 years. So that's my estimate coming from that empirical work. So is that big? Is that small? To me, it seems a lot of money, but it's also a large economy. But $3 billion come only from merger activities.
Anyone else? John?
Sure. I mean, Ufuk is. I was looking at Ufuk is very knowledgeable. So, yeah. So I think that we have a problem. We know we have a big problem in our societies, our economies. That there are a small number of firms and individuals who have a lot of financial and political power. And this is having a large influence on the way people get their information and are being influenced by those groups. So I think, as Tommaso said, I mean, if you can amass a lot of market power and get supernormal profits, that enables you then to influence the political process through a wide variety of mechanisms, lobbying, changing the rules of the game. And here in the United States, for example, we know that, in terms of the political, political structures, the Citizens United judgment enabled a lot more money, corporate money, to go into politics and influence the way that elections are held, and that's also true in many other parts of the world. So I do think this worry about, you could call it creeping plutocracy, is a real problem. Now, is antitrust the best tool to deal with that, or how can the tools of antitrust deal with that? I think that's the big challenge. So Luigi and I have often discussed, I know Luigi is keen on having, when we think about merger standards or other kinds of antitrust enforcement, taking these political issues into account. The thing that I would like to understand is, what are the criteria that we can use in order to make that judgment? I think at the moment, think about the horizontal merger guidelines. We have a set of criteria. You can criticize them, but that's one set of rules that we have for guiding ourselves to make decisions. If you wanted an equivalent set of guidelines for where firms are going to amass political power, I think you'd want to think about guidelines like that as well. So I think we're still a long way away, in my view, from being able to develop those guidelines, but maybe Tommaso's empirical work or other people's work can help inform.
Sorry, but if I may, an example which I think is relevant. We're talking a lot about antitrust enforcement in digital, the big tech companies, and indeed, under the new leadership of the FTC and the DOJ, more cases are being run finally after many years. But as I said earlier, this may not change much the picture, because you may double the number of interventions or something like this. So the real battle that was happening here in the United States was during the discussion of the bills in front of the US Congress. And there it was a real battle happening. It was trying to make sure that those bills wouldn't pass. And because that's the way you affect things going forward, by changing the legislation, by giving the enforcer different tools. Otherwise, they can do the best they can with existing tools. And so the lobbying money that was spent at that level to halt any progress on the legislative side.
So I think so. There's definitely a smoking gun here, but being able to associate market power with political power is very challenging empirically. And of course, without the empirical evidence, it's hard to guide the discussion. But when we look around the world, we see evidence from different countries. Italy was one example, for instance. Or when we look at, for instance, the entrant and exiters in developing countries, for instance, entrants are less productive than exiters. Why? Because competition is not happening only through productivity, it's also happening through their connection to the government. So, there I think it's easier to identify. In the US, there are some evidence. For instance, Felipe Safi and co-authors, they had an interesting paper showing that those companies that are lobbying heavily, their effective corporate tax is also much lower, for instance. So that would be expected. But in general, I think first we need to agree on what the facts are, right? What the facts are, and clearly, there's especially in academia, we agree that there's a massive rise in concentration, and we are being more and more worried about competition and small business performance in the US, which has been the engine of economic growth in the US. But typically people in DC are happy about small businesses at the moment, because business registry numbers are record high, 5 million. But those numbers can be high also in India, because people are forced to be an entrepreneur just because they can't form promising companies. And right now we are producing jobless companies now. And so we need to be, I think, overall be worried about first what's happening before one can take action. But I have the feeling that, somehow, the rising concentration is also able to communicate that this is nothing to worry about. And I think in the academia, academic circles, we are taking this problem much more seriously. That's a little bit my impression in general.
All right, thank you. Before we move to audience question, I just want to offer a disclaimer I should have offered earlier. I'm currently serving as an expert in an antitrust case. I don't believe it has any connection to anything we have discussed so far or will discuss during the panel, but I just want to be upfront about that. Okay, so audience questions. Could we start right here? A microphone is coming.
Hi, Rana Fruhar from the Financial Times. Thank you for a great panel. Awesome data points and a lot for me to think about. One thing that I am struggling with as a someone in the media, someone who thinks about all these things from a perspective of an inductive reasoning, and I'm sure that this is true for many people here, every single day of my working life, I deal with the reality of monopoly and political power. You know, you're covering these things, companies are trying to get you fired or burying you under, you know, legions of lawyers. It's just, you talk to folks in Congress, you talk to their aides, there's cognitive capture. It's just the air that we're breathing. And one thing that's quite frustrating, I find, writing for the FT, wanting to be very data-driven, is how can we work together? Those of you that are looking at this from a sort of a, you know, a deductive perspective and an inductive perspective, how can we work better together to surface the things that are really going to grab the public imagination in a way that simply makes this work happen much faster and much more easily, and we can all kind of stop pretending that we don't have enough data to say politics and monopoly is a massive problem.
Just for the sake of clarity, could I get you to define cognitive capture?
I would say, and this has been an issue for my entire career, and my 3 books basically look at this, the idea that when you're speaking to experts or policymakers, that they have been so captured by a certain narrative, whether driven by data, whether driven by anecdote, et cetera, that their ability to imagine something else is it's just no longer possible. I mean, I'll give you an example. When, you know, in my first book, when I was covering financialization, I spoke to an Obama regulator about why Dodd-Frank regulation had been done with 96% of the consultation coming from big banks. And he said, who else should we have been speaking to? That's cognitive capture. There's a lot of cognitive capture right now, and particularly a narrative that is developing at this moment of deglobalization, de-risking, whatever you want to call it, that bigger is better. And that's powerful. It's affecting laws. It's affecting the kind of journalism that we can do.
Okay.
So I would love thoughts from the panel about you know, how we can work together on this.
Thank you.
I'll try. So it's something you can do and something that we can do. I mean, you should try to get as many sources as possible. So you should go to as diverse conferences as you can. So the fact that you're here is speaking in your favor, and do more of that if you got the time. I know it's there is a resource constraint. From our side, there is a big problem of coordination because you don't have somebody who represents academia. You have individuals, and we should become also, we should, in a sense, express our research in a way which is less academic, because we are too good as economists to say, well, on the one hand, on the other hand, and he says, so what? I mean, so can you be more specific on what? So we need also to, if we want to have policy impact, to tell where we stand, which is something that as academic we don't do, and we are not collectively organized to present you the views of academia, and instead the lobbyists, etc., they are organized by definition. And the other thing, something that I keep repeating, and it's great that Chad mentioned, these are not that contest, but there is too little disclosure. So the experts don't disclose. Despite we had actually a session last year about this, or 2 years ago, and we still don't disclose. So you have to ask for the disclosure all the time, the funding of the organization, and you have to do your work as a journalist to expose that.
I mean, just picking up on that. I mean, it is true. Like academics, of course, you heard this from the presentations. I mean, our obsession is with we want publications, we want to do our research, and often the problem is that translational type of research, going from what we're doing, digging in the data, working at what we think is the frontier. The messages for that don't come across. Whereas if you're a motivated agent in the policy world, there's lots of money coming in to do exactly that translational research, to put that thing in front of the staffer to say, oh, this is what you should do. So I think there is a gap in the market for doing that translational research. Heidi Williams and her work at the Institute for Progress is trying to do that in the innovation space. I think we probably need more of that in the antitrust space, because I think my view is, and certainly from the economics point of view, there is a lot of interest and work going on these political economic aspects, which is not really getting out there into the more general policy arena.
I think one thing I want to add on this is that so this discussion requires more and more hard evidence, and I think we were limited with what we could measure in the past. And now, given this whole revolution, digital revolution and data revolution, it allows us to construct brand new data sets. And every day I'm hearing about, and I learn about the new data set through which we can identify new potentially bad behavior or good behavior. And then I think, to me, the speed of recovery of new facts have accelerated so much in the past couple of years, especially on this issue as well. And I think keeping a close dialogue between academia and media and somehow not keeping just, as John mentioned, of course we are very much focused on publishing papers, but then disseminating those findings would create much louder dialogue, I think, on these issues. And eventually, as the evidence becomes really the dominant fact, then eventually things have to change. I think that's my view on this.
Well, let me kind of disagree with Ufuk, but maybe we don't even disagree on this one. But when, as academic, we keep pushing for, we need better data, more evidence, we should do things evidence-based, that's all fine, obviously. But this is not what policy is about. There are some policy choices which have to be made here and now. And they cannot wait for 5 years for our results. And that means, especially because context reflects the distribution of power in that point in time, that whoever holds the most of the power will lead to a decision in a certain way. So still, as academic, even if we have in our hands imperfect information, incomplete, unconclusive, but we've been studying with these bloody things for 20 years, for 25 years. Where do we stand? So we need to come up with a position on things, and we have to take stance in the end, I think.
I 100%
if you want
agree.
to say, no, I want to be pure, etc., fine, but then you don't have that policy impact, because policy will be dictated by other interests.
I just want to say one thing, and I'm going to give the mic. Strategy. I 100% agree. You guys need a strategy that can counter the strategy that corporations together are pushing into the media. I mean, it's a desperate situation. I can't even tell you.
Any philanthropists here to fund the research
Yeah,
center?
seriously, this is a big deal.
Can I just mildly disagree with Thomas on one thing, just to give a counter example? I agree with you 100%. Policymakers need to act quickly. And I'm very worried about this because, for instance, post-COVID, small businesses have been struggling drastically, but it doesn't reflect on the numbers. And when you look at the labor market numbers, it's very tight. It looks great, and there's nothing to worry about. But just because we don't have real-time data on small businesses, but now we have digital platforms. They are, and one example is the index that we created with Intuit QuickBooks. On the first day every month, we are putting out an index that uses 5-day-old data on small businesses. And when you look at that index, for instance, what you see is that small businesses have been declining 70% of the time over the past 2 years. And that attracted a lot of attention from policymakers. So if you provide evidence to them, they will react to it. But if you don't, if you just say that, hey, we need to act quickly, there's no data that's quick enough for us to guide us, I think that's a negative approach to this. Maybe the evidence won't help you today, but it will help you next year if you put out some new facts today.
Okay, let's take a question from the middle of the room. Bowtie, Mr. Bowtie, sorry.
Maybe we take different questions.
So thank you very much. I have to point out, my bias is very clear because my background is in public choice economics and new institutional economics, so the idea you could even separate economics from politics is ridiculous. These antitrust decisions are endogenous to the political situations. And the thing I want us to think back to, think about the creation of both the Sherman Antitrust Act. Sherman is tied to people who will directly benefit from that. Just like Sherman was also tried in his earliest antitrust attempt in the telegraph industry in the '86 Post Roads Act, when his brother was on the board of a competing telegraph company with Western Union. From my perspective, we look at some of the historical stuff. If you're going to talk about antitrust enforcement, it's about elites fighting elites. These are both instances where concentrated interests are fighting other concentrated interests. You have to overcome the logic collective action problem as presented by Mansur Olson if you're going to talk about any sort of actual policy implementation that's effectively established.
We're going to try to get through as many questions as possible, so I ask the panelists to, one panelist take each question unless there's a quick rejoinder from another, then offer that. Anyone want to take this one on? It's kind of a comment as much as a question. Anyone disagree with the premise? Okay. Everyone, we're in line, I guess. Over here on this section. Anyone? Yes, please, in the third row. Over here. Yes, could you hold it? Yeah, thank you. Pass that down.
The Alcoa aluminum monopoly was not ended by the antitrust case against it, but by the fact that the government built aluminum plants that then spun off to Reynolds and other competitors. So I wonder if, considering that there's much talk of a need to ramp up the defense industrial base because of war with Ukraine, war in the Middle East, deterring war in the Far East, and so on, that if that requires an immense increase in expenditure by the government, hopefully with synergies to other uses of industry, how should theorizing about competition, where antitrust would be a subset of that, inform these government investments, some of which would be in R&D, some of which might be actually making, say, chip capacity. And in relation to the R&D, some people talk about where there are more subsidies, there could be less incentive of monopoly. Someone could imagine a change of patent law. So because a huge increase in government funding would enable a lot of change for a lot of different areas of law.
Okay, thank you.
How do you see that?
So, yeah, we do seem to be in a new era of industrial policy. Is there a connection between industrial policy and competition policy? Should we think of it as having that relationship? Anyone?
Well, the answer is yes, but I want to mention, so you mentioned that defense and industry. The defense industry is a case in point where we have allowed a phenomenal concentration over time, and the industry became just bad at doing things. So if we had done more competition policy in the defense industry, perhaps the United States would be in a better place now. So did we just neglect it? So we allowed this tremendous concentration, which, well, okay, then we didn't. No. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about 50 years. If you look at the dual sourcing of, but you had, okay, I'm not going to comment on that.
So on the industrial policy, I think that, this is a really important issue because around the world there has been this big move, and we're seeing this big move, like with the Inflation Reduction Act and the Chips and Science Act, towards more industrial policy in the US and other places. And I think the intellectual has been an intellectual movement of economists thinking there can be situations in which industrial policy can be beneficial. I mean, it used to be a dirty word in economics to say industrial policy, and I think thinking has shifted alongside the policy, the policy arena. I think that there is a way of doing industrial policy in a way which does actually foster competition rather than hurt competition. We know that the way it was done often in the past, say in Europe in the 60s and 70s, it was to kind of create more national champions. I think the modern way for thinking about industrial policy is to say, well, here's an area that we want to build. It might be in defense, it may be in kind of environmental green transitions. We want to build up those areas, but we set up the system in a way which allows many different companies to compete to provide those type of solutions. So we don't try and drive the money towards a kind of favored supplier. We set up the pool of money, whether it's for kind of defense R&D or whether it's for kind of green technologies, so that many different players can compete for that money. We allocate that with as much independence as we can to try and resist this capturing by politicians and so on. So there's ways that we can do that, but I do think there's a big potential challenge, but I think it can be managed if it's done well.
Okay, back to over here. Yes, in the back.
Hi, Tim Wu from Columbia. Just a comment first. You know, Rana's pointing out the problem of trying to prove the water's wet. I mean, you have something that everybody in government knows is going on, but, you know, that is that concentrated industries have a stronger influence over policy. But then it feels hard to prove because it's just like part of the air you breathe, as you say, or the, I guess, water you breathe, to stick with my metaphor. One kind of sort of random idea I had, this is not my question, but I was like, one way I was thinking, how could you test this? I agree lobbying expenditures are one thing. You could do an experiment where you try to get phone calls through to people from like, I mean, that's where I noticed it happening. You know what I mean? Who could get a phone call through was like an obvious difference in how concentrated, and you know, anyway, and obviously there was like some obvious cutoff of who could get a phone call through or get a meeting. So I don't know exactly how you test that. You'd have to do a spy, or do a secret undercover experiment like they do in race relations studies. Anyway, that was just an idea. I had a question, John, and I agree also with this point that, you know, because it's hard to prove water's wet, you can't sit around waiting for 10 minutes, 10 years, say, well, we never know. We don't know if like strong companies have more influence over policy. But I don't want to overstate that. I had a question for John about productivity, and I think it's about something that's challenging for antitrust audiences, which is to think about the effect of trade as well. And I wonder, you know, you had that graph of productivity growth, you know, flattening out, and obviously I think, I'm obviously a big believer in antitrust enforcement. How does trade figure into that entire effect? Was productivity, you think, during the same time going up in, you know, among Chinese workers or something like that? Or, you know, I'm just curious if you think about trade, how it changes, if at all.
I mean, it's a big question. You know, the trade guys have been spending a long time looking at the effects of, you know, globalization on productivity. You know, to summarize this, there's a very nice chapter in our book, the advert for Ufiganized book by Steve Redding from Princeton and Mark Melitz from Harvard, which try and look at the overall view on this. And you know, as usual, theory is ambiguous, but the empirics generally find positive effects of trade on productivity. And it's through a number of different mechanisms. One is just by opening up to new export markets, you actually can kind of expand your business, you can, you know, pay the fixed cost of R&D. On the import side, there's a kind of increased competition. Again, that's theoretically ambiguous, but in general, that has, you know, generally has kind of positive effects. It's not, you know, of course, it's not true everywhere and in all cases, but the forces of globalization tend to be ones which tend to, you know, be positive for productivity. Now, in terms of the slowdown that we've seen since, say, the global financial crisis, you know, you can't ascribe all of that to the slowdown of globalization that we've seen over the same kind of time period. I'd say that, you know, there's work by Chad, which is, you know, more positive spin, suggests that we're trying to learn how to use new GPTs. There's the overhang of the financial crisis. There's also a role, I think, for what's happening to productivity. So I don't want to, you know, ascribe all of that to globalization. I think the retreat from globalization is a headwind against productivity growth.
Thank you. Okay, in the middle. Yes, Christina.
It's Christina Cafara. I'm coming from Europe, so of course my perspective is very colored by that. Going back to the original sort of exam question that this panel addressed, I really want to echo very much a point that Tommaso has made repeatedly. We are seeking to establish whether antitrust has an effect, but what exactly are the actions we are looking at? As Tommaso says, there's very little that actually happens. Merger control is something where the standard is we shouldn't reduce competition. Okay, so we block a few mergers very sporadically. Antitrust conduct, there's 10 cases in 10 years. They go nowhere, the remedies are irrelevant. So I don't know how we would expect to see antitrust having a measurable effect on anything, certainly not in Europe. The question is more whether what we all agree now, we need a change in posture and much more aggressive enforcement has an impact on intention. And we see that happening because in this country where posture has changed in a material way, I can vouch for boardrooms walking away from deals and saying this is not something we're going to even attempt. There's been a huge fall in mergers that would have otherwise been attempted. So that deterrence is an effect, number one. And it's very measurable, very sizable. Yes, interest rates being high has deterred in Europe, but the deterrence here is much more significant. The second and final point, which I'll turn into a question, is really this. Narrow as it is, antitrust cannot indeed put points on GDP. This is something I agree with you, and I've said for ages. The issue is really much more whether there is a way in which we can make competition and antitrust an all-of-government purpose. This is the sense in which I quite like what this government is doing, what this administration is doing, which is trying, I don't know how effectively, but seen from the other side of the Atlantic, trying to break silos and infuse notions of competition into trade, into industrial politics, because the train in Europe is coming down the tracks so fast about industrial policy needing to be revived, which I agree with. But you know, if you read Draghi and Letta, we are in deep trouble, and competition is a side dish, is over there. We don't know what to say about it. So unless competition is really integrated in these other things, I don't see how it can have a very significant impact on GDP. It's got to be a motivating, animating value for trade, for industrial policy, not in and of itself. Certainly in Europe, we do 10 cases a year, in 10 years. What does it do? A comment more than a question.
I may have missed the question, but anyone want to
Can I say something? I mean,
respond?
I think that is what Christina says is very important. So I think the attitude towards saying, I want to embed the idea of competition across a number of policies, so it's that kind of antitrust spirit, but goes across, is the way to. And you know, if you do look, I mean, if you do look at these big reports that Letta and Draghi are writing, I do worry about there's not going to be enough emphasis on that. I think there will be. I mean, one example I think where there can be is on trying to deepen and complete the single market. That was a very powerful force, the kind of creation of the single market in the early 90s in Europe, to help productivity and help performance in Europe happening. And I think we need to, that's the spirit that we need to revive, say, for thinking about services. And that I think is, to me, actually will be more important ultimately than antitrust, if we could actually get the single market reinvigorated and going again, for example.
Okay, right here in the front corner, please. Just a sec for the microphone, please.
Yeah, it's a it's a comment and a question picking up on Rana and Tim and the public choice. Look, every major piece of legislation concerning big business, small business, is going to involve economic interest. They're lobbyists. They're all there. Public choice, the trouble with it is really has very little to do with choice and very little with the public. It's two words put together. The National Telegraph Act, which is misnamed the Post Roads Act, that wouldn't become known until 1900, was the work of John Sherman. And to get to this point about cross-cutting policies, it created an entrepreneurial hothouse that in short term gave us quadruplex telegraph, gave us sound recording, gave us telephone, electric power. That's a pretty effective public policy, National Telegraph Act of 1886. It had unanticipated consequences too. Not antitrust. Antitrust wasn't around yet. John Sherman did devise it, which he had very little to do with the final version of the 1890 Act. It's got his name. But if you're interested in public policy that's efficacious, has long-term consequences, look there. Just to say some lobbyist or some business person was interested in the law, well, of course they are. That's the beginning of the discussion, not the end of the discussion. And for too long, public choice economists have just said, see there, see there, see there, bad, bad, bad. Whereas, in fact, the big money coming in isn't ever discussed, including the money coming to the public choice economists.
Do you have a question?
How can we energize a discussion of the relationship between big money in regulatory policy without becoming trapped in endless discussions about market share and productivity that are not going to shape public policy?
I like discussions of market share and productivity. But anyone else?
Let's get more questions.
Okay, more questions in the back, and then we'll try to do 3 very quickly. So if you could be brief, please. Actually, let's gather 3 questions, and then we'll try to respond to the group.
Hi, Cecile Coors with TIG Advisors in New York. I want to disagree with Christina. I think that there are still mergers going on. Kroger Albertsons hasn't shut down their effort to merge despite the fact that they're being sued. There are a number of energy mergers going on. The issue is public policy. Now, there's a big effort, we all know, in the US to block mergers, but the courts are not being quite so in line with public policy because they're relying on precedent. So I guess my question is, like, how does public policy align with what the courts are doing, because we have precedent in the courts?
Thank you. One from the middle, here in front.
Hi, Cory Doctorow from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I would hope that the panel could reflect a little on not just the role that monopoly rents play in capturing policy outcomes, but also the solution to the collective action problem that arises when a sector dwindles to 5 firms who can all gather around a table and then inevitably do. 100 SMEs are a mob who can't agree on where to hold their annual meeting. 5 companies are a cartel who all speak with one voice in a perfect message discipline when they speak to policymakers.
Okay, thank you. And then finally over here, Simco, you want to last question, and then we'll throw it to the panel to finish up.
So the evidence being presented, then at some case studies, those seem great. The international evidence seems to have a real flaw, which can be seen in John's figure, is the countries that have been talked about as having the tougher regimes and more active enforcement are in Europe, which has stagnated while the US has continued to grow. And if you're writing a paper that says the international evidence says this is really good and really strong, you would have expected Europe to really outpace growth in the US.
Okay, so I'll open it up to the panel. Anyone want to respond to any of those points?
I'll just say, you know, there's multiple causes of things, so it's hard to, you know, it's hard to say, you know, everything is, all Europe's problems are wider than just antitrust policy. So I guess that would be my response to that question.
It's going to be really hard to find anything in the data if you're willing to accept that Europe's a lot of the
Yeah, I mean, let's discuss it over the break.
Okay.
I was going to add the same.
Okay, Dan?
Well, I'm going to actually try to synthesize and take a step back to where this panel started, this question of can antitrust have aggregate effects, right? Particularly through innovation and the diffusion of innovation. And one view, and I'm not trying to say that's the only view, but it gets back to something that I think Tommaso said earlier, and it's a bit present in the examples I gave, which is that once in a while, maybe, you're like, every 20 or 30 year case involving major technology companies, right? Like those are the ones that really move the needle in any kind of aggregate sense. Is that demonstrated? Well, it's hard to show systematically because there's so few of them, right? But that may be one way to make sense of a lot of this conversation, tying it back to technology specifically. And so of course, we'll hear a lot more about that in the next panel later. AT&T, IBM, and the political influences there too, and how those evolved with different administrations, et cetera. But again, that's kind of one way that I'm trying to make sense myself of the different things we've heard across the table and around the room.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we are at time. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And now we're on break until 10:50.
All right. I've been instructed that it's time to start. So please wind down your fascinating conversations. That includes Matt Stoller and John Van Reenen over there to my left. Should probably stop talking because we're starting. Okay. This panel is much more diverse than the last one, intellectually, which is a great way to be diverse. We have Richard John, a historian from Columbia, who specializes in business history and technology, does that kind of deep archival work that is very different from economist methods. That's John to my, Richard John to my to my left. Then immediately to my left, Robert Crandall, the economist on the panel from that powerhouse of I.O., Northwestern, who specializes in antitrust and regulation of the telecom sector, spent time at Brookings, is now at the Tech Policy Institute. Then we have Tim Wu, all the way on the end, popular author, Curse of Bigness, Biden White House, the third name on the mug that some of you have, the neo-Brandesian on the panel. His real job is a law professor, but in the United States, that means you don't really do any law. You do things like visiting the White House and writing books about other people's children. And then we have Giovanna Last, who's a research fellow at the University of Pennsylvania Law School. So she's our law specialist on the panel, and she works at the intersection of law, economics, and computer science. So our order will be first Richard, then Bob, then Tim, then Giovanna for opening remarks, and then I'll ask the panel a few questions, and then we'll open it up to the floor for discussion. So, Richard, please take it away.
Thanks very much, Fiona. I'm going to take us down memory lane, but I'm going to get us to the present at the end, okay? The recent revival of antitrust litigation, including, in particular, the filing by the Justice Department last month, the lawsuit against Apple for allegedly monopolizing the smartphone market, this has raised questions about the relationship between the federal government and tech giants in the not-so-recent past. Can we learn anything useful about the likely outcome of litigation today by looking to the historical record? What difference did litigation in the past make? My assignment is to say something about 3 antitrust suits that the federal government launched against American Telephone and Telegraph in the 20th century, each of which had been settled by a consent decree, the first in 1913, second in 1956, the third in 1982. American Telephone and Telegraph, much of the 20th century, was at the center of something known as the Bell system, which I'm going to refer to as Bell, which is how it was known. Here's my conclusion up first. Like many, if not most historians who specialize in the history of American business, technology, political economy, I am impressed by the long-term positive benefits of antitrust jurisprudence. And this is an assessment that puts myself and my fellow historians at odds with a multitude of commentators in other fields who typically disparage antitrust as a policy tool by claiming either, 1, government lawyers fell short, or as we heard a little while ago, oh, it's all corrupt, or that they never should have launched the lawsuit in the first place. In other words, too little, too late, so on. Historians don't believe that, and neither do I. Let me begin in 1913. Personalities matter in antitrust jurisprudence, and in that year, the president of American Telephone and Telegraph, then known as Bell, call it Bell, the president found himself in a confrontation with the newly appointed Attorney General. Bell's president, named Theodore Vail, hoped to establish what he called universal service, by which he meant what? The melding of low-cost local telephony and low-cost, long-distance telegraphy in a telephone-telegraph hybrid, right? Telegraph, telephone together. The newly appointed Attorney General, James McReynolds, having just won plaudits for his starring role in the breakup of American Tobacco, had other ideas. To forestall a potentially bruising antitrust suit, which, among other things, might well have hastened a congressional push for a buyout of the entire Bell telephone network, which was by no means an unrealistic possibility in 1913, if you were counting the votes in Congress. To forestall that, Bell's vice president, a fellow named Nathan C. Kingsbury, entered into negotiations with McReynolds, which led to what we today call a consent decree. Okay. Bell publicists found the prospect of litigation so troubling that they invested heavily in what was then a new kind of asset, corporate public relations. Bell invented corporate public relations in order to beat back pressures coming from the Justice Department and Congress in the 1910s, as a consequence for you. And smooth things over, Bell did. Before long, the fairy tale that Bell's vice president had won the day was born. In fact, the agreement between the Justice Department and Bell was not a victory for Bell, as Bell's rivals made plain in their personal correspondence, as well as in the trade press. It was a humiliating defeat. It was a defeat for Bell, that is, but not for the nation. Well, what happened? Most obviously, the consent decree cost Bell, or as it was known in financial circles as AT&T, it cost it its second T. Had to give up Western Union. Well, there's a consequence for you. And even more importantly, the settlement ensured that Bell's rivals, who collectively styled themselves the Independents, and who remained in business for decades to come, the independents would no longer be subject to what they quite plausibly derided as cutthroat competition, helping to gain them enough credibility with the bankers upon whom they so heavily relied to provide them with the steady influx of investment capital they needed to stay in business. The consent decree stabilized the market. Bankers were and are timid. The 1913 settlement allayed their fears, not about Bell, which was awash in cash, but about its independent rivals. The settlement was a red line rule, established the boundaries that would remain in place for the next 70 years. Now, Bell had blocked its one independent rival company from building a toll line network. That was the ostensible rationale for the lawsuit, but not a major concern for Bell's rivals. No one regarded long forgotten Portland, Oregon municipal utilities magnate Sam Hill, who promoted the rival network as a Schumpeterian entrepreneur. He's known today because he built the largest art museum in the most remote location in the country with a full-scale replica of Stonehenge out in Oregon. But we don't know him for anything else. On the contrary, Hill was a front for a lawsuit that the independents had launched to stabilize the local and regional market for telephone service. The lawsuit succeeded. The McReynolds settlement, which is what we really ought to call an agreement that commentators who'd been duped by Bell PR wizardry have for decades misleadingly called the Kingsbury Commitment. The McReynolds settlement established inter-operating company boundaries between Bell and its independent rivals. Stay in place for a very long time. Red line rule. Also, Vail's much vaunted plan for universal service had failed, only to be revived 2 years later in a different form with the opening of the first transcontinental telephone link, an innovation made possible by the commercialization by Bell of the vacuum tube, the first blockbuster innovation in the emerging field of electronics. Now, had Kingsbury somehow bested Reynolds, had Bell won, in other words, long-distance telephony, an expensive extravagance, and long a money pit for Bell that costed lots of resources, it might have been slowed, and universal service might have been implemented in the form that Vail had envisioned with the rollout of a low-cost, long-distance telegraph grid. You didn't have the telegraph, they had to push forward in a different direction. Bell spinmeisters, of whom the most famous in the 20th century was the PR legend Arthur W. Page, ingeniously concealed not only the magnitude of Bell's defeat in 1913 in his writings about the company — Bell didn't want this story known — but he also concealed the centrality to the Bell network of its archipelago of operating companies. These companies provided Bell for many decades with its single largest source of revenue, a fact that Bell accountants assiduously concealed, very possibly even to themselves. The development strategy and the rate structure of Bell's operating companies was intensely political, public choice, all the way to the beginning. It's all the way, what is it? Turtles all the way down. And this had been the case since the opening of the first telephone operating exchange in 1878. We don't have to take public choice conclusions from that. It's just a fact. Wire stringing required wire pulling. Wire stringing required wire pulling. Kickbacks to city officials were common. Extortionate front organizations were a cost of doing business. Okay, move forward 40 years. To preempt a second legal debacle, the Justice Department had launched a second antitrust suit against Bell in 1949. Bell leaders agreed in 1951 to siphon revenue generated by its underutilized long-distance network, to siphon revenue there to its operating companies. This was an ingenious publicity stunt aimed at placating regulators intent on keeping local telephone rates low, kind of a civic mandate. Understanding of universal service reinterpreted. Shortly thereafter, Bell agreed to license their patent portfolio to outside companies at reasonable rates, a policy that lawmakers would institutionalize in the 1956 consent decree that ended the lawsuit. Okay, I hope your eyes aren't glazing over. We're now doing the 56 consent decree, and it was in this decree that opened the patent vaults to the world. Business historian Alfred Chandler Jr. has aptly called the mid-level bureaucrats in the 1950s U.S. Justice Department the gods of creation. And Barry Lynn, who I think is here, brought that to our attention in his wonderful book, Cornered. The gods of creation. Well, the patent-sharing provisions in the 1956 Bell Consent Decree are a case in point. According to economists who made a special study of Bell's antitrust-shaped patent licensing policy, the mandatory cross-licensing of Bell's patents deserves to be remembered, and here I'm quoting, quote, one of the most unheralded contributions to economic development, possibly far exceeding the Marshall Plan in terms of the wealth-generating capability that it established abroad and in the United States. A big deal. 56 Consent Decree. All right, the 56 Consent Decree shaped not only patent policy, but it also restricted Bell to the provisioning of telephone service, another red line barrier, the sort of thing that Tim Wu wrote so well about in Master Switch. It structured the informational environment and opened the way for the rise of the mainframe computer sector by blocking Bell from using its formidable organizational capabilities to dominate the market. This wall of separation between telephony and computing also encouraged Bell engineers to develop the non-proprietary operating system known as Unix, a key event in the rise of open-source software engineering. We got pretty big consequences coming out of those two consent decrees. Now, my co-panelists know a lot more about the 1982 Bell settlement than I do, okay? To close, let me quickly make two quick observations about this event, the 82 settlement. When was he going to get to it? When was he going to get to it? That might help us to see the 82 settlement in a fresh light. This was a settlement that led to the demise of the Bell system. I've been talking about the Bell system so far. The 82 settlement, it's gone. The first of these observations concerns Bell's legal strategy. Bell's legal team, or so I discovered some time ago when I worked in the Bell's Warren, New Jersey archive and found the internal reports that were prepared for Bell's legal team. The legal team marginalized Bell operating companies and idealized Bell's long-distance network, its manufacturing plant, and its R&D laboratory. In other words, they were committed to an argument in which the operating companies were unimportant and R&D manufacturing and long distance was central. In retrospect, this legal strategy, predicated on neglecting the operating companies, may have been was disastrous for the parent company, okay? Bell misread its own history, very possibly because its managers were overly impressed with the supposed lessons of Chandlerian technology-centric business history, which was then in vogue, and I say this as a student of Al Chandler's and a great admirer. But they followed what they thought was the best practice, and it was a disaster. How do we know? This is just a kind of a coda on this. The two most lucrative Bell assets in 1913, what were they? They were the operating companies in New York and Chicago. Is it coincidental, historian's rhetorical question, that in 2024 they are key components of two of the country's largest telecom providers, Verizon and the new AT&T, both of which evolved out of the operating companies that Bell discarded in '82. The current AT&T is the successor to something called SBC, which was one of the companies spun off in '82, but I won't bore you with corporate history. Final observation, second final observation. This also concerns a retrospective understanding of Bell policy and how it has been shaped by historians, and this is shaped by our discussion about politics and money and lobbying in the previous session. In the influential view of Peter Temin and Lou Galambos, whose Fall of the Bell System appeared in 1987, that was backed by Bell with access to Bell archives, in their view, the 1982 settlement that had been intended to foster competition owed little to technology and much to ideology. They wanted to show that the Bell managers had worked really well, they were technologically innovative. It was ideology that did them in. Well, so far, so good. But what about the legacy of the 82 settlement for our understanding of how telecom, or what's now information technology, should work? Okay, in 1987, we were still talking about Theodore Vail's commitment to universal service. Now, there's a tribute to Bell PR for you. We're still talking about Vail in 87. But it had been subtly transmogrified from low-cost local telephone service in a non-competitive market. Wasn't that anymore. Now it was inter-network interconnection, which even Richard Epstein can get behind, okay? This is a conceptual shift that would open the way not only for the commercialization of the internet in 1995, but also for the abolition of local telephone monopolies in the following year. Now, you're asking, what about Bell Labs? Bell Labs was the crown jewel in the mid-20th century Bell system, a huge deal. Okay? It's justly lamented, yet it had been sustained by a world we have lost, a world in which the digital had yet to displace the analog, the legally mandated firewall between telephony and computing still held, local monopoly prevailed, operating companies, and the very idea of what a telephone was and might become owed more to Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Edison than to Steve Jobs and Sergey Brin. History matters, though not always in the way that even the most visionary business titans, government administrators, and high-tech gurus could envision, let alone hope to control. Bottom line, 1913, we got innovations, including vacuum tube electronics, and we learned how that changed in the 1940s. 1956, we got innovation. Mainframe computing, the rise of Japanese consumer electronics industry, who was buying up those patents, something that greatly impressed Al Chandler. 1982, innovation. We got a defensive interconnection. We got the demise of the municipal utility monopoly, though it took a while. And you get an awful lot of really, really bad history. Because Bell was still around, they were massively funding not only lobbying, but also the writing of history books. Temin and Galambos, funded by Bell. Ithiel de Sola Poole, his book that said nothing about political economy, remarkably, given when it was written, the edited collection, Social Impact of the Telephone, funded by Bell. The Hopkins series in telecom history, funded by Bell. So when gifted scholars like Tim Wu write Master Switch, it's not surprising that he draws on literature that had been funded by Bell in order to write a story that would have warmed the heart of the spinmeister Arthur W. Page, who, among his other, by focusing on Vail and focusing on the Kingsbury Commitment, and that also shaped the teaching of American history by funding programs on social history in major universities. That's the legacy long shadow of Bell. It matters if you need to follow the money.
Great.
Okay. All right.
You're next.
We could add to your litany of funded research a piece that Paul McAvoy published right after the divestiture, which was Winning by Losing, how AT&T came out of this very well because they got rid of their inefficient local operating companies. That turned out to be a bad prediction. For those of you who don't remember, Carl Shapiro and I were talking, we can remember AT&T. A lot of people in this room can't, but the suit was brought in 1974 and ultimately settled in 1982 because the concern was that AT&T, at a time when entry was occurring, particularly in long-distance services, but also in terminal equipment to some lesser extent, the AT&T operating companies had every incentive to discriminate against the entrants in order to maintain the monopoly of the Bell system. The idea was settled by spinning off the Bell operating companies and requiring them to provide equal access, and they no longer would have any incentive necessarily to buy Western Electric, AT&T's subsidiary manufacturing company, terminal equipment. At the time, there was no wireless service, but the suit was settled in '82 by Assistant Attorney General William Baxter while he was on a skiing vacation in Utah. It actually went into, the divestiture went into effect in '84. The first cellular wireless operation started in 1983. And of course, the internet was not really operative yet. BBN, ARPANET were developing it, and it was just about to be launched. The effects of the decree have to be looked at in a couple of different periods. Between '84 and '96, this is a warning to anyone who seeks to impose a complicated structural relief in an antitrust suit. The court of Federal Judge Green was absolutely jammed with all kinds of procedures, which couldn't about how to define the areas in which the local telephone companies could operate, about what's an information service, things like that. But no competition, no local competition developed. One of the objectives of Baxter was to get local competition. None developed between '84 and '96, so the Congress took the bull by the horn and passed the '96 Telecom Act, which required not only that the local operating companies continue to be out of long-distance service until there was local competition, but required them to unbundle their network facilities and provide interconnection so that new entrants could begin to compete in the local telephone market. Well, this led to a fiasco of regulatory proceedings in which the Federal Communication Commission successively tried to impose stronger and stronger unbundling requirements on the Bell operating companies and were sequentially reversed by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia. And this went on for about 9 years until 2005, when the FCC finally decided to throw in the towel and have a much more modest unbundling operation. But in the interim, in 1993, the Congress passes a Budget Act which includes a mandate for the Federal Communications Commission to begin to auction off spectrum. Until this time, the Commission had allocated 2 wireless licenses to each market, one of which was with the Bell operating company, the other with an independent company, and there's no evidence they were going to move any faster to increase competition. Also, in this period, 1996 to 2005, the cable rate regulation was ended because of the cable rate regulation that came into place in 1992 was ended by the Telecommunications Act of 1996. Well, what the divestiture of the Bell operating companies from AT&T revealed was how distorted telephone rates were in the United States. Because of a large fixed cost, a non-traffic sensitive cost, there's a need to somehow allocate the cost burden between local companies and long-distance services. Since long-distance services are far more elastic in demand than the demand to connect to the telephone network, you would think that most of the non-traffic sensitive costs would be put on the local companies. In fact, because of the politics of state commissions and state operating companies, they used AT&T's long-distance services to cross-subsidize local service. Any movement in the other direction, which would be Ramsey pricing, would lead to an improved consumer welfare. And in fact, what happened was that when the FCC had to actually establish access charges for the long-distance companies rather than just transferring income between the long-distance company, AT&T Long Lines, and the operating companies, they started to reduce access rates from 17 cents a minute down to about 2 cents a minute in 10 years. This led to an incredible rebalancing of rates, plus the invigoration of long-distance competition. And what I calculated over the first 14 years, this increased economic welfare by about $13.5 billion a year. Now, this could have could have taken place without divestiture. The FCC could have established access charges for long-distance companies and equal access for new entrants. That would the access charge is much lower, equal access for entrants, and they wouldn't have had to divest the bell companies. But another thing was happening. Obviously, in 1994, spectrum auctions began, and wireless services began to grow dramatically. And also, with the deregulation of cable in the 1996 Telecom Act, cable starts to expand and develop cable modem service. And what it exposes is how bad the operating companies actually were. Paired copper wires were incredibly inferior to the cable modem service, and long-distance services began to disappear when AT&T's own wireless company, AT&T at this point owned local circuits, when it initiated in 1998 a one-rate plan. You may not, any of you may not remember it, but you used to have to pay long-distance charges when you had a wireless phone. AT&T moved away from that in 1998, meaning that there was no additional charge for calling from New York to California than calling from New York to Staten Island. And as a result, the local telephone companies began to lose, the long-distance companies began to lose customers. The fact that wireless took over was a much cheaper way to communicate over time. Wireless substituted for wireline, and the local operating companies began to decline in 2000. They had about 180 million access lines then. They still have 150 million of those somewhere. They're just not connected. Maybe 20 million of them are connected today. So competition did develop, but not in the way Bill Baxter thought. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Competition did develop, but not the way Bill Baxter imagined it. It was from wireless and from cable modem service. Now, as a result of all of this, you can't find much of an impact on productivity or output in the official statistics of BLS or BEA, which are now combined. But what you can see is how cable modem and now fixed wireless is taking over the internet, and to a small extent how the local companies have stayed alive by deploying fiber optics, but essentially are in very steep decline. So there's been, the effect of the decree was not to increase competition the way one might have imagined, but through there was wireless auctions starting in 1994 and cable television that led to the decline of the Bell operating systems.
Thanks. And
Okay, Tim, you're up.
How long do we have, Fiona? So
7 minutes.
7, that's good. I appreciate that. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about, I'm going to focus my remarks on IBM, but even this panel in general, I see this as a broader beginning of a discussion of antitrust as industrial policy, which I think is a terrifically important topic. One of the papers I'm writing on right now, which I'm not going to talk about, but I'll hint at, is a comparative study of the industrial policy in telecom and computing, which we're talking about now, mostly driven by antitrust, and aerospace and automotive, which was more driven by a sort of national champion subsidies type policy. So I think there are, in some ways, alternatives, or there are different ways of doing it. You might not be surprised I'm more in favor of the antitrust style of industrial policy. So I want to talk about the IBM case. These remarks are mainly drawn from a paper I wrote called Tech Dominance and the Policeman at the Elbow, and which I made the mistake of putting in an edited volume and disappeared forever. The chance to bring it back. I think there's a lot to learn, not just from the IBM case, but the sort of the trilogy of cases, big tech cases, the AT&T, IBM, and Microsoft cases in terms of industrial policy, in terms of their effects. And if there's one thing I want to leave you with, and I think the history suggests, reflected by Crandall's remarks here, is that enforcers and policymakers, when they think about these big cases or using antitrust, need to be thinking about less about the effects on the market that's monopolized and more about the effects on adjacent industries. Because when I think you look at any of these cases, the strongest case for the antitrust prosecution of these IBM, AT&T, Microsoft is less to do with what it did for competition in the underlying market. It was operating systems, telephony itself, or computing, I guess, mainframe computing, and more what happened to the sort of ecosystem or adjacent markets. You know, if we talk about IBM software, hard drives, you know, entire industry, you know, peripherals, semiconductors, sort of industries that develop in the aftermath. I think that is an important thing to study. In the AT&T case, I'd say, well, you know, it'd be a big mistake just to say, well, what happened to prices in local telephony, and like, what about this thing called the internet that might have been and the industries that developed on top of that. So that's my sort of broad view here. So on the IBM case, you know, part of my interest is rehabilitating. I think it has become partially rehabilitated. Robert Bork famously called this case DOJ's Vietnam. There was an appellate judge who said it went on longer than World War II and cost probably about as much. It was an extraordinary, if people aren't familiar, it was extraordinarily long and intensive litigation lasting from 1969 from 1982. The Justice Department brought it seeking the breakup of IBM based on a number of theories. I won't spend too much time on the law. There was a 6-year trial involved. Seems kind of extraordinary. Over 100,000 exhibits, and IBM called 856 witnesses, which is maybe, I don't know if it's a record, but kind of impressive. All right, so the trial, you know, the case ended with with the charges being dismissed, and one of the long questions has always been, was this whole thing a waste of time? My argument is no. I don't want to defend the way the trial was conducted. Obviously, the judge was somehow willing to let this go on forever, and that was a waste. But if you look at the effects of the IBM trial on IBM, I think the effects are profound and very important, and you know, our strong support for bringing these big kind of cases that are designed to spur sort of ecosystem innovation. And let me describe 3. The 3 I'm going to describe are software unbundling, the effects on the design of the IBM PC, the personal computer, and what I call the non-defense of IBM's PC, early PC dominance. So let me go through 3, or let me also state my bottom line again, I'll say at the end. So I'll say that at the end. So let me first talk about the rise of software industry. So as many people in this room may know, in the 50s through 60s, software was almost entirely bundled or tied. I think tied is the better word for antitrust people, to hardware. It wasn't an option. It came as a service. As the case was being organized, as IBM was meeting with enforcers, they started wondering whether this was sustainable. I'm going to disagree with the former panel. There is some, you know, discovery evidence and arguments that IBM was going to do this anyway. I think this issue, or at least the strongest evidence, is Thomas Watson, the CEO, Jr.'s autobiography and testimony of his general counsel. General counsel said that they decided that tying was a glaring violation of the antitrust law. If they went to trial, they would lose. The company would be broken up. And so Watson Jr. says that he made the decision to unbundle software on the advice of his general counsel. Now, it's true IBM in trial said it didn't do that and had all these other different reasons, but that struck me as strong evidence. And, you know, maybe Dan and I can discuss whether Jr. was changing his thinking later. So that had a big effect. I don't think many people disagree that the growth of independent software industry as an industry was economically important. I think the industry is worth trillions right now. You know, might have developed, it's hard to say, might have developed anyway. Probably would have at some point. But I think it's hard to dispute that this was a boost to this idea of independent software. You know, there are other factors. The System 360 development by IBM, which was the sort of first platform application kind of design, is also important. But I think of a few other things. It was after IBM had done this, with the antitrust investigation ongoing, rebundling wasn't really an option. And also, it kind of completed this the platform application model, which has proved so important and dominant for a successful innovation in this and other areas. All right, I'll move on. I realize I'm starting to run out of time. And you know, I think you can link it roughly to companies like Oracle and Microsoft, so forth. They start to grow. The second is the design of the PC itself. When you read the materials in this area, there's a lot of discussion of antitrust phobia. There's this big thing, IBM had antitrust phobia. They're afraid of this, afraid of that. And they designed the IBM PC to be totally different than any other IBM product. IBM had always believed in sort of centralized products, everything made by IBM, you know, kind of a little bit like AT&T, perfect design. The PC was very different. Very few of the components were made by IBM itself. Software, operating system famously made by Microsoft, Intel chips, Seagate hard drive, Epson printer, all these divided leadership in the word, I think it was the Stanford Brosnan, you know, sort of divided, beginning of divided leadership in tech. I'm at 8 minutes now. So I'll finish up. One of the things that's very important that there was an anticipation inside IBM that they would be broken up, and they had already started to divide their units, and so they had a lot more freedom for independent units designed as a P. The last thing I'll say, one more minute, the IBM gained dominance. PC was a huge hit, IBM PC, and weirdly did not defend there was no monopoly maintenance. And there's a lot of question of why that's sort of a dog that didn't bark. They didn't do many of the obvious things like acquiring Microsoft. I managed to corner Bill Gates once and ask him about this, and he thought he was very, he had some things to say about very surprised that IBM didn't try to get him. He thought they were going to acquire him any minute. They made some offers. They didn't do it. Some of the documents suggested it was because of this. So the last thing I'll say is for enforcers and in terms of remedies, you should be looking for monopolists that are sitting on top of a bunch of other markets that could become entire companies, industries, whatever. That is what I think is the lesson from these cases. Think less about the market, you know, like in the Google search case. Think less about search, think more about everything around search and maybe AI and so forth. Thank you. Sorry for going over time.
Okay, Giovanna.
Yeah, I have some
Your
slides.
slide. Great.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very much aware of the distinguished speakers that preceded me. What really distinguishes me, besides my unique accent, is that I'm the only European here in this panel. So I will share a few thoughts on these two landmark cases that concern antitrust innovation from an European perspective to address this imminent group. So let me start. Also, I love technology, so let me say a few words more about the AT&T 1956 consent decree. Why? Because we mentioned the transistor. The transistor was invented at Bell Lab, was announced in 1948, and the transistor is really the device that set the tone for the digital economy we are living today. There are transistors in all our electrical devices. Two Japanese engineers at that time found the transistor very interesting, and they called their small company Sony. So in your smartphone, there are billions of transistors, and the antitrust decision really forced AT&T to license the transistor to anyone. So the rapid adoption of this breakthrough technology rely a lot on the antitrust decision. In addition to that, Bell Lab was a kind of incubator of dreams. And engineers, software developers also developed the most successful operating system of all the time, Unix. So Unix, why it's related to the antitrust decision? So the antitrust decision, as John mentioned, also prevented AT&T from entering into the computer industry, and Unix was licensed to universities for free or in exchange of nominal fee. Why this is important? Berkeley developed a version of Unix that was used in the construction, in the creation of the first internet network, ARPANET. Plus, universities, so academics, software developers all over the world, through a joint effort, made Unix what is today. Today, a version of Unix is Linux, and all Android phones run on Linux. Google uses Linux, Amazon, and so on. So why I'm telling you this story? Because it kind of shows how antitrust can drive innovation. And also it shows that in Europe, for example, we didn't have an AT&T case. Why? We had state-owned monopolies running the telephone industry. So until the 1990s. And Europe was falling behind the technological progress, so innovation with respect to the US and also with respect to Japan. But we had an IBM case. So the IBM case in Europe, okay, the investigation started during the 1974. The formal proceedings started in 1980s, and the main allegation was that IBM was not disclosing information to competitors to enable them to produce, to manufacture products that were compatible with IBM computers. And they decided to continue the case, to proceed, although the DOJ, as Tim mentioned, dropped the case, famously saying that was without merit. And also, judge after judge in the US was saying that IBM didn't have to disclose information before the shipment of its computers. So, and it's interesting in this case also why? Because the US government played an active role. The US government was afraid about this proceeding in Europe. They felt it was an attack to the US ingenuity. And a proceeding from Europe meant a lot for IBM that was already paying a lot of costs related to the antitrust investigation. In Europe, this investigation led the US government also to participate in the negotiation of what will be the settlement in 1984. In 1984, the settlement mainly required IBM to disclose enough information to enable European companies to produce products compatible with IBM computers. But what is interesting is that the US reaction to this case. So the media, in addition to the US government, so the concern about this European case stem also from the media. So for example, as you can see, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Europe is telling IBM that it cannot do business there unless it reveals some of its high-tech trade secret. And the European Commission has filed a suit charging that IBM is big, bigness is badness, and needs to put right. Additionally, the Wall Street Journal noted also that in Europe, almost all high-tech companies are nationalized or heavily subsidized, and Europools are frantic to find a way to protect the nation's pet projects. So this is interesting. Why? Because if we think of the situation today, and if we want to it's hard, I would say, to draw lessons from these past cases related to innovation, related to technologies, and today. But I think that we can say that innovation is not really a hallmark of Europe, and instead, the US antitrust approach in dealing with technological markets seems, although not perfect, seems to have achieved some positive results. So if we are thinking about fostering innovation, maybe we should look more at the US approach rather than, I think, the European. But this is just my personal thought. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to attempt to tie these together before I ask a question. I think that that would be helpful because we have a lot of disparate ideas and perspectives. And it's an interesting technique at a conference to start with a panel that's just looking backwards and not forwards and asking what have governments done in the past. So why might a government intervene in big technology markets? Well, you have things like network effects and marginal costs are zero. And what we know from those factors is that we get competition for the market rather than competition in the market. So we're going to all compete to be the AT&T or to be the IBM or to be the Microsoft or to be the Google rather than having multiple of those firms competing in the market at the same time like you would restaurants. The next round, what that means is we don't have competition very often. We have it at particular points in time when it's the next round of competition and we're deciding what the next thing will be. That next round of competition is the only source of competition. And the incumbent who's already there from the previous generation is very motivated to hang on and control that next round of competition and shape it to be beneficial for them so they can stay. And that might be why we need an antitrust case. If you think about AT&T in 1956, we had a monopoly telecom company that was prevented from entering the computer industry. The computer industry took off. We got IBM. In 1969, we had a monopoly mainframe company. We separated hardware and software, and the third-party software industry took off. In 1997, we had Microsoft, the monopoly desktop software company. We separated software from internet access. The internet took off. In 2013, we had Take One by the FTC, which was aborted, and then we got, in 2020, Take Two by DOJ, where we have a monopolization case against Google, the monopoly internet access company, separated from, we'll have to fill that blank in at a later time, and causing something else to take off. Likewise, we'll have to fill that in later. In 2024, we have Apple, the monopoly mobile computer company, separated from, likewise, a blank, and likewise, something takes off. So it seems that we have caused this to work. I don't know whether I want to say well, because the counterfactual is not really obvious. But what we have done is change the monopolist. We still got a monopolist every time, but at least it was a different one. And I would rephrase what Tim said and say, I'm not actually interested in adjacent markets. I'm interested in the next market. And I don't want competition for the next market to be dominated by the current monopolist. Oh, that's not me. Stop. Okay. Wow, I have a very persistent telephone. Maybe it's Apple telling me to stop talking. But I think what this perspective gives you is that when you think about this very infrequent change of technology and competition for the market, increased productivity, competition, innovation, choice, variety happening at that moment has the possibility of a very large number. And we saw when both Richard and Bob looked backwards, we saw very big numbers, billions for the 1956 patent settlement, billions for the deregulation of AT&T. So this is not giving Chad the numbers he wants in the sense of an actual number, but it is suggesting an order of magnitude that would be significant. So I wanted to, with that framing, I then wanted to ask each of you on the panel, is this consistent with your understanding? What do you think about this way of looking at it? Yes, no, modifications? How would it go?
I have a question for Giovanna and Tim, there never was a settlement in the IBM case. Bill Baxter famously dropped it after saying after 13 years, IBM was no longer producing anything that it was producing in 1969, and the case that no longer that had been built was no longer relevant. What I think Tim is saying is it was a mere threat of future antitrust action. That is, they didn't have to win. It's just a mere threat. Now, another response to this is there might have been something else going on at IBM, and that is that they could not move very adeptly into the PC world. And as a matter of fact, at a dinner at Brookings years ago, Frank Carey told us that the only way he could get into the PC business was to establish a separate division with IBM and then hire software developers from the outside, namely Bill Gates and friends. That in fact it wasn't that they voluntarily unbundled, it was that they were having difficulty getting into the PC business.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Do you want me to answer that question?
Yeah.
How do you feel as the boss? What should we do?
I sort of wanted to get everybody's take on this idea of, are these big?
Yeah.
Are we talking about something really quite big here, or do you disagree?
Who wants to go? Who should? Wants
Doesn't
to call on
matter.
who you want to go next?
Go ahead.
How about I go next? So, yeah, I very much agree with your assessment. Although I would say that both the next market and adjacent markets can matter, is what I want to say. So, you know, I agree, for example, let's take computing, that the next market mattered, but software mattered, for example, but so did computing. It's not like that didn't matter.
Yep,
or I guess I'm just saying they all matter, but often this sort of adjacent markets end up being, that are seen as very insignificant at the time, or a joke or something that suddenly can spawn into a whole industry. You know, and everyone's minds, you know, cognitively, we're thinking about what's the big company right now. It's very hard to predict what. So I think that's that. In terms of counterfactuals, I agree we don't have counterfactuals with respect to these particular companies, but we do have partially the counterfactual of other countries. You know, Japan and Europe, everyone in the 70s thought Japan was going to eat the United States' cake, and they had it all together, and they had a much more organized approach to computing. And here we were attacking IBM, trying to break them up while they're like helping out their big guys, and you know that didn't go so well for them in the long run. And we also have other industries in the U.S. I was talking about the aerospace. I've been very interested in aerospace. You know, 1960 and automotive. 1960s, aerospace is a tech industry, a lot more government involvement. You know, and you know, we basically have the same companies in aerospace all the way through. It's like Boeing, and actually basically Boeing is the company. It's as if we never did anything about AT&T or IBM. So we do have these counterfactuals. And how are things going for Boeing? Well, you know, I mean, they're trying their best, but you know, they're showing some signs of, I would argue, some signs of, you know, late stage monopolization tendencies. Yeah.
Oh, you want to go?
No, I just had a comment, also refer to Robert's question, that I think if we think of IBM and the computer industry, and I think of Microsoft, I'm not sure IBM would have asked Microsoft to produce its operating system without an antitrust law. So this is my...
Yeah, Fiona, I want to comment directly. I like the framing competition for, competition in, and the idea of next, I think, is important. Tim, you wrote about that a long time ago, Master Switch. Post office didn't get, you know, newspapers. What is it? Newspapers. The newspapers didn't get telegraph. Telegraph didn't get telephone. Telephone didn't get radio. Radio didn't get, you know, the TV. There was a contentious there, and so on. And the reason I'm saying that is this predates antitrust. There's a long anti-monopoly vision in the United States going back to the founding. And I think that one reason we don't know enough about this is that historians have been remiss. We've been seduced, bought off by folks like Bell into focusing on social history and not on political economy. The only serious book on post-Second World War antitrust is Matt Stoller's, and he's a journalist and not an academic historian. And the historians, when we work in the archives, we know Tim, what you're describing is true. The insiders are very worried about antitrust. In fact, a senior figure in the field was going to do a whole history of American business after the Second World War, making antitrust central. But we historians, we've not done a good job. Pressures have been pushing us elsewhere. I'm not making excuses, but I'm saying this is a big theme. It's one that historians have neglected, and that if we put it front and center, we would get a more realistic understanding of what actual business leaders on the ground, not academics trying to understand what goes on inside the black box, actual business leaders on the ground are concerned about, and they're concerned about the kinds of issues that the two of you have so, Giovanna and Tim have so perceptively highlighted. So I think it is very important. Segmentation is a key to innovation in American political economy from the founding to the present.
Giovanna, did you want to make any observation on this big question?
I very much agree, I would say, with
Okay.
what has
Wow,
been said.
good.
So
All right, I'm going to ask a harder one then, since we all agreed. Let's try a relatively fast, like a couple minutes. What does your research and understanding tell you from these old cases, tell you about the wisdom or the outcomes of either the current Department of Justice Google search case or Apple case? What have we learned? Like, here we are on this panel. Why are we looking back at history? Presumably it's because we think we're going to learn something. What are we going to apply the learning to? Presumably it's the current monopolization cases.
Yeah.
So I feel justified in asking this
Yeah, I think
question.
it's great.
It's the whole point of the panel. So,
Well, I'm
so
happy
don't
to
look
go
too
from this
surprised.
first. I'll go
Yeah,
first.
go for
I
it.
already sort of hinted at this already. You know, I know partially, Fiona, you said this. It's what's next, and I guess what's adjacent. You know, I think it suggests that if Justice Department or FTC start to win these cases, they need in their remedies to be thinking very hard about what they could do to open up markets that might not even be that significant. It could be something we're not thinking about that ends up being the market they open through this. But, you know, there's potentials in both. Google is dominant, but Apple is kind of also this big envelope. Apple, you know, makes great products, whatever, but they are the sort of wet blanket over a lot of potential things that could have been brought over the
they
rainbow.
don't sound like Richard's vision.
What's that?
They don't. The company doesn't.
Yeah, no, they
the
don't.
way you
It's
describe
it's
it does not match Richard's.
It's
description.
It's not divided technological leadership at all. It's Apple leadership, and you know, there's some merits to that. But what is buried in that world is I think there's a lot of potential, and I think the remedies phase is particularly important. One thing I'll say also on the antitrust phobia fear, one difference that I'm a little worried about now is when you read the 70s materials, they're very afraid of the Justice Department. Like they have we're going to do that, and the lawyers are very intense. Like, you know, we can't buy Microsoft because that'll just bring this case back. Like, they really seem worried about it. Sometimes I'm not so sure. One thing I'm worried about is that tech industries maybe have decided, well, if we spend even $500 million on lawyers every year, maybe we can just ignore all these problems and do whatever we want. That's one thing that makes me very nervous and is a real discussion of remedies.
Yep, Giovanna.
Yeah, I feel that big is not necessarily bad, but antitrust is for sure important. So big is not necessarily bad because if we think of AT&T and all the inventions that have been produced at Bell Labs, I think we all own a lot to AT&T. We will not probably discuss about the digital economy without companies like AT&T, IBM, and so on. So I feel that we need antitrust to make sure that everybody is playing fairly, but we don't need to pick winners and losers, and we need to use this tool that is antitrust and can be very powerful in a careful way, because otherwise we will not see Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, that might have been very successful, but I think we need to make sure that antitrust intervene in a way that enable company
Okay,
to foster
but
innovation.
hang on. Does that mean you wouldn't have brought these cases because you think that they're Steve Jobs doing marvelously and we should just
think-
stand back?
my personal thought about the recent Apple case is that it's a bit weak as an antitrust case. I'm not sure, probably because I'm European and Android is more used than Apple. I live here. I know Apple is more, the smartphone is more widely adopted, but I don't think there is no competition in the smartphone market. This is my feeling. And for sure, we need to make sure that if Apple is doing something illegal, that we use antitrust. But I'm not sure we need to punish by default the company because the risk is really to give the message that we are punishing innovation.
So actually, that's a little bit different in the United States. I think this is, I'm going to interrupt because it's a cultural difference. Europeans think of this as punishment, think of antitrust enforcement as punishment, think of divestiture as punishment. In the United States, I think it's just seen as how we move industries forward and kind of a natural part of the law, and
we look
that
for
just
remedies, they look for
they
look for fines.
Yeah, we don't. It's not like. It's not a punishment. It's just the way we have to have the industry going forward. So I do think that this is really a very different perspective. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to go ahead?
No, I'll just go into it. You know, I'm a historian. Historians make poor profits, and we don't. We're not in the prediction business. But based on historical record, I will say that antitrust, in general, has been good for big business. It's not just good for business or for markets. I think the 56 and the 13 case were good for Bell. I think Bell disastrously managed the 82 case. Big is not bad in the anti-monopoly tradition, as I see it, or I don't like to call it a single tradition, in the visions of anti-monopoly. The paths of learning are good, and antitrust can focus firms on particular paths of learning, and in that way they can provide, in effect, corporations with ways forward that they might not have thought about themselves. So drawing on historical experience, I think that, speaking not just for myself but for historians, the big antitrust cases mostly have been successful. And of course, innovation isn't the only measure. There's that public good. There's the idea of disciplining aggregates of power in a democracy. And for those reasons, I think it's a valuable tradition. It's one historians have scandalously neglected, as I've said, and I share Tim's concern that it's easy to be played.
Yeah,
it's an interesting perspective that's different from the economist, that there's a way to profit maximize that the firm can't see. So that's, yes.
I want to distinguish here between antitrust and Section 2 monopolization cases. A very famous lawyer from here, Richard Posner, in his antitrust tome, devoted an entire chapter to pointing out why he doesn't think structural relief in Section 2 cases makes sense. I've done some similar research. Well, one of the reasons, I mean, take the AT&T case. It started in '74. The final futility of trying to stimulate competition in local paired wire local telephone markets ended in 2005. That's a mere 30 years. You had 13 years of the IBM case and nothing coming to fruition. What Posner would suggest, and I don't know what's going to happen in these big Section 2 cases that are pending now with the giant platforms, he would suggest is identify the anti-competitive practice and go for injunctive relief against that, but do not seek structural relief.
But just to pick up on that, I don't think Baxter would have brought the case if he didn't think it was a monopoly breakup. I mean, if you have looking at the motives, that's why it was such an attractive case for Baxter. It was different from the other cases. I think you need to think about who the actual people are who are litigating and who are, as Tim pointed out so well, who are concerned about litigation. And monopoly is a powerful cultural trope. Has been, is, and is likely to remain.
But remember, he was a Republican, and so he was breaking up a government monopoly. That's always
exactly
very comfortable for that kind of person.
On this,
Okay.
I mean, we're really talking about remedies. I want to pick up something Tomasco said in the last panel. Is there is a worry that particularly lawyers in the DC culture, you get too obsessed with, the litigation and small-term effects, and basically get too wimpy on remedies and don't realize you're not really having any real effect. And I think, you know, I clerk for Judge Posner, and so I have a lot of respect, but I think he was wrong about structural remedies. I think when you look over the course of time at what really had an effect on the industry, you know, the big breakups, cannot deny that they don't require government to be involved anymore. They happen. They create a new fact. And I've usually thought consent decrees. I've sort of gone with the sense that consent decrees are often way too wimpy. I have to make a giant exception for the 56th consent decree, where they forced the licensing of every single patent. And so, you know, this going back to your question about these tech platforms, I think the enforcers and the judges, they really have to think about what's not going to be a nice little tidy solution, but what is going to have a long-term real effect.
Yep.
And that's a major problem. It's easy to go wimpy. Look at Europe is the greatest offender in this case.
Yeah. Okay, let's open it up to the audience for questions. I will say, Tim, only one of the long history I described had a breakup. The rest of them had something else. Yeah. And yet, we seem to have moved on to other monopolists. Okay, Carl. And then we can do Eric after that. I think you're supposed to get a microphone, but I'm not in charge of that part. Carl, yeah, just shout.
I testified in remedying the Microsoft case, which we're going to be talking about as a group later today. And my understanding of the law is the remedy is supposed to restore competition that was harmed from the violation. And so this seems to create a pretty big tension with the type of thing, Tim, you're saying, or what many of you are saying, is we want these cases to open up a lot of fields adjacent next to markets, not even necessarily the monopolized market, and maybe we can't even show that the conduct had all that great effect, but we want a big remedy, or you're talking about a big remedy as a form of industrial policy. Does that require new law? I don't see how that fits with the rule of law and remedies to restore competition that's been harmed.
I have a very enjoyable answer to that, which is it's not about law, it's about equity. It's, in other words, the courts of equity when they're doing remedies.
Okay, we're going to take a few questions and stack them up. Eric, you had your hand up.
I can say more about that if you want, Carl. But I know you want to ask questions. I'm just saying that it is technically governed by the principles of equity, not the principles of law. And equity, you know, as you've seen over this long period, allows for, you know, whatever the chancellor thinks is the appropriate remedy. So it's not as it's much more of an open thing than you might imagine. That's what I'll say.
Let's hear from Eric.
I have a question about remedies also. In private litigation, the plaintiffs are just seeking damages for the harm caused by the illegal monopolization. And the government, I guess they don't do that. I guess they could, in theory, seek criminal penalties. But I'm puzzled, you know, from an economic perspective, you look at deterrence. And so if you have a structural remedy that actually doesn't cause much loss or is not going to occur for decades, that's not going to deter people at the time that they're deciding whether to monopolize or not. Whereas penalties that, you know, obviously substantial penalties could. And so when Fiona, you bring up, you know, you know, whether you're competing for the market, is that it, competing for the market or just a product, I would think you'd want the firm to try to decide whether this is a natural monopoly so that it can go ahead and try to, you know, capture the market, and presumably there's a business justification, so it won't have to pay damages, or it's not, and it's not a natural monopoly, and so it's just going to try to get a monopoly so that it can make excess profits, and in that case, they would be sanctioned in some substantial way. Right. We don't know ex ante whether the market is a natural monopoly or not, so only the law can be used to deter the people who might know, the executives, to deter them from seeking an illegal monopoly as opposed to a lawful monopoly. And I guess so then the question is, does any of this play a role in the history that you talk about? You focus, everybody's focused on the structural remedies, and is there any evidence that the executives are worried about penalties from private litigation or from the government or criminal sanctions. I know, for example, in the Microsoft case that Microsoft ended up paying substantial penalties in follow-on private litigation.
Yep, great. And we'll take one more in all the way in the back.
I'm Gary Reback. I'm a Silicon Valley antitrust lawyer, and to the extent relevant, Bill Baxter was my mentor in law school and thereafter. I want to supplement what Tim said by giving you some citations, because my one criticism of what Tim said is that I think he dramatically understates the effect of the IBM case. So first, on the question of whether IBM unbundled because they were afraid of getting sued, broken up rather. They unbundled 6 months after they were sued. Not only does Watson's biography say that, but now a few decades back in the annals of the IEEE, they published a symposium of the people who actually did it, and that's what they said, the people from IBM. On the question of where the software industry came from, the IEEE symposium says the same thing, but there was plenty of press at the time. Here's an article from Computer World, Software Industry Born with IBM's Unbundling. There's a permanent exhibit at the Computer History Museum of Software Becomes a Product.
Okay,
I know
we're getting convinced.
I know
Yeah.
academics can debate everything. It strikes me as hard to debate the proposition that IBM created the American software industry.
Okay, great. So let's let the panel react to some of these.
Yeah, I mean, part of this is disciplinary, or I don't know, just attitudinal. Historians would say we don't have to make hypotheticals about how a business leader might or might not react and kind of wave our hands and say, well, that's how they could have acted, or that's how they might have acted. There is, as the lawyers so well pointed out, a very substantial historical record. Business leaders, specific business leaders who can be named, were concerned. They responded. These things have mattered in the past. So I just wish we'd get beyond this old-fashioned, theoretical, airy-fairy, what they might have done, what they could have done, and look what they actually did do. Because the record is there. Admittedly, corporate archives are hard to get into. The Bell opened up its archives, which was a great Bell public relations boom, which is a long story. But we know this. It's just that we're using the wrong tools. We're not working at the level of the actual actors. We're just making these theoretical assumptions based on models that may or may not have the slightest relevance to the actual historical record, which is where these issues should be debated.
Can I answer Eric's question or take a shot at it? No?
I would like you to do that, but I just want to frame up, Eric, there's a distinction between an industry that has network effects that are sufficiently strong that there will be one winner, even if everyone is pure as the driven snow, but that winner then wants to hang on for the next iteration. That's not, I think, the situation you're thinking about. That might not be monopolization the first time round. The monopolization is coming with the next thing. Am I making sense? So the first time I wouldn't even call it monopolization. I would just call it what happened. And then we've got monopolization. So that's a slight, just to make it clear that we've got two kinds of models, Tim, going. That one versus monopolization in the first round. Right, go ahead.
I see, yeah. No, well, that is somewhat, I think is relevant to what I have to say. One thing I'll say about structural remedies is there's also a very subtle distinction here, maybe it comes from having, like many people here, been in government, between talking about structural remedies and threatening them and putting them in the complaint, which I think creates some possibility for better remedies. So there's a little bit of what you talk about as opposed to what you do. Because I kind of agree with the point that many of the some impressive stuff has happened without structural remedies, but I don't think anything impressive has happened without having threatened it at the beginning, if that makes sense, because then you get talked down to nothing. That's a little more practical kind of thing. On deterrence, I'm very interested in the life cycle of monopoly and the moment at which you're interested in deterrence. And the moment I'm particularly interested in is not acquisition, because I think there's very little that can deter someone from wanting to acquire a monopoly and the possible wealth and so forth and power. But the successful company that has monopolized their industry and is thinking about the defense of it. And I think ideally what Section 2 or 102 is doing in that context is trying to encourage investments in innovation as opposed to defense, lobbying, building a barriers to entry. You know what I mean? That's the kind of internal calculus you're trying to get at. And I think the IBM is the best case record, maybe, and maybe others, for the justice by being kind of aggressive and of steering IBM in better directions during that period. Not perfect, there's a lot going on, and I agree with you, IBM, they considered, I think, buying Xerox during that period. There was a lot going on, but I think it was one of the factors that made IBM decide, hey, maybe we need to shake up how we're doing business and do the IBM PC differently and have a different subunit. I'm not saying it's the only, but I think it was important. So that's the kind of deterrence or message I think Section 2 is doing, trying to sort of reduce investments in barriers to entry. That's the deterrence I would summarize good Section 2. And if they are a natural monopoly, trying to deter taking over adjacent markets and keeping them in that sorry, that's going on too long.
Okay. Bob wants
There's
to say
another
something.
underlying current here that we need to stop monopolists a la IBM, AT&T, or maybe today Amazon or Apple, because they will continue to monopolize future markets, future technologies. I'm not sure you can show that IBM obviously did not come to dominate the PC market. It did not come to dominate the tablet market or the wireless handset market. In case of AT&T, Bell Laboratories was a great shining example of patenting and research, but very few people know that they were trying to build their own network to be like the internet in competition with BBN ARPANET. They called it ACS, I think. And when they finally fired it up after about 8 or 9 years of work, the thing kept failing. And it was dropped by AT&T. They spent a lot of money. It's something like $1 billion back in the 70s trying to develop the internet themselves. The idea that AT&T would have gone on to monopolize future markets, I think, is hardly demonstrable at this point.
All right.
I think the historical record strongly contradicts those statements. I think that many monopolists have tried and have often succeeded in sort of slowing down or capturing what's
sure.
next. Yeah, and so I think the historical record, and anyway,
But
maybe we'll just leave it there.
Maybe that's example is fine.
Yeah.
Giovanna, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, just something super short. I think we should, when we speak about remedies, I feel we shouldn't forget the same companies. Because I feel the government can have an understanding of the industry, but antitrust agencies deal from the pharmaceutical to the technological. So maybe having insights from companies in the industry, so also the company subject to the investigation. We have seen some evidence in consent decrees and remedies that have been shaped through a negotiation, so through a consent, and I think it's important to find remedies that are good for the industry and can help innovation.
As well. Okay, very good. So we're at time. I'm going to wrap it up, but let's thank our engaging panel.
I think it can be demonstrated that AT&T got out of the internet.
Just a reminder, if you want to make your own thoughts known on any of these topics, you can scan the QR code and answer our live polls.
Good. Are you Italian?
So please take your seats. We're about to start with the first keynote of the conference. So good afternoon from Chicago, and thank you all who are joining us online and here in person. My name is Filippo Lancieri, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at ETH Zurich and a research fellow here at the Stigler Center. And this afternoon, we are very happy to host a keynote with Professor Randy Picker on the quest for next, how antitrust shapes competition and innovation in computer and chips, in conversation with Tim Moore. Before we begin, remember you're on the record, and we're going to post this movie on our YouTube channel afterwards. And as usual, the views of Randy and Tim are not those of the University of Chicago. We hope that you're going to join us for more events online, so check our website and also check promarket.org and the Capitalism Podcast, which are part of the Stigler Center. Now let me quickly introduce our speakers. So Randy Picker is the James Parker Hall Distinguished Service Professor of Law at the University of Chicago. And other than being a great PhD supervisor, he also receives his BA, his MA, and his JD from the University of Chicago, and was associate editor of the University of Chicago Law Review. His teaching focuses on antitrust law, intellectual property law, competition policy, and regulated industries. And he's a author of the forthcoming book, The Quest for Next, which this keynote is going to be derived from. Tim Wu is the Julius Silver Professor of Law, Science, and Technology at Columbia University. He just recently served as the White House as Special Assistant to the President for Technology Policy and Competition from 2021 to 2023, among many other public positions. And he also teaches and writes on power, antitrust, and the growing power of big tech platforms. And is the author of The Curse of Bigness, Antitrust in the New Guided Age. So without taking much of your time, Randy, the floors are yours. We're very happy to host you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, good. Thanks for the invitation. What a great setting. I really appreciate the chance to talk. Tim and I are old friends. We taught a seminar together years ago. I teach a seminar with Tim every year if I could. Thrilled to have this chance to do this with Tim. When I agreed to do the talk, I wasn't quite sure what the conference was going to be. I knew we were going to chase Chad's question. And then I saw the agenda, and my reaction was, oh my God, they're going to have said already everything I want to say. So that made me a little nervous. But now I think where we are is there will be a nice mix of agreement and disagreement, and then we can try to sort that out. So, how to run at Chad's question. I think there are a couple ways to run at Chad's question. So one way is hardcore empiricism, the type of things that Tommaso was talking about on the first panel. Simca was here. Is Simca still here? Simca's still here. The kind of work Simca does and others. That's not my comparative advantage at all, so I won't try to go down that path. The other one, and the first panel surfaced this nicely, is to focus on the technologies that produce growth, right? So this GPT technology, what I now call the old GPT, since we've got a new GPT in town. Those technologies are the places that growth, enormous growth occurs in the economy. That's a rich, complex literature. Chad has participated in that literature. And so looking at how antitrust might shape those technologies strikes me as a sensible path for us to pursue. And that's what I think we're doing with regard to these case studies in the morning and then the rest of the afternoon. So I'm thrilled to have a chance to participate in that. You know, if you look at these companies that we're talking about over time, they have at various points in time been the most valuable companies in the United States or in the world. So again, if we want to see where the money is, we want to see where value is getting created, these seem to be the right companies to look at. So this, as you can see, goes back to IBM and AT&T in 1982. If you go to the current era, the dominance of the tech firms, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, Alphabet, keep going down that list. These are the firms that are the most valuable firms on the planet. So understanding those firms and understanding the technology associated with them, and then how antitrust might play into that, that's a great topic, and that's why we're here. All right, I want to go back to transistors. So we heard about transistors on both panels this morning. I think that's a richer story than we've seen so far. So here's where we start. So as was mentioned, two Bell Labs researchers, John Bardan, Walter Bretan, around Christmas of 1947, discovered this thing that they will eventually call the transistor. They know what they have. Bell Labs, AT&T goes to get patents, and then they go public with this invention. This is the paper they published in the technical literature, the Physical Review, in July of 1948. And the title of the paper was, I think, for everyone, really the tip-off as to what they had done and what they had accomplished. So this word transistor, completely new at this point. They've made it up, right? Internal Bell discussion, what should we call it? Semiconductor, well, you know, that's well, hey, we need to go to the periodic table of elements and look around a little bit. But the word that was really the powerful word here is the word triode. The triode was invented by Lee DeForest in 1906, and as was discussed this morning, right, you need amplification in these industries. So the early radio industry and the long distance industry needed a technology of amplification, make signals bigger, make them louder, make them go longer. And the triode was the great initial device to do that. Triode was instantiated in vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes were an enormously successful general purpose technology, maybe. Radio emerges. The early era of digital computers. John Atanasoff in the United States at Iowa State in roughly 1940. The great British cryptography machines, the Colossi, during World War II, and then ENIAC sort of at the edge in 1946. All of it situated in vacuum tubes. These guys say, we've built something that is a much better device that will replace the vacuum tube. That's what they saw. It will use less power. It will be less brittle. It will do all the things that the triode has done for us for decades. We're going to replace that with a superior technology. They knew they had that. Now, there's over here, it's interesting, they sort of thanked someone else, a gentleman named William Shockley, who ran the lab. Shockley is a difficult, tortured soul over time, if you know Shockley's history. Shockley was thrilled that the transistor had been invented and frustrated that he wasn't the one doing it. So Shockley sort of goes off by himself for the next month, and he invents the next transistor. So the first transistor we call the point junction transistor. The next point contact transistor, I should say. The next one is the junction transistor. That's what Shockley goes off and invents. There's a footnote here that's sort of interesting too. And they talk about the effects they've seen found in both silicon and germanium. All of the work they're doing right now is basically in germanium. So if you have full mastery of the periodic table, as I assume everyone does, right, germanium's sort of here and silicon's right above. I had to go look. I don't do that kind of thing. That's where they are. So they've got both of these elements, but right now they're working in germanium. 1948. This immediately gets a lot of attention. So we talked on the first panel about diffusion of technology. So this is a letter from Bell Labs in response to a letter that came in from a gentleman named Olson at Geophysical Service. Geophysical Service would eventually rename itself as Texas Instruments. They want to go into the transistor business, so they write to Bell Labs and say, look, what can you tell us? What can you send us? And they say, well, you know, it's really early stages. Go look at the Physical Review. Here's the press release. Western Electric will be back in touch eventually. But what that really meant is that Bell Labs started licensing this technology in 1951. Bell Labs had a general policy of doing lots of patent licensing. I don't know what to make of that. Regulated monopoly, they don't have the normal incentives, so I don't know what to do, but they had hundreds of licenses. Perhaps more relevantly here, they had obligations under military contracts. So they'd signed a bunch of military contracts. They were a huge military contractor. The military was effectively creating a kind of common pool in this technology through these contracts, which bound all of their contractors. So Bell Labs, this book, I have a copy of this book at the law school. This is known to the trade as the $25,000 book because you got the book plus a license to do the IP. I did not spend that much on my copy. But this book, November of 1951, and then as you go inside the book, they say, look, we're doing all of this to get the technology dispersed to aid the military effort, Korean War. So this technology is spreading long before the 1956 final judgment. There's no question that the 1949 lawsuit has been filed, right? So we're always sort of dancing in the shadows of antitrust. That's tricky, I think. But they clearly had these obligations under these military contracts to do this licensing. And they seem to do a lot of this licensing generally anyhow. A publication of the era of radio electronics says, we're studying the market. Here's what it looks like in July 1952 if you want to go buy transistors. So Western Electric is making 6,000 point contact transistors a month, selling almost all of those to the military. The military wanted this, obviously, for mobile communications, hugely valuable for that, shrinks it smaller. Raytheon's making them, RCA's making them, is ramping up, GE's making them. There are lots of companies that are making transistors. Again, this is July of 1952. This technology is spreading pursuant to the licensing and know-how transfers that Bell Lab is doing pursuant to these conferences. We have a next step forward. So there's a conference in Dayton, Ohio on transistors in May of 1954. A gentleman named Gordon Teal, who used to work at Bell Labs, has moved to TI, Texas Instruments. People in the morning of the conference say, silicon transistor, it's a few years away. Teal's talking at the end of the day. He says, I've got a few silicon transistors in my pocket. Let me demonstrate them to you. Silicon deals with heat much better than germanium does. So that's what made the silicon transistor attractive. So the next step forward, I should say the next public step, I think after the fact we know now that AT&T, actually Bell Labs, actually had some silicon transistors but had not gone public with those. But we moved from germanium to silicon. It's called Silicon Valley, not Germanium Valley, for a reason, in May of 1954. And then the Wall Street Journal has a front page story in May 1955 about the transistor, the devices it's moving into. They talk about the possibility of a Dick Tracy radio transmitter. Oh, I guess we know what that looks like. And the units here are millions of transistors being produced by roughly 18 companies. Again, this is all before the 1956 final judgment. IBM says we're going to build computers next year using transistors. Those transistors will be faster and use less power. Right? So if you're watching, as I hope you are, the world of AI and chips, the chips that are rolling out week by week, right? Where everyone's chasing NVIDIA, where Google releases new chips, and Google and Apple are releasing new chips. All of those chips are about more computation at less power. That's where we were in 1955 as well. Okay, eventually we do get front page news, the AT&T settlement, right? But what I want to establish, I hope, is that comes later, right? It comes after we've created this world. Indeed, the relatively contemporary criticism of this settlement, next slide as to what it does, is that AT&T was already doing this licensing, so what kind of give is that? And yes, it blocks them from going into other businesses, but did they want to do that anyhow, right? So they had to stay in telecommunications. They also could continue to work for the military. DOD would never have blessed this deal if that hadn't been happened. So the criticism of the 56 settlement is that it sort of didn't accomplish that much given what was already in place and given what AT&T otherwise wanted to do. The next day, they did a settlement like that with IBM. So Tim was talking earlier about sort of industrial policy. Carl asked, do they have the power to do that? This is exactly what they're doing here. This is really sort of a visionary DOJ that sees that we're on the cusp of Fiona, the next, we're on the cusp of next, right? That's the electronic industry that it's going to come. And they have the power to create a kind of common pool in the patents of that era. Not necessarily because they knew that when they filed the suits. The AT&T suit is filed in 49, the IBM suit in 52. But when they get there, they get to this point, and they settle to take advantage of the moment, right? So Fiona asked this question on the last panel, what about the current cases? I don't have a clue. We could do that. But what I want to say, settling those cases is not an embarrassment, right? Settling cases and changing things now, given the pace of technology. That's so important, and I think that's exactly what DOJ did at this sort of remarkable window in 1956. There is work that looks at some of this. So Nagler, Schnitzer, Watzinger have a couple of papers. There's a fourth author. I think you referenced yes, exactly. So referenced the broad paper. They have a specific paper on the technology of the transistor, and they say, look, there was a lot of licensing going on. We don't think anything happened. As to the transistor with regard to the 1956 settlement. Okay. That's sort of point one. Point two, I want to go to software. So the IBM System 360, 1964, is a remarkable machine. First computer platform, I think someone said that. IBM's computers did not talk to each other, right? So they were incompatible. It's not a question of them talking with their competitors and that kind of interoperability. They didn't talk to each other. And so IBM spends a huge amount of money to try to run at a new platform. That's what the System 360 is. It's got different levels. And that turns out to be remarkably successful. Okay? That's what gives rise eventually to the 1969 suit that we heard about on the last panel, 64. I want to show you 3 developments in software, and then our job is to try to disentangle them a little. Right? That's what I want to do. So one development is, so IBM, as was mentioned, is engaging in bundling, where you get the software and the services and the hardware all together. Their mainframe competitors were doing that as well, so I don't know what to make of that. So it was not distinctively the leading firm in the industry that was doing it. Others were doing that as well. Again, that had the effect of creating a kind of common pool in software. Software is sort of a zero marginal cost good, so everyone freely sharing software, it sounds like open source. That doesn't sound terrible, right? That's the world that was getting created. But if you were outside that industry and wanted in, you had a problem. Marty Goetz said, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a patent on my software. That's what I'm going to do. And when I get a patent on it, then IBM can't just scoop it up. I can propertize it. Okay, and so this is his patent, April 1968. The leading journal of the day said, full patent is issued for software. Full implications are not yet known. Yes, had no idea, right? And software patents, if you do this kind of thing, there's a lot of criticism of them in a later era. But in this era, they start as a way to allow entrants to come into an industry where they faced the problem that the incumbent was effectively scooping up all of the innovation. They wanted to propertize that innovation, and so let's go to patents to do that. Okay, that's development 1. Development 2 we've heard about. So IBM is facing potential antitrust action. They know this. In December of 1968, they announced, we're thinking about unbundling, right? So again, how do you tell, would they have done this independently? I saw a reference to the Fisher book. Yeah, the Fisher book's fantastic, right? Frank Fisher was the IBM consultant. I think he says he bought a boat. Yeah, I think he says he bought a boat off of IBM. Is that what it's called? That's fantastic. I love that. Okay. In any event, he claims, of course, that they were going to unbundle anyhow. How do you tell? The complaint very much focuses on these bundling issues. And lo and behold, right, after the suit is brought, 6 months in, they unbundle. Not a lot. So they say we're going to take down hardware prices by 3%. So I don't think the industry was thrilled by that, but they've unbundled. So Marty Goetz gets a patent. IBM unbundles. Those are 2 effects. And then we have a third. And the third is this. This is known in computing history circles as the $1 trillion magazine cover. I own a copy of this as well that I bought on eBay, that I have in my law school office. So we are staring at Popular Electronics for January of 1975, the Altair 8800. They call it the world's first mini computer kit. Kit should frighten you. They would send you the pieces if you wanted, and you could build it on your own, as a true hobbyist would. They'd also charge a little bit more and build it. But critically, in this is an Intel microprocessor. Paul Allen sees this magazine in a bookstore in Harvard Yard, goes to his friend Bill Gates, who's a Harvard undergraduate. They've worked together on software projects back in high school in Seattle. Allen says to Gates, this is it. This is the moment. We have to move. Have to do what? Have to create a version of BASIC for the Altair. Okay? BASIC, well, BASIC was created at Dartmouth in 1964 on a General Electric computer. Okay, so there's no sort of IBM path there. So Gates and Allen set to work to create their version of BASIC, which they eventually sell for this device. On the West Coast, this magazine is being passed around at the Homebrew Computer Club. And the Homebrew Computer Club is where the young people who are interested in these kinds of devices are meeting in the Palo Alto area. And someone sees this named Steve Wozniak, and he says, I can build a better version of this. And Wozniak, then with his friend Steve Jobs, Wozniak builds the Apple I, eventually the Apple II, eventually also creates a version of BASIC for the Apple II. This is where personal computing, in some sense, starts, and starts importantly because of the effects on Gates and Allen, and then Steve Wozniak. Okay. But if you ask what actually makes the Apple II a success, and Steve Jobs is crystal clear about this, he says it's when VisiCalc was released. So VisiCalc is the first spreadsheet. This is an ad from Byte magazine, September 1979. Jobs says our sales just completely took off then. Finally, programming in BASIC, you got to build your own software. Yeah, okay, that's a delight for the Wozniaks of the world, but not for the rest of us. This was a program you could actually just run. Okay, so lots of people study these industries. I don't have a handle on exactly what happened, but Martin Campbell Kelly has a paper from 1995 where he looks at software revenues. Here's what he thinks happens. So he says, look, that runs from roughly 1964 through maybe 1985, he says there. You can see a couple changes in slope and then a sharp inflection point. Okay? My suggestion is, I don't know this, so we should, my suggestion is that the creation of the software industry is really driven off of the creation of the personal computer. That has basically nothing to do with the IBM unbundling. Yes, there are some slopes there and level changes. Yes, absolutely. We got to disentangle the Marty Goetz patent. But I really think it's the personal computer that drives us. I want to talk about the IBM PC. That's a great story, too. So, I hope I didn't just turn that off. Nope. OK. So, IBM's watching what's happening with Apple and has to figure out what to do. You could do presentations without PowerPoint in the old days, and you did those with these very large charts. This is the presentation that Bill Lowe at IBM gave to the IBM Corporate Management Committee on August 8, 1980, to say, should we do the IBM PC? It's a pretty interesting thing to look at. So if you look at it, right at the top, you've got this question of closed versus open system. So to what extent is IBM going to open this up, and how would they do that? You see VisiCalc over there. You see Microsoft Basic. Microsoft was a languages company at this point. IBM hardware. Down in the corner, you see processor 8088. So they're going to use an Intel processor. They've got a 1-year timeline. IBM has had a poor record with smaller computers heading into this. They're not confident about their ability to execute on their own. So they sort of do this outside of the normal chain. They did have their own processor that they could have used. That's a fantastic story. So there's this whole world of RISC versus CISC processors that if you know what that means, you do, and if you don't, you don't, but you could read a book and find out. It's a great story, an important story. So they had a processor that they could have used, but they didn't. And so then the question is, what operating system is going to run it? As was said earlier, they go to Bill Gates and Paul Allen. They've already talked to them about getting computer languages. And they say, do you have an operating system? And Bill Gates says, no. You should go talk to this guy up the street. He's got an operating system, not us. Gary Kildall, CPM. There's many stories about how that particular meeting goes, but eventually they work their way back to Microsoft. And when this computer is released, it is released with 3 operating systems.
You're not going to say the thing about him being on his airplane or whatever?
Exactly. Good. So supposedly Gary Kildall was on an airplane and flying, and there are stories like that, right? Okay, so Gary Kildall has an unfinished biography, and you can go read his story there. Okay, but in any event, make sure you see the critical point. Right, IBM, as we think of it, is offering the keys of the kingdom to Gates and Allen, something that would make them billionaires. And they say, no, go somewhere else. Okay, so that world changes. But the release of the IBM PC was huge. I think all of the available evidence, and now I'm completely on the same page as Tim was, suggests that the pendency of the 69 case shaped this. So Bill Lowe, who did the chart that I showed you, he says that. Paul Allen says that in his autobiography. This is a more recent book that I know you reviewed for the New York Times. There's a quote there like that. I don't know what to make of that in the sense that, and Lowe even says that the 1956 case continued to matter, so the final judgment that was pending there. So I think the PC is opened up in a way that it would not have been absent the pendency of this antitrust case. And so when I start to work my way back to Chad's question and GPTs, if the PC opens up faster and if the PC rolls out faster, right, and antitrust matters for that, how big a deal is that for the economy? I don't know. It's not my area, but like the last panel, I hope that it matters. Then there's a different way to run at this. So after the case is dismissed, how does IBM behave when that threat is gone and they change their behavior? So IBM buys a chunk of Intel in December of 1982. Intel's sort of in trouble at this point. Why is Intel in trouble? Why Japan won the chip race. Intel had effectively invented silicon memory. And Japan has just completely overrun that industry. A great concern that that's what's going to move will go to logic. So as was mentioned earlier, look, these are geopolitical conflicts across the course of my book, I would say, but there are 4. There's obviously the World War II era. There's the Cold War era. We do not get, I doubt we get integrated circuits at the timing we got those. That's not an antitrust issue. It is the government playing a role. If it weren't for the case that NASA and the military was willing to basically pay anything for integrated circuits, right? You get this conflict with Japan and obviously in the current era with China. IBM, freed of the antitrust decree, not the decree, but freed of the pendency of the 1969 case, makes an investment in Intel. There is something that I pulled out of a slide that I've only seen once. James Cortada has a history on IBM. He worked there for 38 years, also has a PhD in history. His claim is that in 1986, Microsoft offered to sell a chunk of Microsoft IBM, and IBM said no. I don't know what to make of that. Okay. And then there's more. And the more is that as the world of clone PCs emerges, and IBM loses control over the platform that they created, and maybe felt they had to lose control over because of the pendency of the antitrust case, freed from that, they try to lock down the system. So when they roll out the PS2, it's got a micro-channel bus inside it, heavily patented. That's how they hope they're going to change the industry and shift it to that. They also try to do that with software. They've got something called OS2. And this is a press release with Microsoft and IBM in 1989. And you had to walk away from that press release thinking the future, the next, was OS2 and not this program that gets mentioned at the bottom of page 2, Windows, right? None of that played out. IBM was never able to get it back once the genie was out. And again, I think we owe that to antitrust. I have 2 minutes, and I think we're good. I want to talk then about a different angle on these questions and what I'll call the long reach of the 1956 AT&T final judgment. So look, we took an incredibly capable company off the table and not letting them compete in computers, right? Would they have been good at that? Subsequent history suggests no, but we can talk about that. But IBM faced less competition because of the way we quarantined AT&T. Okay. The Unix point that was made earlier, absolutely. Unix is a huge, important story. There's a lot to say about it. I do, not today, but it's absolutely an important story. The fact that Unix is sort of awkwardly situated in the 1956 final judgment clearly matters. What if we had the internet in 1980? Well, that's sort of an odd thing to say. Though the French had Minitel, right, if you know that. And we look back at Minitel and sort of giggle. But I think to the French, it was a wonder in its era. So AT&T had a device that they were calling the teleprocessor. They had a clear killer app for it, electronic yellow pages. They wanted to put that into the home. They got blocked. Newspapers didn't want them in. But they also faced the barrier of the 1956 final judgment. So again, a situation where we've taken someone off the table. We could have maybe moved forward faster. We didn't. So it's not merely observing what did happen, it's also about observing what didn't happen. I don't think we get the 1982 consent decree, a consensual deal, absent the quarantine from 1956. AT&T wanted to go into the computer business. They saw computers and communications coming together. They desperately wanted to go in to compete in that market. They didn't seem to care very much about the local operating companies. Next, the future was this combination. So to get free of that, they wanted to go in. What they didn't know, of course, is that they would get free of it and then go into that market and lose billions of dollars multiple times, right? So they turned out to be a terrible competitor in this market, right? But you don't know. How do you tell? All right, one more and then I'll stop. So as was mentioned on the last panel, the 1982 consent, modified final judgment is amazingly silent on wireless. It's just not in the vision. But the consequence of breaking up the company into AT&T and then the 7 RBOX regional Bell operating companies means that at the point where we got to the kind of spectrum auctions that Bob was talking about in the last panel, we had more competitors present to compete in those auctions, right? Again, how does that matter? I don't know. I look at Chad. I keep saying, have I persuaded you, Chad, yet? No, okay, you don't have to say anything. But those are the you want to say something? No? Not yet. Okay. Those are the kinds of things I think we need to talk about. I could do another half an hour on other subjects like the ones we're going to talk about this afternoon and others. So I think there are tons of topics to talk about in this space. I think it's a fantastic space, obviously. But with that.
I am, well, first let's thank Randy for this. And I want to mention that you went 26.9 seconds over 30 minutes. It was pretty impressive, a very impressive display for that. So let me ask you a few questions and then we'll open it up for further discussion. So I want to kind of, I think you've been working on this book for
pre-COVID.
For a period of time.
Yes.
Which
is the joy of having a job that I can do that.
Yeah, no,
we are at 320,000 words.
Okay.
Oh, yes, exactly. Now Chad wants to make faces.
So I shouldn't have called it a book. The volume. You've been working on this volume for a period. I wonder, going into it, you may have had some priors, whatever. I wonder if reading the history always makes you think that you can't say anything about anything sometimes because everything is very complicated, a lot of people. But I wonder if you can sense any way in which your views or priors you had were different, any change of experience during the research of this book?
That's a really good question. So look, I think I had a conception that if you had a patent, that really meant something. I don't sort of think that anymore. A patent's an opportunity to eventually bring a lawsuit to maybe get paid, right? Obviously, there are situations where the ITC will block things at the border. But and I don't know if it's cultural, right? So Travis didn't say this, but let's talk about this, right? Did the 1956 settlements create a kind of culture where people said, all right, you know, I know you've got patents. We're going to build some stuff. We'll see what matters and doesn't matter. No one cares if you build products that don't go anywhere.
Right.
So let's go find out who's going to win, and then we'll settle up afterwards. And maybe you'll have patents. There's obviously a huge era. I've got, you know, I think there's a patent fight that emerges between Apple and Samsung in 2012. That patent fight, I think, is hugely important, not because of the patents, but because of the fact that Samsung was a supplier to Apple. And all of a sudden, Apple's getting its chips built by Samsung, and they go, maybe we should find another company to build those chips. And that company's TSMC. And the fact that all of those fabs are along the west coast of Taiwan and 250 kilometers away from China. So there's a decision that gets made that sort of I don't know, maybe because, yeah, okay.
No, that's great. I'm going to sort of continue that along the, some of these events are quite.
I should say Samsung has fabs in Austin. So the whole geopolitical issue here looks very different if all of the Apple chips are getting built in Austin. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Following up on this culture question, are there times, reading the history carefully of 50s, 60s, 70s, where you find firms behaving in a way quite different than we might expect now? Do you think, there's been cultural changes? Was stuff that was surprised you when you thought about that? You just mentioned culture.
Yeah,
earlier.
I did.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, I know that Brad Smith, who is, the current Microsoft president, I think he thinks that the Microsoft case, we're going to hear the panel next, that case changed the culture of Microsoft, right? Bill Gates says, this isn't about culture. Bill Gates says, because of that, we performed poorly in trying to build cell phones, right? I'm not sure I buy that, but that's what he says.
Although he certainly felt it. I wonder if also reading this history, remedies was a discussion, a big topic in the last panel. You spoke at some length about the quarantine remedy.
Yeah.
Has that at all left you thinking maybe we should think about quarantines more often? If you do it right. I was going to link it. Well, maybe I'll just ask you that.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious if it made you think more about. I don't think quarantines are something that were particularly in fashion for, let's say, 1990 through 2016. So I just wonder if you have left you a different view of quarantines as a remedy.
So the AT&T situation is specific because of the fact that you've got these regulated and unregulated entities sort of fused together, right? And so all of a sudden, you, as you know, when I've read all the books, but I assume you say in the books, right? There's obviously this concern that they're effectively subsidizing the unregulated part with the regulated part, right?
Yeah.
So I think the vision of the quarantine there is possibly sensible in those industries. So I tried to highlight what I saw as the costs of that here. If you said, should we quarantine Apple from something? Well, they're not a regulated industry. So I think the quarantine idea is less obviously valuable.
Well, maybe I'll push you and say, if you look back and you turn the clock back even a little, we talk about, AI as an opening and developing industry. Is there a case we should have quarantined Microsoft? If we had powers of equity that I was referring to earlier.
Yeah.
By the way, you notice in the 56th decree, there's not. Well, I know there's settlements, but there's a lot of question
there's
of
settlements, right? Exactly.
But I'm saying with this, is there? Let me. I hear that. Well, if they thought they were totally.
Of course, and there's obviously the Tunney Act subsequently and all that. But
Sorry, that's a little aside. But that I think maybe no one knew what the hell we were talking about. But anyway,
exactly. That's fine.
No, but on this quarantine, in a different version of history, should we have been more aggressive in trying to quarantine Microsoft and Google? From AI, if AI is next, would that have made some sense to someone operating in 1956 and saying, let's try to keep these big they're not quite regulated monopolies, but these big guys from trying to own the next thing, or is that one step too far?
So I gave chapter 19 in the book 2 weeks ago today at the law school. Part of that chapter is a litany of Microsoft failures, right? I mean, it's just extraordinary. This is a company we should be scared about? Their position on the desktop has remained largely unchanged, right? That would be true of IBM with regard to mainframes. But they do a terrible job in their actual market, so Vista's terrible, and Windows 8 was imaginative and a failure. They completely fail in the smartphone market. They've got their own software. They buy Nokia, billions, all down the drain. right? And so look, there's this sort of the Steve Ballmer era is a dark era for Microsoft, and it's only when Nadella takes over that all of a sudden things start to change. But if you look at their market cap, it just is basically flat until 2015. So would you have said we should have? Who would have thought Microsoft mattered even?
Right.
Yeah.
It was a good period for the Seattle Seahawks, so maybe that's related somehow.
Well, and obviously buys the Clippers, so it all worked out nicely for Steve.
No, there's a way in which Microsoft in that period does almost feel like a trust fund person who can, has this guaranteed income and can do anything.
And even, but trying. My vision of the trust, I shouldn't say this. My vision of trust fund people is they don't do anything, right? Microsoft is trying desperately and failing.
Yes.
Okay.
So, well, no, let me double down on the point. I agree that maybe Microsoft's not scary, but the sense that you'd have a maybe we'll talk about Google. Let me talk about Google. Let me talk about Google then. So is it if you talk about quarantines, a big case. If DOJ said, "Listen, Google, you're going to lose, but we'll offer you a settlement, which is you stay out of AI. You agree to divest all your AI stuff, and we'll let you go for all these cases." Do you think that would be a good one for the country?
So a couple things on that. Look, the most natural settlement of the Google case at some level, because the heart of that case, as people almost certainly know, is this deal between Google and Apple, right? So that Google is the default on iOS. So, as we'll hear tomorrow morning, Europe has now got the DMA, and the DMA means that when you turn on a new device, you face these 3 choice screens. The natural solution, as it were, into the Apple case is to say, okay, Google, you can't pay Apple any money, and we're going to set up a choice screen for search. Yes, exactly. Do you think that matters in the slightest?
I would say the deal is
no.
right.
The answer is no, right? I'm playing, but that has to be no.
I mean, I don't like remedies where the ultimate result is consumers or people click on more stuff. It's a little bit of a slam on.
Even Europe had limits.
No, but you're kind of not answering my question, which is to say.
Well, no, I am, I think. Well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, that doesn't sound like a good remedy to me either. I'm asking, would it be a better remedy?
I'll say no. So I'll say no. I'm happy to answer your question. I'll say no.
We trade all of our cases, also the ad tech case. We'll trade all these cases. You can have the markets of the past. I'm drawing on Fiona's stuff a little bit here. Grand deal. You get all the markets of the past. You can continue your search advertising monopoly, but divest all your AI stuff, create another competitor, and you stay back there and let the next.
So great. So tell me what you're trying to accomplish there. So what I would worry about is that we're taking a terrific firm off the table and creating the next thing.
We're trying
What we should worry about is, this is I think part of the discussion, is whether they have something in their incumbent position which lets them, this is your adjacent market or next, distort that next competition, right? That we should worry about. But I'm not hearing the linkage between necessarily Google's current position and that distortion.
Well, I'm trying to recreate the 56 consent decree, which you prized,
I know.
And I guess what we're
But they had a vision there.
I would
that
have
vision
said,
there was driven by the fact that we had a regulated and unregulated businesses. We would have had they gone into computers fused together, and the government didn't know how to regulate.
Well, maybe we can place the word regulated with we have a dependable monopoly and we can do all this other stuff. I mean, it might have been a favor to Microsoft if, frankly, they had been quarantined out of everything. You know what I mean? And
Stop us before we buy Nokia.
or something like that.
I get it.
Yeah,
I completely get it.
And had been quarantined out of everything. It's a vision that says. Similarly, 56 AT&T was a very impressive company. We didn't let them get into what was obviously a promising market.
Yes.
Where they want the difference maybe was Google. So that we're going to take that loss, and I'm arguing maybe that would be a good story right here. You think they're good?
I think we can talk about how they're doing. That's a different discussion. And obviously all the image problems that Gemini's had. But push that to one side.
Oh, by the way, we're allowed to go. We're going to leave time for audience questions. We're going to go 10 minutes over with the permission of the. We discussed it earlier.
You're watching the clock.
Yeah, I'm watching the clock.
Okay.
So, one. Although I suddenly forgot my.
I
have another question. Do you find when you studied the, you spoke highly of the antitrust, the Justice Department in the 50s, which seemed to have much more of an industrial policy kind of like they realized things were going and they were thinking. And
I think that's what they did.
Yeah, and
boldly,
and we're bold. Does that do you? it's kind of a pointed question. What do you think was different about that Justice Department, and were they in kind of contemporary language thinking more about ecosystems as opposed to markets? What was different about the way you think they were thinking back then?
Okay, so but I
Yeah.
want to take a step forward in
Yes.
the sense that, so Giovanna has one in her piece that I think people don't pay enough attention. She wrote a piece on the pro-market. You should go to pro-market, right? Mentioning the FTC's settlement with Intel regarding the GPU. And that's 2010, I guess. I have a chunk of this in a chapter. I think the FTC gets a lot of credit for recognizing, it goes exactly to what we were just talking about, that Intel was in a posture where they could affect competition in this new adjacent market and distort it. And the FTC sort of jumps in, I think, and this is Bill Kovacic, I think, in a very smart and sophisticated way and sort of controls that. Kudos to them.
Right.
I don't think that was obvious.
So in a way I'm asking, what is your advice for enforcers and the brain trusts at Justice and FTC? Not specific, but how should they be thinking?
Exactly.
How should they be thinking?
Bring the
I guess?
cases, settle the cases, focus on the next.
Okay. Let's open the audience questions.
Yeah.
Let's see. Go ahead, since you were mentioned. Yeah.
I don't want this to be any more about my question than it has to be.
And you are at risk if you ask another question now. That could be the next 5 years. So, yeah.
I'm really
Okay.
worried about that.
They want to give you a microphone, Chad.
Oh, sure. That was all preface anyway. Thank you. I mean, the hard thing for really answering that kind of question,
Yes.
forget my specific, is what's the counterfactual? Okay. You know more about the market that you just walked through than anybody. Even there, it's hard to do. What's the equilibrium that would happen in that? Okay. Is it useful to do polar cases as counterfactuals instead? Forget about what the most likely outcome is. Just what's the worst case, conditioning on technology and the politics. What was the most anti-competitive possible outcome, and what was the most competitive possible outcome? Not likely to happen, but just could have happened. Just like bound the thing. This is as good as it could have been. This is as bad as it could have been. And it's going to be in the middle somewhere. Is that useful? And do you have any sense of what either of those scenarios look like? Thank you.
You want to say something about that?
Oh, no, I think it was a question for
Okay,
you.
I'm happy, but I mean,
yeah.
So look, I think I think there are situations. So look, we briefly were going to break up Microsoft, right? What would that have done? What would have been the consequences of that? That's a pretty interesting question, right? And I don't know if that quite goes to polar and bounding, but I think it's in that spirit, right? And we chose not to do that. And what we did was, well, I don't want to say anything. We're going to hear from the people next, right? So I'm really curious to see what they're going to say. So
Yeah. I'll repeat my point. First, that could be very helpful. I also think a form of counterfactual is other countries and other industries where we didn't do anything, and what they look like. And look, all this is complicated. These are all imperfect methods.
But yes, I agree. But that's
Yeah.
and you want to go look at these other industries. God love you. I would too if I had the time. So I don't mean it that way at all.
Yeah.
It's more that the kinds of industries that we've been talking about. So again, Giovanna was talking about the IBM case in Europe, right? So
Yeah.
these are worldwide industries. So
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. Okay.
Matt, go ahead.
Thank you. And 330,000 words. I'm
Only 320.
320. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I have one
sorry,
more
never
chapter
mind.
to write.
And at that, my heart goes out to you for what is
Me too.
the
Thank you.
editing process. So a couple of questions about how executives thought in the 50s, 60s, maybe 70s. So did AT&T and IBM, did they buy a lot of companies in that time? Were they serial acquirers? Because big tech companies today are just constantly buying. And that's actually just pervasive in corporate America today. And then the other thing is, how often kind of in your encounters in the archives were these executives talking about their stock price?
So I don't know the answer to the latter. So I assume much less, but I don't know that. On the first question, which is the purchases, and I assume you can talk about the 18. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think IBM did very much of that. So when they bought Lotus in 1995, if that date's right, I don't know, that was seen as a huge deal, and it was a hostile takeover. In a later era where IBM is struggling, and I talked about the Steve Ballmer years. At IBM, it's probably the Ginny Rometty years, where the company just doesn't make progress. They start buying things as they desperately look for a strategy. But core classic IBM, I don't think that was part of what they did.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like it's when you read these histories, and particularly the 80s when IBM has kind of a dominance PC, and there's all this kind of new challenges. There's all these moves that would seem incredibly obvious in the 2010s period, which is like you should buy all these guys. They seem so obvious. There's all this talent out there. Why don't you buy all these guys? This guy Bill Gates looks dangerous. You buy it. Like, why don't you own him? And Bill Gates, I said I counted him once.
That's why I heard that.
I was talking to him. I talked to him once, and he was like, he thought we were sure it was going to crush us, or they don't do it. And partially maybe that's that antitrust paranoia, but also maybe this idea that you buy your way out of every problem was a consequence of non-enforcement of merger law for a period of time, or kind of relative non-enforcement against tech. So I think that might have had to do it, such that Mark Zuckerberg openly talks about buying, Instagram because, they could become a dangerous competitor. We got to get rid of them.
I teach those emails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt,
Can I just rephrase my second question, because I think
the stock one.
The stock one, which
I don't.
No. I'll rephrase it so you don't have to avoid it. You can avoid it a different way.
That's fine.
So when AT&T, I was really struck. AT&T had those military contracts and said, we're doing this to help the Korean War. What were the executives focused on? Right, they were today they're focused on market capitalization, increasing that. What was the goal? Were they just like, oh, let's help them win the war? Was it increasing revenues, increasing profits, better? Like, what was the lodestar for them?
So I don't know. I mean, look, I heard what Richard was saying about the AT&T archives. I've done 3 archive trips. I'm not a historian, just so we're clear. I'm a lawyer and economist, but I have done 3 archive trips. And I have to say, going to archives is absolutely addicting. So, I mean, really, that would be like, spend your summer vacation. It's just so fantastic. It's like time travel. But I have not done that for AT&T. Do you know, Richard, do you know the answer to that? No. Okay.
What were they thinking?
It's a good question.
I don't think Randy's avoiding the question. I think he genuinely is admitting he doesn't know the answer. Aaron, public choice Aaron. Is there, I should look on the side.
So, something I've heard is a recurring theme, both if you're talking or talks, is the emphasis on the ability to have access to use the technology by other businesses. So I'm really curious how much, when we talk about antitrust and technology and technological development, are we really talking about antitrust billing out the US patent system? And then just to give you a side note, you'd mentioned patent fights. In the 19th century, there's a really big patent fight over telegraph technology to the point where companies are forced to go out of business because their patents are rude and eligible. So I can tell you more about that later. But the key thing I want to talk about, though, is when we talk about antitrust and technology, are we really talking about the antitrust system being used to bail out the U.S. patent system and not being necessarily being efficient doing its job?
I guess I'll keep saying things I don't know. So I'm not a patent expert either. So I guess I'm skeptical about that, right? So I think the patent system, again, Tim asked up front, what was I surprised by? I thought a patent, I owned it, you can't use it. No, they all use them. So, and I don't know, I've not seen a discussion, for example, of the AT&T era and saying, oh, there were lots of junky patents that AT&T had. Bell Labs is seen, I think, completely correctly as a wonder, right? Really fundamental inventions. This era that we live in today, where I've got a figure like this at some point, where Google starts buying patents to sort of have a defensive trove. They say that their devices, the smartphone, implicates 250,000 patents. How is that possible? That doesn't sound to me, as an outsider, like a well-functioning patent system.
I mean, it does strike me that if someone said, I know the solution to all of these cases will force Google and Facebook to license all their patents, and people would be like, what's that going to do? So anyway, other question. I feel like we don't have the Filippo.
Right,
you have a question, Filippo, or you're calling us sometime? No. You have a...
Here's a question. I don't know when we're done.
Oh, you're waiting for the mic. I see.
So how do you think about this broader competitive world, right? So you're in a world in the 50s, and it's like an equilibrium effect, of course, where there are just a lot more companies in a way, like a lot of more military suppliers probably, a lot of smaller companies. And a lot of what you describe is just people jumping firms and starting a new firm, which is something that you could do, I guess, in the absence of non-competes in California, which is becoming less and less common as companies go to other places. So how do you think about this broader competitive ecosystem enabling the type of innovation in the absence of antitrust intervention versus today where markets are much more concentrated and just less places to go to if you want, or more ways to block you from moving around?
Well, I do want to say, look, I think this is, I say this in the text, but I mean, I think that the creation of this common pool of patents effectively facilitates employees exiting firms, right? They know that they can go to this place and use this technology. And so when Texas Instruments hires Gordon Teal, I don't know, he knows how to pull the germanium to make the things, to make the chips. And he knew that he wasn't going to face some sort of claim from AT&T with regard to that. And so, and what you obviously are doing there is you are decentralizing the decision makers for the technology, right? The idea that AT&T had the silicon transistor and sort of, not for a long time, 6 months, maybe 4 months, we're sitting on it, and all of a sudden TI's got it. How long would they have sat on it? I don't know. And the fact that Teal was able to exit, I think, clearly facilitates that. Yeah.
Can I ask another question connected to that, connected to what Richard said? And how does the antitrust settlement solidify a belief that the companies can grow? So they actually can hire people, they get more money.
Yeah.
Because now you basically took the company away from the market in a way that before you were just being afraid of, you're just afraid of being squashed.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So Giovanna, again, mentions in this piece Gordon Moore, right? And Gordon Moore is one of the people who starts at Shockley Semiconductor. Shockley was a terrible manager. And so there's a group that exits, the Traitorous Eight, as they're known in the field, and they form Fairchild. And Gordon Moore says, well, the 56 consent to final judgment, we knew we could rely on that. Now, this goes a little bit to Chad and counterfactuals. No one asked him, yes, exactly, is did you know that if you'd started 2 years ago, AT&T was giving out all these licenses? Well, he doesn't pay any attention to that. Why would he, right? So I think that's what's hard to figure out.
Randy, can I come? Laura, go ahead.
Microphone.
Laura, I think one of the few computer scientists in the room.
Oh God,
I'll add.
this scares
okay,
me.
Good.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna press you on anything too crazy. It's something that has been driving me nuts all day. Is everyone has been absolutely correctly talking about the wonder that was Bell Labs.
Oh, okay.
And as a computer scientist, right? Like, boy, do I feel that.
Good.
It was, but the thing that I am painfully aware of is, so virtually all post-copper signal transmission technology was invented in Bell Labs. Coaxial transmission.
Yeah.
The technology for fiber optic, microwave technology,
Yes.
cellular technology, all of it. Satellites. Do you know the idea for satellites came from a Bell Labs engineer who then never did anything with it?
Didn't know that.
They didn't build any of this stuff. They built a demo of coax transmission and then never built production lines. They built a demonstration microwave line and then they never built any. MCI built the first one. The first cellular network was built in Japan. So, I mean, one of the things that occurs to me, like the reason we got all of this stuff in a burst, once the antitrust cases against AT&T, both the private and the DOJ case began stacking up. That's when we got all this stuff that had been invented in some cases many decades before. So
that's a Tim Book question, I think.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So I'm just wondering, in this framework you're talking about settle and move on to the next.
Yeah.
Is that really going to be a deterrent that is going to get us is going to get all of this technology off the shelf?
You want to run first and I'll run second?
Yeah, that's what I think. I mean, the only thing I'm worried about I agree with like 2/3 of what you say in your pithy thing, but with settlement, just the danger of the wimpy settlement is so obvious to me. Like you have this 56, where it's just like, that was not a wimpy settlement. But, I also worked at the FTC in the 2010s, and boy, we settled some stuff for like, a penny on the dollar and let all this stuff kind of go. And everybody gets to declare victory and talk about how great they did and pat each other on the back and, have drinks and so on, and then go on to jobs with the guys you settle with. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that risk of wimpy settlement strikes me as so serious, and I don't know how structurally how we do it, but I hear you about they're faster. But anyway,
In a world
yeah.
in which the technology just goes and goes and goes.
Yeah, but I agree with this cul-de-sac. Another one that the answering machine was in working form in like 1934 or something, and obviously reached consumers in 1980. So that seems like Richard seems like he's dying. I know we're just out of time, but
if we're out of time, we should stop.
no, Richard, why don't you say one thing as long as it's not too long? Yeah.
The issue was enormously important for electrical manufacturers in the 1880s. Harold Passer is one of the few historians to work with Schumpeter. Chandler was always startled by that because it didn't fit Chandler's story, but he taught that book. It's very important in independent Bell struggle, and it's a daily question in the press. And of course, the dial-up ends up with the independents and then not with the Bell. The question of, so it remains important even after Bell Labs in 25, the question about magnetic recording and the answering machine, Bell, one of the arguments come up recently is that Bell was aware that an awful lot of telephone calls were about illicit matters, and they didn't want to push something.
Yeah,
that would make it possible.
obscenity was one of the reasons.
Or
yeah.
gambling, or
Yeah.
And then the Radio Act of 27 is basically a patent settlement. So I wouldn't want anyone to come out of here thinking that patents were not absolutely central to the business strategy of high-tech firms, going back to landline telegraph. And
Yeah.
the telegraph industry was organized around patents.
Yeah.
In fact,
Right.
it
Well-
goes back to 1830s. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, that's helpful. And look, why don't you join us again? I hope you keep the whole book at its full length. I think it'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Returning to your seats. Tomorrow have longer breaks. Will be nicer as well. And yeah, so he adjusts there. Once you start speaking, he will adjust. And then. Thank you, everyone. Are we gonna push forward some?
Am I on? Oh, there I am. Okay. Yeah, so if you guys want to just grab your seats, we're going to get started in 2 ticks. So I'm Marana Fruhar. I am a columnist at the FT, very excited to be doing this panel on Microsoft and a case study really in Microsoft and its impact, which we've actually had a fair bit of discussion about already, and I think is a pretty crucial point of understanding at the moment. So I have with me an awesome panel to discuss this. I'll just very briefly introduce them. You already know them all, I'm sure, starting with Gary Reback at Carr and Farrell, who has been called, I actually looked you up and saw the National Law Journal called you the protector of the marketplace. So that's pretty, that's high praise. To his left, we have Ron Schnell, who is a computer scientist and was the CEO of the organizer that enforced the Microsoft compliance with government rulings. And really happy to have a tech person here. I appreciated the earlier comment from Laura. And then to the far left, we have Bob Topol from the University of Chicago, who is an economics professor, and whose opinions will be different than Gary's, I would imagine. We'll get started. We're going to do our 7-minute presentations, have some question time, and I want to leave a lot of time for you all because I think we should, kind of go where the energy is. There's been a lot of lines of discussion, and I want to have a lot of questions if possible. So, Gary, let's start with you.
Can you hear me in the back? Can people hear me in the back? Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about a couple things that the Microsoft case bequeathed us before you even get to the question of what the opinion stands for. And I'm going to talk about that in the context of a question a lot of people have asked, including, as I understand it, Luigi himself, which is why didn't the Google trial generate nearly as much public interest as the Microsoft matter did? And the short answer is spectacle. The Microsoft matter went on for years and was long on spectacle. The Google trial, not so much. Now, the business press that covered the Google trial really did a great job, but there was perhaps 50 times, 60 times the press surrounding the Microsoft matter. In the time I have, I'm only going to be able to give you a brief flavor of what happened. In 1993, the head of the Antitrust Division, Ann Bingaman, took over a deadlocked FTC investigation of Microsoft, and in 1994, Bingaman literally broke into regularly scheduled network programming to announce a settlement with Microsoft in the form of a consent decree that she said would solve all of our problems. The proposed settlement was widely trashed in Silicon Valley and elsewhere as being too narrow because it only focused on one thing Microsoft did, and as being totally ineffective. So from the beginning, Microsoft was not just about antitrust. It was about hypocrisy in government, and we knew we needed more than a case. We knew we needed a campaign. Now, there's something called the Tunney Act, and the Tunney Act requires the Department of Justice to get sign-off from a federal judge when DOJ settles an antitrust case. And as luck would have it, the judge assigned to the case was a judge named Stanley Sporkin, who was even more skeptical of the settlement than we in Silicon Valley were. He scheduled a public hearing on the settlement, which really had never been done before, and he invited interested parties to submit briefs. I had clients who were very concerned about Microsoft. I mean, who in Silicon Valley wasn't? They wanted to submit a brief, but they were afraid of retribution from Microsoft, and so we submitted a 100-page brief opposing the settlement in the name of anonymous amici, which you're entitled to do under the Tunney Act. Now, the anonymous part engaged the fanciful imagination of the press. Political cartoons began to depict my clients as hooded horsemen in the night. This is one from Computer World. And so we had the beginnings of our spectacle. Now, back to the brief for just a second. You see that we prominently featured on the cover the economists involved. I've never done that before or since. Why did we do that? And this is really important. In 1985, Carl Shapiro and Michael Katz published a very important model in the American Economic Review about standardization and network effects. And that was followed the next year by a complementary model, also in the American Economics Review, by Garcelona and Joe Farrell on network effects and predation. Over the ensuing 10 years, those economists and many, many others published a lot of great work on network markets, and none of it was reflected in antitrust jurisprudence. Not cited, not mentioned. Antitrust was stuck in price theory. Can you imagine dealing with a software case and not understanding at least the rudiments of network effects? So it was easy for us to tell the judge, they want you to sign off on this settlement, and they won't even tell you how the markets work. Okay, so as luck would have it, the Washington Post had a tech writer who had been an editor of Scientific American, and she knew about this stuff, and she started writing about the new economic thinking, and the Post published it prominently on page 1 of the business section, occasionally on page 1 of the Post. So we were representing not only the new technologies, but in effect the new economic thinking. So we had even more than a spectacle. We had a spectacle with intellectual content. Sporkin held his hearing. This is the CNN courtroom sketch. It's unlike any hearing I've ever been to. The lines to get in rivaled the O.J. Simpson trial. A couple of months later, Sporkin wrote an opinion rejecting the settlement with Microsoft, saying it was so limited it only applied on snow days. This is the banner headline in the Silicon Valley newspaper. Here's Business Week reporting the same thing, but note the difference in the flavor of the coverage, not like traditional business reporting of just the facts. The government took an emergency appeal to the D.C. Circuit, and they reversed Sporkin. This is the headline from the L.A. Times. Now, at that time, L.A. had no tech business. But the case was so big, it still got banner headlines in the L.A. Times. And about the same time, Bill Gates noticed that there was something called the Internet, and the Silicon Valley startup Netscape was way ahead of him. So he brought down the entire weight of his platform in terms of anti-competitive practices on the startup. And Netscape hired me, but it was clear to everybody that the company had no future unless the government enforced the antitrust laws. So the instructions I got from the general counsel were unconventional in the extreme. I mean, she said, Gary, until the government files a lawsuit, you will be the government's worst enemy, and after that, you'll be the government's best friend. And that started essentially 3 years of almost daily press engagement. About a year into that, we submitted to the DOJ, I guess the now famous Netscape white paper that laid out the government's case. And 2 years after that, the government finally filed suit. The run-up to the trial was a press-feeding frenzy. Here's Time Magazine's press intro to the trial. That guy on the right was the head of the Antitrust Division, Joel Klein. So if Luigi and the rest of you want more public interest, I suggest you have John Cantor go gallivanting around D.C. in boxing shorts. Most of you know what happened thereafter. The trial did not disappoint in terms of spectacle. All the bad Microsoft emails, the Gates video deposition, the government won, and the decision was affirmed on appeal on the monopoly maintenance count. But then the Republicans came in, and they settled with Microsoft under a largely ineffective consent decree. Deja vu all over again. But this time, something interesting happened. By the end of the trial, Microsoft had run Netscape out of the browser market. Microsoft had 98% of that market, and this was before smartphones had been invented. So the only way to get to the Google site was to type www.google.com into the Microsoft browser. But if you did that, there was no technical reason why Microsoft had to take you to Google. They could have taken you to Microsoft. Or they could have put up a big red warning that said the Google site was dangerous. It would steal your personal information without telling you, so don't click through. This is a mock-up, but that's the actual Microsoft warning. Had Microsoft done that, it would have killed Google in the cradle, and they similarly could have killed Amazon and Facebook. Few users would have clicked through this kind of warning, but Microsoft didn't do this. And why not? they were afraid of the bad publicity of further antitrust enforcement. How do I know this? The Microsoft lawyers told me, but you don't have to take my word for it. In 2018, a New York Times reporter interviewed the people involved who confirmed that Microsoft considered the very proposal you see on the screen in front of you, and even the Google people agreed it would have killed their company. So the Microsoft case brought us two important things, I think. It mainstreamed network effects modeling and thinking into antitrust law. And it also, frankly, provided us the web we now have with Google, Amazon, Facebook, and even Microsoft. We're not likely to see the kind of scenario that I've just laid out ever again. The monopolists just won't cooperate, so the remedy in the cases that are coming is going to have to be effective. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary. Okay, we'll move on to Ron. And Ron, I would love it if you could just explain exactly sort of what your company does, how compliance happens in as simple a terms as possible, and sort of what you think the impact of all that has been on the tech ecosystem in general.
Sure. First of all, it's been unbelievable listening to everybody for the morning sessions. I mean, I kind of lived through a lot of what was talked about. I started on an IBM 360. I was on the ARPANET. I was a researcher on the ARPANET in 1979. Consider Steve Wozniak a good friend of mine. I built those mini computer kits. Worked at Bell Labs on the Unix operating system kernel. Worked at IBM on their version of Unix, which is called AIX. Worked at Sun Microsystems on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris. And that's where I learned to manage large software development departments, which is what I ended up doing in this instance. I'm actually an entrepreneur. I had 3 startups after working at those places. I sold my last startup to a public company in 2000. Thought I was retired for life, and then I got the call from people on behalf of the Department of Justice asking if I'd be willing to do this monitorship stuff. And what people don't realize is that there were actually 3 final judgments in this case, consent decrees. There was the US one, there was the New York State group of states, and then the California one that split off. And they were mostly all the same until there came a point where they were somewhat bifurcated. But they called for the formation of what they called a technical committee. And that technical committee would be made up of 3 people. The first one would be put forth by the Department of Justice, and that was Harry Saul. The second one was going to be designated by Microsoft, and that was Franklin Fite. And then the 2 of them would nominate a third person together, and that third person was Skip Stritter. Those 3 people, are and were luminaries in the software world. They went to Seattle with the idea that they would start to do this and realized very quickly they couldn't do it, just the 3 of them. So they decided, why don't we form a corporation, and the sole purpose of this corporation would be to monitor Microsoft. And they brought on 7 people, I think, to start with, realized that wasn't enough, brought on somebody like me who had experience in managing technical people. By the time we were done, I had hired a total of 93 people to run this organization across 3 offices, 2 in Seattle area, and 1 we had to open an office in Palo Alto as well, because we ran out of people in the Seattle area who were willing to do what they considered to be things against Microsoft. So basically what we did was we took the final judgments and used that sort of like our corporate charter. We would make sure that Microsoft did everything we were required to do under the final judgments, and that they didn't do anything they were prohibited from doing under the final judgments. And what everybody knows about in this case is the browser wars, right? Everybody talks about that, and that turns out to be a pretty simple part of the final judgments. That it's very easy to test to see if anyone's getting preferential treatment on the Microsoft Windows operating system, because we were all technical people. That was sort of the unique thing about this remedy. You didn't have a lawyer special master who's monitoring this. You had highly technical people, and these 93 people I ended up hiring over the course of the 6.5 years I did this, they were the top technical people in the world, in my opinion. That's why we brought them in. So testing to see if browsers had special treatment was easy. But other parts of the consent decrees, like Section 3E, was the most difficult part. So that required Microsoft in great detail to document all of their proprietary communications protocols so that third parties could build their own servers that could talk to the 93% monopoly of Windows desktops out there. And that turns out to be a really difficult thing. I think it's a lot like the patent requirement of 1956, right? Because this is their proprietary stuff, and they were required to license it, which in Microsoft's case, they had no interest in doing. It was much different. So you have to figure out if this documentation, we had to figure out, is this documentation correct, and is it complete? And it's really hard to do because, you know, this has never been documented before by Microsoft. Microsoft was not the type of company that kept good records about their software development. So they were doing this having never done it before. And our role for Section 3E was really to file bug reports against the documentation, which seems like a very kind of tedious and menial job, but you know, we had to look at source code, we had to look at network traffic on the wire, and then in most cases programmatically compare it to what was in the documentation. And we went so far as to take Unix boxes and by sole reference to the documentation, try to build these protocols and then look for things that didn't happen or didn't match the documentation, which worked pretty well for errors in the documents, but not omissions. So then we had to do things like we actually instrumented Microsoft's labs overseas in China and India and Ireland and captured all of the network traffic that went on during Microsoft's testing. And that we were talking about petabytes of data back in the early 2000s or mid 2000s rather, where those kind of numbers were not generally spoken about. And then we would programmatically compare that network traffic to documents. So it was a highly, highly technical exercise, and most of the people I hired were hired to do that exercise. Now, there are also other provisions that we were responsible for. We were responsible for receiving complaints from partners and competitors in Microsoft. And I spent a lot of time actually visiting those partners and competitors and seeing if they had any complaints. And if they had, check to see if I could verify them and give Microsoft the opportunity to cure. And to me, in terms of effectiveness, that was probably the most effective part of the final judgments. If you're talking about success of this particular remedy, you only need to look at Google and the success of Google Chrome, right? Because Google realized early on that what had to happen was that browsers had to be rich in features and functionality, and that was the only way you could compete against Microsoft. Basically, you make the operating system irrelevant. It doesn't matter what operating system you're running, as long as you have access to a feature-rich browser, you can compete with Microsoft because, today, if I'm not doing coding, I'm in the browser. And I think most of, casual users are in the browser most of the time. So the operating system, in my opinion, has become irrelevant, and that was allowed to happen because these strong-arming and other techniques that were described in the complaint were not allowed to happen because maybe some of it's because of fear of bad press, but certainly we were there, and if it had happened or if it did happen, we would report that to the plaintiffs who would report it to the court.
That is so interesting. I have about 10 follow-ups, but we'll come back to those. Bob, let's move to you, and if you want to lay out what you think the legacy and sort of key points are for you.
Some of you might remember Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, where a samurai was found dead in the forest, and a group of witnesses for the rest of the movie gave completely conflicting conclusions about what had happened. This might be like that. So if you could, I have a timeline of stuff. I don't control my own slides here, so.
Oh, do we have a little clicker?
Here's a clicker.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Maybe I should hold the clicker.
Yeah, Gary will hold it for you, Bob.
Yeah, right. Well, I've only got Gary's slides here, so.
That's good. They're good slides.
Yeah, they're good slides. All right, so I'll do my best here. All right.
Yeah, I was going to give it one more B. Are we? Okay. Well, actually, I am going to pull back. And in fact, while we're waiting, Ron, I want to ask you just one follow-up. You know, you're obviously a technologist. There's a balance between, and I see this in financial markets as well, there's a balance between needing someone with enough expertise to really dig into compliance and to understand what's happening, and yet also having a level of transparency and the ability to sort of translate this to the public, to the press. What lessons do you have for folks that are thinking about algorithmic auditing, how to think about AI? I mean, I have to say, even amongst tech journalists that I know, this is a topic that's really opaque, I think, still.
Yeah, it's been a problem for a long time, right? I mean, to find people who are teachers, as I sort of consider myself, and can get down to the bit level when talking about technology, it's hard to find those sorts of people, let alone managing other people who are technologists. So I think those people are important to find for things like this. And those are the kind of people who can look at this stuff and create algorithms that look for compliance. And that's, I think that was important in this case, to have people who could do that.
Mm-hmm. Do we have slides yet, or
I don't know,
Bob? Do you want to just go ahead and present?
I will just wing it
Okay.
from this point.
Wing it.
Here we go. I liked Randy's talk because he showed many of the things that I used, because like a few of you in the room, I'm old. So I did my dissertation, the empirical work for my dissertation, on cards. And the one thing I can tell you is don't drop the box, because you're in big trouble. Then I had that Apple PC, exact one that Randy was showing. It sat on my desk when I was an assistant professor. And then I'll be okay, don't worry. So, then I had the first IBM PC after that. And then perhaps most important for this case, I went down to Best Buy. I got my card down there. And I bought a copy of Netscape Navigator for $40. Okay, and I brought it home and had little discs in it, and I put it on my computer. It worked just fine. So over time then, we got involved, my colleague Kevin Murphy and I got involved in the remedies case. So after the Court of Appeals decision in Microsoft. After that, we ended up working on Caldera, on Novell. I mean, it had to do with applications, alleged anti-competitive acts against WordPerfect, alleged anti-competitive acts that came up in the first Microsoft thing that had the remedies that Gary was talking about, involving DR-DOS and so on, and down through the years. We also worked on, I wouldn't mention it except for the stuff that came up in the Apple complaint. I worked on the Apple iPod antitrust litigation, which is kind of a microcosm of what the current DOJ complaint is, because it was a closed garden system for the iPod, and if you wanted to get your music from real networks, well, sorry, it's a closed garden. And that went to trial out many years ago now. But it was a unanimous jury's verdict in favor of Apple at the time. But the real reason I mentioned it is when I saw the Apple complaint, I had worked on all these Microsoft cases. I worked on that iPod case that the Apple complaint says is now, well, the iPod wouldn't have happened but for the Microsoft case. And I thought, I worked on both of those cases. I didn't know that. I still don't know that. So in one of those, so sometimes I was the testifier, sometimes I wasn't. One of the most fun testifying things about this was, if you look at the long list of cases, none of them after the remedies case actually went to trial, because Microsoft settled them all. And part of the reason was that they wanted to settle them all. I was at a mediation out in Redmond, and the other side came in with a number that was just fanciful about, a miracle happened, or a miracle would have happened. We would have made all this money, but you charged us a couple bucks more for the operating system. And I said, you can't, the mediator was rolling his eyes. And I said, you can't give that number. And the Microsoft GC with us said, let me make a phone call. And he came back and I said, well, what did he say? He said, if there's one thing we have around here, it's money. And so they settled the case. Later on, I got to be, I had to become familiar with all the details of all these Microsoft cases, or the plaintiffs' arguments. Because they all, after these settlements, they all came together in the state cases. And the state cases rolled in everything from the trial we're talking about today, or the litigation we're talking about today, and the stuff from previous litigation, searching for some measure of damages because people wanted to get some money. So I had to be, we did mock trials. I had a dozen juries in front of me, in a big auditorium, and I got to be the plaintiff's expert. And so they asked me, in front of all these folks, please introduce yourself, Professor. And I said, my name is Roger Knoll. Yes, it is. Now, many of you don't know who Roger was, but he was the plaintiff's expert. And then I had to go through the whole litany of all the things that Microsoft had done. Now, when we get to the actual case, I mean, we really haven't discussed here the theory of the case. You've alluded to it a little bit, but the theory of the case was that either Netscape or Java, or the combination of Netscape and Java, could evolve into a middleware platform that would stick a bunch of its own APIs out the top, connect to the APIs of the underlying operating system, and it could evolve, according to the theory, to become a competitor to not just Microsoft, but also Apple, which had its own operating system. Now, the long and short of it is, well, that didn't happen. And it didn't happen in a world where it really could happen after the case. So there's no evidence of anything like that ever happening, that these cross-platform middleware, pieces of middleware, supported important client-resident applications. Just didn't happen. Java, the other piece of this, which is really a better threat. If I can recommend reading to you folks, if you really want to understand this case, you might go back and read Gates's Internet Tidal Wave memo. It's long. Netscape and Java occupy a small place in it. And it's not convincing at all that he had in mind the type of theory that I just articulated. He was concerned about somebody else having the browser that was the island, the bridge across to the other island where the internet was. But he wasn't so concerned about it commoditizing the operating system in the sense that it became, that language became used in the litigation. The other is, you might read the Fisher-Rubenfeld versus Evans and Schmalensee debate in AEI, where they both, after their testimony, laid out their theories of the case and then rebutted each other. It's very informative. And then read the Court of Appeals decision. And then you'll kind of understand what the Court of Appeals decision was about. An easy way, a colloquial way to describe the case is that Microsoft perceived a threat, and it was, by and large, the boogeyman coming out of the closet. But they opened fire with a double-barreled shotgun. And the two barrels of the shotgun had a bunch of acts, one set of which had to do with restrictions on distribution, the other set of which had to do with investing $100 million a year in improving their own browser, Internet Explorer, and with charging low prices, a price of $0 for the browser. Now, the government's case was that those two acts that I just mentioned were predatory. Now, if you think about that in retrospect, the price they charged for the browser was $0. And I had gone down and bought it for $40. So that was their theory of why you couldn't be making money charging $0 for this thing, so it must be predatory. Well, it turns out, as we know from the last 25 years of history, $0 is basically the competitive equilibrium price for a browser. They charge the competitive price. And wisely, the Court of Appeals threw out the parts about investment and predation and kept, I don't agree with all of what they kept, but they kept the parts about distribution. And then the question comes down to, of those 2 barrels in the shotgun, which are the ones that really mattered for the distribution of IE and for Navigator? And I think the evidence is compelling. We can't really sit here and go through it all today. That it was really the zero price and investing in making a better browser over time.
Okay.
One
Last point.
last point. I think the open question, when I made my slides, I divided them, and it turned out to be the agenda for today. The 2 questions were, did the acts that occurred at the time affect competition going forward in the way that one might expect from the theory of the case? The answer is, I think, unambiguously no. The second question is, did the case engender the development of new technologies or products going forward after 1999? And in my view, despite Gary's slide to the contrary, in my view, I think the answer to that is also no.
Okay, great. We could stay with this, but I actually kind of want to push you guys bigger and also more forward, because this is really not about relitigating the entire case, but sort of looking at what the lessons are for today. One historical question I do want to ask all of you to comment on quickly. This case was happening at a time when there had been a lot of consolidation. There was a lot of deal making that had happened. We talked a little bit about why, or Gary, you talked a bit about why this got more publicity than Google, but why was it the case of that moment, do you think?
Boy, that's a good question that takes a lot to answer, but to be concise here, you talk about deal making. One of the things I didn't have time to talk about is after the first feeble consent decree, Bill Gates was emboldened and was going to acquire Intuit, which would have given him a huge leap forward in banking, in digital banking, which was thought to be the killer app of the internet. And that's really what we were campaigning against as much as Microsoft's other conduct. I can't answer the question. It hit at a point in time when there weren't a lot of other cases going on. And because of the spectacle factor, compare today to the Google trial, I think most people were more interested in, Bitcoin boy and blood drop girl than they were the importance of the Google case. And there really wasn't anything like that going on. And it was a time that we didn't have the kind of international crises we have today. So journalists' attention wasn't as attenuated. But that's, I think, anybody's guess as to how you would answer your question.
Ron, do you want to weigh on that?
Sure. I think Gary was right in his initial statement that there were a lot more fireworks in the Microsoft case than there are in any of these current cases. Bill Gates came out with fantastical statements like, if the Justice Department does this to us, the entire world will come to a halt because we run the entire world of computers. And then, the spectacular failure, ill-advised statements he made at his, deposition with Stephen Houck. Those things, the public cares about those kind of things. It's almost like watching a soap opera. So in terms of publicity, I think that has a lot to do with it.
Bob, I'd love your thought too, but if you can actually give a little more perspective even beyond the tech industry, if possible. Why was it, because there was consolidation in a lot of industries. So why was this the case at the moment?
Well, remember, it was a product that everybody was either acquiring or would acquire. And almost all of them, except for a handful of folks who had Macs or who were geeks and had a Linux machine or something, had one of these. And then I think Ron was right that there was a lot of entertainment value to not just Gates's testimony, but to the emails. Ballmer says we're going to cut off their air supply. And the fact that, those are the kinds of things that people have in hallway conversations or something like that. It looks like it's consistent with the theory of predatory conduct. It was entertaining stuff. I don't think it really had to do with consolidation. I think it was just entertaining stuff in a very successful, for a very successful firm.
So, all right, I have to ask, particularly given what's happening in AI right now, and AI is obviously still nascent, although much hyped. I personally think that we're going to realize in 5 or 10 years that there was more speculation than productivity at this moment, but that's a topic for another panel and perhaps another conference. But I'm curious, I mean, Bill Gates has explicitly said, gave an interview, I think, to CNBC in 2019 saying that the antitrust litigation prevented Microsoft from competing effectively with Google, and yet here we are at this moment with Microsoft being one of the big four and competing very well with Google. What do we think about that? Let's just go down the line, Gary.
I think you're absolutely right. We didn't kill the company, not by any stretch of the imagination. We made a competitive market in which Microsoft can compete. And going forward into AI, maybe the antitrust focus is going to be Microsoft because of their investment and because of some other things going on that I really can't talk about yet. But touche, I guess I would say.
Ron?
So I would say, you know, if you want to talk about phone, I think, you know, clearly Google destroyed Microsoft in terms of Windows Phone. If you want to talk about music, you know, the Zune was a complete failure. And in terms of whether they're competing right now, I don't see them, I don't consider them as competition to Google in the desktop world because, like I said, the desktop doesn't matter anymore. And the browser, Microsoft has been destroyed by Google as well. So I don't agree that they're one of the big four in those areas. I think on the server side, Microsoft is finally, in my opinion, for the first time in my life, Microsoft is innovating somewhere. So that they are one of the big companies in terms of server, you know, competing against Amazon, competing against Google. But, you know, in the areas that have to do with this particular antitrust case we're talking about, I don't see it that way.
Bob?
Well, the question is what, you know, how they compete against Google. I mean, one of the things that came up in the case, and I'm sorry to go back to it, was the importance of placement on the desktop. On Windows machines these days, Edge is the default browser. And if you get an update to your operating system, you get Edge as the default browser. Microsoft has still got 70 to 80% of the desktop operating systems. They have a 13% share in browsers. People just switch to Chrome. And insofar as search engines go, the number one search outcome on Bing, what do you think it is? Google. It's a remarkable thing. I mean, that part about distribution and confusion and all this, it turned out to be nonsense. But the other operative point there is that the thing that they're marketing insofar as a browser and a search engine isn't competing well against Google, and the better product is probably winning out.
Can I just add
Yeah,
one thing?
go ahead.
Yeah, I also want, about the phone, about Windows Phone, I've heard it said today and other places that it was because of the antitrust case that Google failed, I'm sorry, that Microsoft failed in Microsoft Phone. But, you know, anyone who's used the product knows that it just wasn't a good product. You know, if you want to compare it, and it had no app ecosystem, it just didn't work compared to the competing products.
I think we're going to, in a couple minutes, go to questions, but let me just ask you, what would have happened, just as a thought experiment, if there had been a vertical breakup? Any thoughts on that?
Bad things.
Gary, go ahead. He said bad things. What do you, or sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Because of how Microsoft acted after they were chastened, I don't know that we would have been better off with a vertical breakup in that particular case. But, you know, vertical breakups can happen and can work. It's just that we didn't need one because of how it turned out.
You want to have a quick word there?
Yeah. I mean, it's important to understand that the vertical breakup, there was another part that would have been a horizontal breakup, was to spin off the applications and have an applications company and then an operating system company. But the applications and the operating system are complements. And one of the things that's not realized, this is the way all these other cases come together. The way Microsoft succeeded in the places where they made good products was they made decent products and then they charged incredibly low prices for them compared to the competition. John Sculley of Apple testified that they actually considered going to the Microsoft system of being vertically disintegrated with respect to OEMs and stuff and licensing their operating system. And they said, well, we could license the operating system for $75. But if we did that, we would have to sell 10 times as many computers in order to break even. And this was at a time when Microsoft, remember I said $75. That's way less than what the implicit price they were getting for their Apple machines. And they had figured they had no hope of selling 10 times as much. And at that time, Microsoft was charging less than half of that for a combination of DOS and Windows. The reason they came, now this comes back to the applications, the reason they became dominant in applications really isn't anti-competitive conduct. There were some accusations of that. But as one of the witnesses for Lotus testified, you know, it's incredibly hard to compete against these guys because they make good products and they charge incredibly low prices. If I were allowed here with my slides to come in, I could show you the prices of applications and operating systems, how they declined over time. So they basically took their monopoly power, if you will, and they realized it in quantity rather than in price. Prices were falling.
Okay, I'm going to open up questions. Tim, why don't we start with you? Is there a mic, or you can just shout?
I think they want it for the...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thanks. I suspect in the room there's a lot of people interested in this. I wanted to make a comment first on the question about vertical breakup. I was surprised no one on the panel suggested that, even though I agree we got some supervision of Microsoft, that you might have had increased competition with the basic Office suite, you know, with Word and Excel. I mean, they're not the best products in the world, but nobody wants to get directly on. No one wants to get on the operating system trying to compete with them because they feel it's a sucker's game. So, you know, that I just wanted to comment that the Windows operating system has kind of been a death zone for anyone trying to launch new companies for a long time, and I think maybe that was a lost thing, even though I agree there was some things. But I have a question for Ron. You know, first I want to say that when you said you programmed in the IBM 360, I started saying, how old is this dude? But then I realized you did that when you were 9 years old, if I'm not mistaken.
You looked me up, okay.
Yeah, I did look you up. So, but what I wanted to know, you know, you talked a lot about how you guys were very focused, technical committee, on you know, the operating system and other browsers and how they were treated. Did you also, and if you said this, I'm sorry, focus on how Explorer, which I think had about a 95% market share by 2002, treated the various websites or applications on it? You know, because that seems to me ended up being the key site of competition.
So the answer is not directly. Yeah. So when we looked at what Google was doing with Chrome at that time, and to some extent Mozilla's Netscape, but it was on the way out, you know, we looked at the capabilities that Chrome was allowed to have on the Windows operating system more than what Explorer was doing. So it's sort of indirectly because there were standards committees talking about what browsers would be allowed to do, and Google was pushing for much more feature-rich functionality in the browser, and Microsoft was not. So to that extent, yes, indirectly, because by allowing competing browsers to come in and have more of a say by their market share of what the standards committees cared about, that's how we addressed it.
Can I just make a comment on the mandate of the committee was very narrow from my perspective, very narrow. And I want to say Harry Saul has been a longtime personal friend. You recall that the Netscape matter started when Bill Gates sent his minions down and attempted to divide the market with Netscape, and then Netscape said no, so he brought down his wrath on them. I had that very same situation with another client, a household name, a product you guys still use every day. And I went to the committee and said, they're doing the same damn thing. And they talked for a while, and Harry said, you know, Gary, that's really important. You need to convince the government to bring another antitrust case. And I'm like, man, 10 years of my life, you know. So because Harry's a friend, I used to go around talking about how I didn't like the remedy and it didn't work. I don't do that anymore because he's a friend. But there were problems that the remedy didn't solve.
Okay.
So I'll add to that. I mean, certainly we had some limitations in what we could address, but you know, I'm a technologist. I only care about the furtherance of innovation. So in the long run, to me, that goal was achieved.
Okay.
So can I just comment
very
on
quickly,
something?
and then I want to get some more questions.
As I understand what you were saying, and I think it's important that Chrome, for example, or Google wanted more functionality in the APIs, let us say, than Microsoft wanted in those APIs. And the consent decree said that Microsoft has to reveal, if you will, all of the APIs that are used in their middleware software. So technically you're saying they would be in compliance with that, even though what the other guys wanted was more functionality. Is that right?
It's a little more subtle than that because it's not APIs I'm talking about. I'm talking about the external to Microsoft, the standards committees that determine what HTML was, what HTML5 would have. So it's not really APIs that I'm talking about. We did a lot of monitoring of making sure that Microsoft revealed or allowed access to APIs. But what I'm really talking about is the feature, the actual features of HTML and the World Wide Web.
Okay. David.
Thank you. There was a lot of talk in this panel about, why was the Microsoft trial a spectacle and why didn't the Google trial add up? And as a journalist, I want to defend kind of my profession here. The Google trial was a secret. I mean, there were like 4 people in the room for the entire trial, and most of them are here. It took Leah, protesting in the middle of the trial to the judge to actually get some more information out of that courtroom. So I think it's the success of your experience that led Google to know that the court of public opinion was a bad place for them to be. And so, I mean, this is not your father's monopoly. And I think that needs to be recognized.
That's a great point, David. Well said.
Can I make one quick comment on that? Yeah, I agree. I was chatting with Leah last night about that as well. And I do agree with that. However, the frenzy coming into the trial in Microsoft was so great that the judge could not have done what the Google judge did for weeks. And that's one big difference.
That's such a, Luke, go ahead. Interesting point.
Remember that the judge did bring in journalists and was reprimanded for it and was taken off the case upon remand for judicial misconduct. He didn't bring him into the trial. He brought him into his office before he even announced his decision.
Okay, go ahead.
And I mean, just to piggyback on what David just said, I think Google, absorbed those lessons of Microsoft in the 90s and early 2000s by, they basically bought the circus. I mean, DC is just a Truman Show of Google shills. And so, I mean, that helps if for decades they are kind of running interference. They've got sock puppets that are just throwing water on the importance of a case or kind of flooding the zone. My question was for Ron. Your name came up in a conference that I hosted a couple months ago called Remedy Fest, where we were kind of reflecting on some of the past, but also looking to the future of imagining, what if there's an adverse ruling against Google as expected? What if there's an adverse ruling against Apple? What is the DMA going to look like, a year from now? And I'm just curious about all the details of your experience. Like, how much did these people get paid? Kind of as your team of 90 plus folks, could you offer them competitive salaries? Because I'm just trying to even imagine today the environment of how would you even structure this, and then if you have any general thoughts, like sort of an explain like I'm 5 simplified sort of takeaway that makes you more inclined to support something like structural separation or a more maybe a cleaner remedy as a result of your Microsoft experience as we look at Google and as we look at Apple?
Great question.
Yeah, I mean, it was expensive. I think that if we could not pay above market rates, we would not have been able to get the people who we got. So we did pay above market rates. One of the interesting facts about the final judgments is that Microsoft had to pay the bills, all of our bills. So we were a corporation, a separate corporation, but every year we would send an 8-digit number to Microsoft and say, you have 30 days to wire this into our account, without any supporting detail. But the government looked at it and sort of approved it, thought it was okay. But in terms of the future, I think when you have high-tech cases that require some sort of remedy and oversight, to not have highly technical people doing it would be a mistake. We've seen it in the past. We've seen, lawyers and judges are smart people, right? But that doesn't mean that they understand down to the bit level like our people did. And without that, we would not have been able to make the final judgment actually be complied with.
Okay, question over here. In the front, is there a mic?
Yeah, thanks. So this is a question, I guess, maybe for Ron, but maybe the other panelists will be interested as well. So, this is coming a little bit from the European side, where there was the Microsoft case. I was involved with it on the commission side of it. But it was very closely related, I think, to some elements of the final judgment in the appeals court. And that's basically on interoperability. And the case actually is very relevant for many of the other cases that we are discussing, in more recent times, because the underlying economics of this is that a concern that a monopolist has access to a certain source, the operating system for Windows is a monopoly product, or it could be other things when we think about Apple or some of the other more recent monopolists. And in order to get access to that, in Microsoft's case, the operating system, you have to interoperate with it. Otherwise, it's very hard to sell your products. If Microsoft, in this case, limits that interoperability, it's harder for rivals to build up market share in this alternative market. And then the worry is not necessarily just the alternative market, it's building up a new product which could eventually become a threat to the platform. So that's the underlying question. So how do you deal with that? And I think what Guy was describing was the attempt to kind of create interoperability, to force Microsoft to release sufficient information, which goes on well beyond the API, to let these rivals interconnect. Now, my understanding is that it's extremely difficult to do that. I wasn't sure where you landed. You seem to land in a more optimistic place than many other people have. And because of course the alternatives, you can't, if it's difficult to do that, you have to think of a more structural approach. So could you elucidate a bit more on what works and what doesn't work, and did it work in that case, and could it work in future cases?
Yeah, I think what you're talking about in the U.S. case was Section 3E, which I spoke about earlier, which is the communications protocols, and the government's idea was, we make the documentation for these communication protocols available. You can have competitors with competing servers that could talk to the desktop monopoly that's out there. And I was lucky to, halfway through my tenure till the end, we met with the EC on a pretty regular basis. The problem with that was, because of our protective order, we could not tell the EC what we found that was not in compliance. The EC could tell us what they found, but they're about 4 years behind us. But everything that they found, instead of just complaining about it, they started fining Microsoft to the tune of €1 million per month, I think, or day. Actually, it was €1 million per day. And the things that we had been trying to get fixed for years suddenly got fixed very quickly. So that, I think, is a pretty interesting part of this case, that we didn't have kind of the stick that the EC had. But in terms of how I feel about it, I'm kind of two minds. I think that that, you know, after filing like 10,000 bug reports against the documentation per month, you know, and writing a lot of the documentation ourselves, as Judge Kohler-Catelli put, we had a set of documentation for the protocols that were required that were mostly accurate and complete. So now, whether that was useful or not in the economy is a different question, and Carl Shapiro's paper in that respect, I think, is mostly correct, that it ended up not making that much of a difference. But in terms of what I care about, which is, you know, innovation in the broader sense of technology, I think the rest of it did.
Okay, Filippo, you have a question?
I wanted to complement John's question and get back to something that Gary said in the beginning, which I think is very important as we discuss counterfactual. So would you all agree that in the absence of the antitrust settlement and antitrust law more broadly, there was nothing legal or technical that would just stop Microsoft from closing interoperability and not allowing Chrome from existing at all? Basically saying, like, we're not going to have Chrome, no, we're going to have just one browser in Windows, and it's going to be only the Internet Explorer. So that would be the counterfactual of no antitrust laws, right? So anything legal or technical that would say, okay, no, Chrome would have existed anyway.
I'm going to invoke a slightly different case to answer your question. I represented PeopleSoft when Oracle did a hostile acquisition, and the Justice Department Republican administration tried to block the acquisition. So Oracle put on Larry Ellison, who is the great innovator, CEO of Oracle, billionaire, and on cross-examination, the government said, if you had no competition, would you continue to invest? Long pause in the courtroom. And he said, no, it would be wasteful. So I think that that's how people with a monopoly think about things. You know, if they could close everything off, why the hell wouldn't they?
Yeah, I can only answer from a technical standpoint, and obviously there's nothing technical that could have stopped them from blocking Chrome.
Well, if they were going to do that, I could write the code. You know, it would be if name equals Google, then crash. But you know, but they didn't even do that to Netscape, as I understand it, before the case was brought. I think Barksdale testified that Netscape ran fine on Windows. They tried to affect things via distribution by charging a low price and investing in their product. The distribution ones were most of them were found to be anti-competitive, but the others were not.
But in the absence of antitrust law, do you see anything in their business model that would just have said would not have done the same?
Yeah, because they built, you know, as what's his name, Judge Jackson put it, and this number varied from one page to the next, I have to tell you. There were 70,000 apps on Windows, which was supposed to be the application's barrier to entry. And so they didn't make a practice of saying, ooh, that's a good idea, we're going to block that one and make one of our own. Okay, they tried to compete, so when they couldn't get into it, they made money. I mean, don't mean they made a bunch of money. They created money. And one of the things that did for them is it caused Intuit to cut the price of Quicken, which drives their platform forward. So they don't have a big incentive to just cut off useful apps. People are going to say, look, okay, that's your operating system. Well, we'll go somewhere else. And they could go somewhere else.
Okay. Final thought, and then I want to have a flash
quick.
round.
Frankly, no offense, that's ridiculous. I mean, look at the case against Meta. The whole case is they found the apps that worked the best, they trashed them, and they did the same thing and made a lot more money. All the monopolists do that. It's not just Microsoft.
It's not just trashing and crashing, right? It's also not allowing those applications to access the infrastructure that they need, that their product had.
Right.
And that's what this was really about.
That's the hidden APIs argument.
Okay, so we're at time, so I'm going to end by asking you guys just to give advice to the current brain trust, as someone was saying earlier, Khan, Cantor, you know, the folks that are embroiled in the current cases. What should they take from Microsoft? Final thoughts very quickly in a minute or so. Bob, why don't you start?
it's obviously a difficult question, but I think and this came up in some of the discussion this morning, I think the government's proposal for structural remedies, both horizontal and vertical, were several bridges too far, and they would have been incredibly destructive. I thought the Court of Appeals usefully introduced adult supervision on the anti-competitive conduct. And so, and I think it actually reduces the credibility of antitrust policy. I think antitrust policy is extremely important, but it reduces the credibility of that policy when we go too far, when we become zealots rather than just enforcers of the law.
Okay. Ron?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to Jonathan Cantor here. I mean, I don't know, I think all of you must know that he was counsel for Microsoft during my time of the remedy. So I'm interested in hearing how that story came about. But you know, to me, it's about the remedy. To the extent there is a remedy and some sort of monitorship, again, I would just say to make sure highly technical people are involved, whoever they are.
Okay, final word to you, Gary.
So we had two sayings in Silicon Valley while the Microsoft case was going on as a general remedy. The first was the trial is the remedy. That has turned out not to be the case in the Google situation. But our second saying was just keep on suing them. That's the best remedy.
Okay, well, maybe that's a good place to stop. Thank you all.
Hello. Okay, there we
There
go.
you are. Yeah, it's off the board.
All right, we're going to get underway. We have one slight change to the program. Dina Srinivasan was unfortunately unable to join us, so a big thank you to Laura Edelson, who agreed last night to step in. Her bio is, I believe, in there because she was going to speak tomorrow, but she is the former chief technologist at the Justice Department and a professor at Northeastern. So we are actually doing our panel a little bit different from the others in that first I am going to give you an overview of the Google cases. So unlike the two other sort of case studies we've done, the AT&T was one case here in the US. Microsoft was sort of two cases, transatlantic here in EU. The Google cases are very global. I think it said in the program there's something like 100 cases against Google around the world. The other difference is obviously that these are still ongoing. So broadly speaking, next slide. I think you can sort of fill the Google cases into three big buckets: Android, search, or ad tech. You know, there's a little bit of variations on a theme within there. But I'm actually going to start with the first case that I think relates here, which is a 2015 case in Russia. Yandex, which was the Russian search engine, filed a complaint with the anti-monopoly service in Russia in February of 2015 over Google's contracts that required that it be the default on Android phones. And the FAS found pretty quickly that that violated the anti-monopoly law, and 2 years later they entered a settlement with Google where it paid a sort of minor amount. It came out to about $7 million. But they also created a choice screen for phones within Russia. And this is a slide actually that was used in the Justice Department's case last fall. And you can see exactly what happened when they introduced the choice screen, which is where that line is. And then Yandex was able to actually gain back some of the market share that it had lost over to Google. And Google is now the number 2 in Russia. I keep pressing the wrong button. So the next one that's sort of along this lines is the EU Android case. They officially opened their probe also in 2015, sent a statement of objections in 2016, and fined Google 4.3 billion euros in 2018. Google proposed a choice screen that was going to be decided by an auction. Eventually, lots of people said that wasn't going to work for various reasons. They instead came up with a choice screen that is free. And this is what it looks like. The choice screen in Europe, however, didn't really work. This is another thing that was used in the Justice Department's case. This is what happened pretty much in the EU. You'll see Google is a line there at the top, and it doesn't really move. The only place that apparently it did work a little bit was in the Czech Republic, where there was already a search engine by the name of Seznam, which saw a slight uptick in usage when the choice screen went into effect. You can think a little bit about the Digital Markets Act as another attempt at a remedy for Google. It was designated as a gatekeeper and has more core platform services than any other of the gatekeepers. There are 8 of them, and that includes Google Android, the operating system, Google Chrome, and Google Play. There is another slight variation on the Android case that has come up, both sort of within the DMA and what we call sort of the Google Play cases here in the US. Epic Games, the founder of Fortnite, filed a lawsuit in 2020. The next year, a group of US attorneys generals filed their own lawsuit challenging the contracts that Google has with Android manufacturers to make Google Play, the app store, the default on all Android phones. In December of last year, a federal jury found that those contracts violate the antitrust laws. And the court there is in the process of sort of working on a remedy. The search cases, there are 2 primary ones, the first one being the one that is most well known in the EU with Google Shopping. So this case technically started in 2010 with allegations that Google was preferencing its own products over those of rivals. There was a statement of objections in 2015 that decided to focus just on Google's shopping product called Google Shopping. In 2017, the EU finalized that probe, fined them $2 billion, ordered it to make changes. And these are some of the changes that they ended up making. You can sort of see what Google Shopping looked like first, what Google Shopping looked like after. There have been a lot of complaints that this is not a particularly effective remedy. One of these, the top one is what it looks like now on desktop. So as you can see, there's this one little button there that you can click to see what comparative shopping services pricing looks like. And then this is actually Google's own graphic of what it looks like on a mobile phone. US v. Google is the one that was filed by the Justice Department here in October of 2020. I sometimes call it Google One because we have more than one. It was a little bit of a variation on the search and the Android. So the main allegation is that Google entered into contracts with various browsers and smartphone manufacturers to ensure that its search engine is the default on all of these places. So these are both slides that the Justice Department showed during their case, which went to trial last fall. Google is the default on the iPhone, on all Android mobile phones, and also in the Chrome browser. So when you just go up to the search box on any of these places, it automatically goes to Google. The bottom graph shows you that more than 50% of all of the search queries done in the US go through one of these default access points that automatically go to Google. And then the third sort of bucket is the ad tech bucket. This is a little bit more complicated, and so I'm very glad that Laura is here to help us through it. But the interesting thing about the ad tech inquiries is a lot of it actually sort of tended to start in Australia. In 2017, the Australian government asked the ACCC to take a look at the impact of online search engine and social media on competition in the media and advertising services market. What you can see in the top graph, this is taken from their report, is sort of how the introduction of online search and social media really cratered the advertising in the print media. So that purple thing is what had been the advertising in print media, and you can see that very quickly sort of the yellow online one takes over. In 2020, the ISBA, which is a large advertising group, did a study of where does the money go when you buy an ad online. They hired PwC, the auditor, to sort of try and go through the process of looking at, when an advertiser spends $1, who gets the various bits of money. And the interesting thing that they found is when an advertiser spends $1, 51 cents of that goes to the website that eventually publishes the ad. The most interesting one is actually this little 15% in the middle. They actually couldn't figure out where that went. So 15 cents out of every dollar just sort of goes into the ether somewhere. The UK CMA did its own study into online advertising, and it sort of found what was interesting about its thing was it found that Google has very massive shares in some aspects of this marketplace. You can see sort of along the top row, it shows various things, we call them like sections of the ad tech stack. And you can see in there that Google in some places dominates as much as 80 or 90%, or even in the ones in the middle where it's not as dominant, it still has 50 to 60% was their estimate. The UK CMA also opened a separate investigation into Google's plan to get rid of third-party cookies in the Chrome browser because there were a lot of concerns among advertisers about how they would be able to sort of continue to be able to see where their money goes without cookies. This is another version on the same chart from before that the ACCC did. The second sort of set of this is the ones that are specifically looking at litigating a case against Google over the ad tech stack. The first one was Texas v. Google. This was the state case that was brought in December of 2020. US v. Google, which Google too, was brought in January of 2023, and the EU also has a very similar case. These, I put in here one of the most interesting things that they had found in that, which is that in addition to its control over the actual sort of machinery doing these advertisements, Google also changed sometimes the rules of how it conducted the auctions. So this one talks about Project Bernanke. which was a sort of project that Google had internally that would give less money to publishers, keep the remainder, and in order to inflate bids later. These cases are all ongoing. The trial in US v. Google is scheduled for September. The trial in Texas v. Google is supposed to be in March of next year. And lastly, the thing I just wanted to mention is something that came out of some of the advertising services inquiries, which is this idea of investing more in news through creating news bargaining codes. So after the ACCC did its first investigation, Australia adopted a news bargaining code that requires Google and Facebook to negotiate with publishers for money in exchange for the referral traffic. If they don't reach an agreement among themselves, they have to engage in what I'm told is called baseball-style arbitration. So each side makes an offer. Google obviously makes a low one. The publisher makes a very high one. And the arbitrator has to pick one or the other. And so that sort of incentivizes them to come up with a decision on their own. In the first year of the Australian News Bargaining Code being in existence, Google and Facebook paid out more than $200 million Australian, which is the equivalent of about 150 million US. This was also recently adopted in Canada. Last summer, they adopted an online news act. They're still in the process of implementing it. But Google has already said that they will pay out 100 million Canadian a year, which runs to about 72 million US. Right now, California is considering adopting its own bill very similar to this. What's interesting about that is like Australia has about 26 million people, Canada 38 million people. That's about the same size actually as California, which has about 39 million people. So that's sort of just an overview of the various Google cases that we're going to be talking about. First, I'd like to start with Christopher. You know, so the EU remedies in both Android and shopping are sort of widely viewed as not working. Why? Any thoughts that you have on why, and what does this suggest about maybe what the Justice Department should seek in its cases?
Well, thank you very much, Leah, and it's a pleasure to be here. What I find really, well, to preface this, one of the things, the perspectives I bring to this is really influences a book that I'm working on right now, along with a number of co-authors on a volume, which is the DMA marks a move, if you will, from competition law principles and to the point where of what they is clearly framed as ex-ante regulation. And it's funny, Heike Schweitzer, who wrote who's a friend of mine, we invited her to Penn, who was one of the authors who worked with Vestager on the initial studies. We were putting on a program for her, and I called her, the next turn in competition law, and she says, no, you cannot call it competition law, it's ex-ante regulation, and if you look at the publications by the EU itself, they're very consistent that way. What's striking to me, though, is particularly in the remedy side, there's actually very little analysis of the history in ex-ante regulation implementing the types of remedies involved, often called for here. And it's funny, we heard discussions about how sometimes choice screens don't work. You have evidence in Yandex where it does. There's often a sense just by increasing choice, this will solve everything. That's clearly, one, not true on the facts. I mean, we see this, we saw this with the Microsoft remedies. We see this in a lot of different places. And the interesting question is, why not? And what strikes me is there's a couple things. There's some very nice work in telecom which says that some interfaces are complex and information intensive, that they don't actually lend themselves to these types of remedies. If you want to giggle out of telecom lawyers, talk about the 1996 Act, which is so universally regarded as a failure that any time someone does something in telecom regulation, which in the US these days is about net neutrality, they immediately, both FCC chairs say, we're not doing unbundling. It's become so tainted that they distance themselves from it because it just didn't work. And so I think there's a level of analysis that's a technical side. But the other problem we've got is that, is a point that was made in the earlier panel about Microsoft ships all its products with Bing as the default search engine. And in fact, if you're dealing with a Microsoft product, they often are quite sticky in trying to keep you from changing the defaults, whether it's browsers or anything else. And we're finding that Windows users shift them, like I think it's 90% of the time. And so the point is, the fact that someone has a large share, and this is inherent in the consistent rejections in US law of no-fault monopoly, going back to rejection of structured economic performance, the rejection of the Neal Commission, the Rita and Turner proposals, the repeated Phil Hart proposals, is that, in fact, success in the marketplace, large market share is ultimately ambiguous. It can be from successful competition on the merits or anti-competitive activity. And we need some filter which we will use exclusionary conduct for, to separate the two. And the problem you see when you see the remedies essentially not being adopted by consumers, it's somewhat probative looking back that, in fact, the reason that they had the large share is they're offering a better product. And so in some ways, we're learning from that process. You mentioned Android 2. It's not going to figure large because it's just not that heavy in the cases themselves. There's a bigger case in Europe. One of the things that strikes me is another fact, which is consumers aren't the only people who are extremely uncomfortable with Google's position in Android. Samsung and Huawei are as well. And Samsung for years has tried to go do what Google did, go back to the Linux source code, open source. Anyone can do this. Amazon did it. And they're actually trying to create their own operating system called Tizen. Huawei's trying to do Harmony. Two very technically sophisticated companies have been almost completely unsuccessful. Huawei claimed it did it. They've actually looked at the code. It was copied from Google. So what you see here is there's an interesting argument as you look at the facts. You realize that, in fact, this is consistent with Google actually making a significant contribution in integrating what was when they acquired it, a fewer than 10 employee firm with no revenue trying to develop operating systems for digital cameras. That was the ambition. And they turned it into something, they saw something, and the interesting question is, are they successful because of the combination or because of some activity that they've done? So I think that we need some traction on this, and you also need to try to understand, going back to, I think, with Microsoft, the theory of harm. The remedy they asked for in Microsoft, and we don't know in Google case because they haven't told us what the remedy the government's seeking yet. They had all these theories about how the fusion of browser and Java were going to protect their OS market. Remedy, divest Microsoft Office. And for those of us trying to see coherent theories, you kind of scratch your head because the theory and as evidence presented had nothing to do with that. And when you see some of these choice screens and different things, there is an ethic, sometimes just by giving people more choice, it'll change it all. We found out that's generally not that doesn't work that often that well. And I will say that the last thing, another thing people complain about in terms of getting access, there's a couple more things I can say. One is there is a problem here which shows up in my colleague Herb Covenkamp has taken over the Arita treatise. He's written about this. It shows up in Justice Breyer's dissent in Iowa Utilities Board. It shows up in Trinco. It shows up in a lot of different places, which is if you're going to actually mandate access to a platform where one of the partners is essentially unwilling, generally they will comply with law, but only just. Sort of the way I just paid my taxes, which is, I paid what I was supposed to do. I did not throw an extra contribution in out of the goodness of my heart. And so what you discover is Federal Railroad, which is the genesis of all this, went to the Supreme Court 3 times. Why? They were always fighting about price, factor prices change, demand changes, theory, all these things. But in addition, what they discovered in the telecom side is you have to do a fairly comprehensive monitoring of a large number of non-price, if not all the non-price terms. Delays, credit, you name it. 60 days notice of changes, all that. There's a reasonable notice requirement, but you're going to see that, in fact, these sorts of remedies, in the words of Trinco, whoever doesn't want to do business has an unending bag of dirty tricks they can play. And so institutionally, if you're going to implement these remedies, you have to be really prepared to do that well. The last thing I'll say, the one thing that other remedy floating around there beyond access, and we can talk about access to data, which is a big part of this. Access to data is actually really hard. Interestingly, both Google and Facebook provide data portability right now. Part of it is the lack of a client to port it over, but the big problem is the lack of compatibility among data. There's a whole question, how are we going to solve that? Are we going to mandate something, and then who pays for reconfiguring the inconsistent data into it? Is it the user? Is it the platform? But more importantly, data determines functionality in a very profound sort of way, and that's going to change. It's going to be constantly changing, and if we have that as a mandatory interface, it could chase. Last thing, I've never quite, I've got enough gray hair in my head. I've always been baffled by the objection to Google bidding for the default search engine position on browsers. And we focus on Apple, but I was always thinking about Mozilla. The first paper I wrote was on broadcast television. And for those of us who are now, the only people who watch broadcast television are people my age. My kids laugh at me when they talk about this. But there was a very similar situation where you had a content aggregator who was driven mostly by advertising and a distribution mechanism which couldn't charge prices. That was television. And we had antitrust cases back then, even if we had zero prices. So what happened? The content distributor paid for distribution, not out of the goodness of their heart. They needed to reach advertisees with their message. And in an unfunded distribution channel, the only way it made sense to pay for the reach. It's like, it's paying for your delivery men. It's this, delivery services. It's the same idea. And the idea that that is happening, I find completely consistent with the pricing structure, because the only alternative would be people pay for browsers and get a revenue stream that way, because that's what we have in cable television. So the fact that that payment's happening makes sense to me, because it makes sense for an unpriced place that's delivering value to someone else to actually get paid for that service. The interesting thing, though, is if we then cut off that auction, Mozilla said it will die. 90% of its revenue comes from that auction. And so it's an interesting question about the secondary effects it would have. You'd mean that only vertically integrated companies would survive because they have their own browsers, they don't have to make that side payment. And we can have an argument about what the prices are, but that's not something we do very well in antitrust. But the fact that there is a side payment happening there is not a problem, and it is really weird to me that the only complainant significantly in that space is Microsoft. And in terms of capital formation or sophistication and their public claims that they are going to win the next auction. And if they can't, the only reason could be is that they weren't willing to bid as much money as Google. And that would mean that because they couldn't generate as much revenue to justify the bid as Google. And so, I mean, in that world, the one actor who doesn't need any government help in this whole world, on this environment, to me, would be Microsoft, because I think they've got the technical sophistication and the capital to do it. More importantly, I do think there'd be a secondary impact on the browser ecosystem and that competitiveness of that market and all these other things that it's an out-of-market efficiency. I understand all that. There's some limitations to that. But there would be consequences to this that I don't think have been adequately thought through, particularly in the structure, the way this market's structured, that makes this distribution mechanism make sense to me.
Okay, thank you. Corey or Laura, is there anything you wanted to say in response to that, or?
No, I'll hold off.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'll do the same. We'll save it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. We're going to go to Corey next.
Sure.
You have developed this theory of enshittification. I hope we can say that, which I think is actually a sort of clever way of describing like what happens when a monopolist takes over. How about you describe
Sure.
your theory? and how
Yeah,
it relates
so
to Google?
I mean, I heard Gary earlier talking about how difficult it is to get normies to care about this. I've been trying to do it for 20 years. It turns out the secret is you just need to swear. Antitrust is not an all ages event anyways, it's fine. So enshittification is the phrase I came up with to explain the sudden late stage platform collapse syndrome that we're living through right now. And it takes the model of a disease, a pandemic that's sweeping across these platforms that are the endemic form of enterprise on the internet. So the symptoms are pretty familiar to anyone who's used a platform. The platform in the first stage has a surplus, it allocates it to its users. The users find that attractive, they flock to the platform, they get locked in by some mechanism. Then some of that surplus is withdrawn, and it's handed over to business customers. And those business customers pile into, they also become locked to the platform. And then that is withdrawn again, so it's such that there's just a sufficiency, like a quantum of value left behind on the platform that makes the platform sticky for business customers and end users who are mostly just holding each other hostage at this point. And then all the other value is returned to the shareholders. The problem with that from the perspective of a good internet is not just that we're all stuck using these terrible platforms. It's that it's a brittle equilibrium. The difference between I hate this, but I can't leave it, and I hate this, and I am leaving it is very thin. And when people start to leave these platforms that are accustomed to growth and who are very sensitive to investors who get very freaked out when they don't post the growth they expected or post losses, then they panic, and the term in Silicon Valley for panicking is pivoting. And so, one company said, yes, I know we promised you the future was that you're going to argue with your racist uncle using a primitive text interface forever, but I had a revelation. Actually, the future is I'm going to convert you and everyone you love into a legless, sexless, low-polygon, heavily surveilled cartoon character in a virtual world called the metaverse we stole from a 25-year-old cyberpunk novel.
Or, Google saying our search results are very poor, therefore we're going to replace them with summaries generated by a kind of habitual liar, spicy autocomplete. So that's the symptomology, and I think we can all recognize it. What's the underlying mechanism? Well, the underlying mechanism is that these are digital platforms, and a digital platform is nimble. It can alter the business logic, everything from payments to search priority, prices, from a second-to-second basis on a per-user basis. This makes digital tools into pumps that can rapidly move value from end users to business customers, from business customers to end users, or from both to shareholders in the moment. And so, as with any shell game, it's the quickness of the hand that deceives the eye. People have watched this happen very quickly, and they've concluded that it's something very sophisticated. But if you've ever watched Penn and Teller do the cup and balls slowed down with transparent cups, you'll know that it's actually a very straightforward trick done really quickly. And computers can do these tricks very quickly, which means that rather than conceiving of these firms as being staffed by dopamine hacking, all-powerful evil sorcerers, we should think of them as what they are, just the same mediocre sociopaths with faster hands, practicing the lesson that everyone learns in the Darth Vader MBA. I have altered the arrangement, pray I don't alter it further. So why is this all happening now? What's the epidemiology? What's the contagion that's causing all the platforms to go south at once? I don't think it's the end of ZERP. Facebook was going downhill long before interest rates went up. I don't think it's because we had heroic founders who had vision and cared about the long-term health of their companies, and then they left and were replaced by bloodless bean counters. Google got worse when the Google boys came back during the AI pivot/panic. I think it's because the constraints that historically discipline these firms whenever they pursued enshittification have melted away. So we had lax competition enforcement, and so the internet degenerated into 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4. As Lily Tomlin used to say in that series of short documentaries she did for Saturday Night Live about the phone company, we don't care, we don't have to, we're the phone company. They don't care, they don't have to, they bought 90% of the search market. Market concentration, in turn, reduces the number of firms in each sector, which not only gives them monopoly rents that they can spend on lobbying adventures, but as I said earlier in my remarks from the floor, it solves the collective action problem of message discipline so that they can go to regulators and speak with one voice and capture those regulators, which is how we arrive at a phase in which the platforms routinely violate our consumer rights, our privacy rights, our labor rights, but insist that it's no problem because they did it with an app, and it's not a violation when you do it with an app. That same regulatory capture isn't confined to ignoring the law. It also involves mobilizing the law against new entrants and people who would seek to moderate or modify their services. This is the vast expansion of IP law that has come along with the drawdown of every other form of law that protects the public. And that allows the firms to mobilize the state to shut down interoperators who want to disenshittify their products with add-ons or bolt-ons. So imagine you're at a product meeting for a website, and someone says, folks, our KPI here is ad revenue. We can get an extra 2% ad revenue if we make the ads 20% more invasive and obnoxious. Someone else at that table who doesn't care about user welfare or their well-being is still going to put their hand up and says, what happens when 40% of our users go to the search engine and type, how do I block ads? Because the revenue doesn't stay at 100%. It doesn't rise to your projected 102%. It goes to 0 forever because no user ever went back to the search engine and typed, how do I start seeing ads again? Now, contrast this with the next item of business on that, at that product planning meeting, which is what do we do about our app? That same person isn't going to say, let's not make the ads 20% more obnoxious, let's keep them where they are. They're going to say, let's make the ads 100% more obnoxious, because Section 1201 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act makes it a felony punishable by a 5-year prison sentence and a $500,000 fine to reverse engineer the app. And so if you go to the search engine and you type, how do I stop seeing ads? The answer you'll get is you can't. And so that's the third constraint. We've lost interoperability. Now, the fourth constraint was the labor power of tech's once very strong labor force, who were often extremely impassioned about the quality of the products that they made and the users that they served. We heard a lot about AT&T Unix. It reminded me of a story I heard at a tribute to Dennis Ritchie, one of the founders of AT&T Unix and a great fellow in computing history, about how the academics who were at the top of the distribution of AT&T Unix would sometimes get mysterious phone calls from Bell Labs prefixes saying, I'm not going to tell you who this is, but if you go to this park near Bell Labs and look behind a rock, you'll find a data tape with the bug fix for that bug you haven't been able to fix. Employees have stood as a bulwark against enshittification, but after 260,000 tech layoffs, after Google fired 12,000 skilled technologists 8 months after an $80 billion stock buyback that would have paid their wages for 27 years, employees aren't stepping up to defend their users either. Enshittification is not the consequence of worse people running these companies. The people who run these companies have always been terrible. Every day for 20 years, the bosses of these companies showed up for work, went to the giant lever on the wall marked enshittification, and pushed it as high up as it would go. But it didn't move. It didn't move because it was constrained by competition, by regulation, by the threat of interoperability, and by their own workforce. Today, those same people show up, and they push that lever with the same amount of ardor, and it moves farther. And so that's why the entire internet is turning into a pile of shit.
Thank you. Laura is going to talk a little bit about the ad tech ecosystem and how it developed. And this is
I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's not going to be anywhere near as fun, but you know, we'll do our best. So just one brief correction. I was not the chief technologist of the Department of Justice. I was the chief technologist of the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice. So even more fun. Okay, and as you can see, I made these slides 2 hours ago as I was getting ready to be on this panel. So what I thought we should talk about, you know, if we're going to talk about ad tech, the ad tech stack is incredibly complicated. One of my general tech pet peeves is that a lot of things are presented as being much more complicated than they actually are. The ad tech stack is complicated. So I thought the easiest way to approach this, if we're going to talk about this case, I want you to understand what it is we're talking about, because you need to do that in order to understand potential remedies. So I think the easiest way to do this is to talk about how this stack got built. It got built over time. So prior to 1995, well, actually, let's take one step back. Prior to what we have now as the internet, ARPANET was non-commercial. There were no ads. And then we got the internet that could have commercial activity, and we started to get ads. That's all prior to 1995. The first banner ad had a 44% click-through rate. It was for AT&T. So times have changed. But in 1995, we got DoubleClick. DoubleClick created software that could, you know, if you ran a website, you could add this ASP, and it would display ads, and you know, you could show ads, you could sell ads. Great, 1995. Several competitors started proliferating over the next couple of years. There were a couple of them, but DoubleClick was the first and you know, frankly, always the biggest and the best. In 1996, the Interactive Advertising Bureau was founded. So data brokers existed prior to the internet, but in 1996, that's when data brokers came to the internet, because all of a sudden we had display ads, and advertisers wanted to know who they were advertising to, and data brokers very quickly came in to fill this need. You know, so this, the Internet Advertising Bureau was just a trade organization. So this is the umbrella under which data brokers began to function and came into the field. In 1999, DoubleClick purchased Abacus Direct, which was actually a very old data broker. They had done like data brokering for catalogs. But the reason that this is really important, very rarely does the consumer data part of the ad tech stack get talked about, but it's completely integral. This was the first major purchase that DoubleClick made, because fundamentally, if you're going to sell ads, advertisers want to know who they are being shown to. So where's my slides? Okay. And then between, you know, so this sort of chugged along. We had some companies that would allow you to sell banner ads. These were getting integrated with data brokers. And then between 2002 and 2006, we see the rise of ad exchanges. Because there were There was DoubleClick. There were some really large internet properties even then. So Yahoo was a big property. There were a few others. Advertisers wanted to be able to potentially route their ads to multiple places. That's where ad exchanges first started to pop up. There were a few big ones: Right Media, AdBright, Pubmatic, and then. So then this was like another, as the ad exchanges started to proliferate, ad exchanges came up to solve this problem of, hey, there are multiple places I could route my ads to. I'll use an ad exchange to solve that problem. Well, now there are multiple ad exchanges. How do I know how to interact well with all of these multiple ad exchanges? So then in 2007, both what are called the buy-side platform. Buy-side are people who would like to, they're advertisers, or people who want you to see ads, and who will like pay money to a website to show you an ad. And then there's the sell side, which are websites, sometimes referred to as publishers, because a lot of big websites are like media publishers. So in 2007, buy-side and sell-side platforms rise up that can interact with multiple exchanges. So Invite Media is the first big buy-side platform that can route ads to multiple exchanges. And on the sell side, AdMeld is the first really big like sell side platform that can allow a website to take traffic from multiple exchanges. Also at this point, some of the exchanges start to consolidate. So Yahoo buys Right Media. There's some other consolidations that are going on. And the rest of the of this decade is a lot of consolidation. So Google buys DoubleClick in 2008. Google buys Invite Media in 2010. Google buys AdMeld in 2011. And by 2012, we really see the rise of what's called real-time bidding. So up until this point, a lot of this sales activity was pre-programmed. You might, if you're an ad executive, you might come in and you might decide, okay, I think these are the kinds of audiences and properties I want to advertise on over the next week, and you might try to go buy those ads. By 2012, this new technology gets created that allows ads to be sold a lot like stocks are sold. So we get real-time bidding that allows effectively an instantaneous auction that I assume most people here are familiar with for your eyeballs starts to happen, where as soon as you load a page, an incredibly fast auction takes place to sell your attention to the highest bidder. And you'll notice that when this happens, by this point, Google has purchased effectively a controlling stake in every layer by which this real-time bidding is going to happen. So I took this slide from the Department of Justice complaint, but what you'll see is what is alleged here is that DoubleClick for Publishers, which is the publisher ad server. This is how, if you're a publisher, you both display and route your traffic effectively. That has a 90% market share. This is not really, I believe that this one is not even, like Google doesn't even contest this one at all. So there's a little bit more competition on the ad exchange level. AdX, which is Google's ad exchange, has about a 50% market share, as alleged by the Department of Justice. And then on the buy side, there are two different markets for the buy side, because there are these really big advertisers that are like the big ad agencies, think those folks, the really, really big companies. And then there are like little mom and pops. So they're functionally two different markets. But it doesn't really matter, because Google has an 80% market share of one and a 40% market share of the other. So this is the resulting world that we have built up. And I think I'm at time, so I should stop here.
Okay, great. So I would like each of you to think, if you were king or queen of the world and you could devise a remedy on your own of anything you wanted in one of these cases, I would like you to describe what it would be. So I'd actually like to start with Christopher. What would your proposed remedy be for Google Search or Google Android?
So whatever you do for remedies has to be motivated by the scope of liability and the theory of liability. I mean, otherwise you end up with disconnects. And you have to start with under U.S. law. You're actually under no duty to deal with rivals. You're under no general duty to make your products compatible or interoperable with rivals, subject to a number of exceptions, generally about courses of dealing. And so the first question is in the front, like we have to make sure that the remedy is actually tailored to any scope of liability finding, and that it fits pretty well. And so that's sort of a general caveat. To pick the different aspects, you had me initially talk about the search cases. What really strikes me is there's different theories of harm in the search cases. The one is that Google's greater access and greater volume of existing searches, to the extent to which searches results are produced from prior data on searches, scale has an inherent advantage. And so therefore the problem here is actually access to data. So if that's the theory you're going to go under, all the other things about blocking, distribution, and all that, it makes sense getting access to data. And it's an interesting question about what the scale effects are there. One of the competitors who testified in the case, when asked what market share, what scale do you need to be an effective competitor to Google on the search side, under testimony for the government's witness, answer was 2.5% market share. Now, I don't know what the numbers are. I mean, this is all an evidentiary question, but there's a great factual question out there. How much data is really required? Determine the fashion, the remedy, how to make that go. There can be long-tail results that are fairly rare. It could be a lot of different things that we need to analyze to make sure it's effective, but that is a fact-based question. That would make sense that way. If the concern around buying default market share, that's a foreclosure theory based on distribution, not on access to data. And if that's the theory, then that makes sense, and you'd have a remedy that could go that way. But we all know that cornering markets is actually relatively expensive. It's one of these things that you have to do. You have to not only cut off all the existing sources of it, you have to do the alternative sources and the different aspects that will come in, and we have to think about secondary reliances on other markets. Now, what's lurking over the whole thing to me is the danger that we're generals fighting the last war, which is we're talking about how search is done historically. One of the things you see about all the news is that, in fact, the real front in this war is one, incorporating AI into search. Now, AI is not based on historical data of search data. It's based on large language models, based on correlations of words, generally published on presumably large reservoirs of public data based on the scale necessary. We know ChatGPT was trained on Reddit data. We know ChatGPT-3 was trained on Wikipedia data. We don't know what ChatGPT-4 was trained on, plus a little bit of proprietary data. The dimension, if that move happens, the dimensions to compete in the search engine market change completely. So one of the interesting things, my reactions to Corey's presentation, he's essentially making a life cycle theory. And I've actually written papers on, there's a thing you learn in business school when I was there, and in all fairness, I used to work for Procter & Gamble, the biggest advertiser in the world, in their advertising department, so I have my own sense of this. Product life cycle theory is something every business school teacher student is taught. But what we've discovered is, in fact, the life cycles aren't unitary. They revitalize. There's a bunch of other things going on. And that, in fact, we talk about Tim, who's now you came back, Master Switch is based on life cycle theories. And in fact, what in the book review I wrote in the Chicago Law Review, we found that it's in many of the industries it's sometimes more complicated. And understanding the natures of those complications and changes becomes as important, because even within the normal science, the normal development, you see big changes. The one that's looking out there is not the use of AI to improve search, it's the use of AI to replace search. And that is a big question. I think it's too early in the game to know if that's going to happen, but you're seeing a lot of reports about that. In that case, what we need to analyze and what we need to remedy is going to look very, very different based on what the theory of harm is going to be. The other thing, we talked briefly about, I can't resist when we talk about the Android case. On some level, I think we have a little bit of myopia in the sense that if we remember all the way back to 2004, the dominant operating system with 70% market share was Symbian, which is what Microsoft bought. And so we see these very different worlds, and we see a fairly dynamic world. And From what I understand, I've never got great documentation of this. Android was a defensive action against against Apple before it ran away with the market. It's an interesting question, but we see things certain like there's all different parts of that case. The anti-fragmentation agreement has a lot of things that make me feel better. So I wrote a paper looking at the history of open source operating systems. And someone said Unix is successful. It's now basically dead. No one's writing for it. We have legacy installations. And it's basically because no one was minding the store. And if you look at the literature on open source, we have this idea that's this bottom-up, nirvana. If you read the literature, they're called benevolent dictatorships. And the reason Linux succeeded is because Linus Torvalds says yes and no. And that's sort of the interpretation. And if that's the case, you see a very different world here. And you see that, in fact, and I think the things I'm interested in, how easy is it to sideload? The anti-fragmentation is a real problem because forking open source is a disaster, but it's non-exclusive. And in fact, my Android phone has not only Chrome on it, but it also has Samsung's internet browser, and the internet browser is figured more prominently. And you can go through these different aspects. That's a really interesting question about where the real leverage lies. The only, I'll talk only briefly about ad tech. The other thing, the sensibility I have for me, just to make something clear about the excellent presentation, is that is about display ads. And we could say display ads are their own market and do this analysis that way. As a former advertiser, I would say that I didn't care how I advertised. I've got, in addition to that, I've got search ads, I've got old-fashioned ads, television, print, radio. I cared about ROI. And in fact, I was in all these markets tuning the knobs, and Procter & Gamble is experimenting pretty big in this way. So in that sense, the real question for me empirically is do ad purchasers regard these as substitutes? And in fact, how dependent are we on that one platform for one dimension of advertising? How much does it go? And antitrust has very traditional tools to get at those things. And that market definition sitting at the bottom of the ad market is critical because one of the ways the ACCC got out of this is it declared that social media advertising and search adding were separate markets. And if that's the case, it's pretty easy to make them, we all know the market definition game. We've been living this long enough. It makes them look, it's easy to make one firm look dominant. There's an empirical question that needs to be asked. Do the people who actually purchase ads regard them, do they switch in response to price? And if they do, that's a great question we can have a trial on and evidence on and actually get a testable, falsifiable premise on which to base remedies and cases as opposed to constructing things so a company looks big and bad.
Laura, you have the magic wand. What is your remedy, particularly with regard to ad tech?
So with regard to ad tech, many of the remedies that are being sought both in the United States and in the EU come down to unwinding these many acquisitions. Because, Chris, you talk about, they made this, they made that, they acquired this, they acquired that, they merged to get this, they merged to get that. Very little of the ad tech stack we were talking about, ad tech created. As you point out, they acquired quite a bit in many spaces. And one of the things that I think is a really interesting and powerful thing about software is that making copies is basically free. And something that has been really, really powerful as a component of remedies in other spaces is requiring companies not just to sell one copy of a database, but to sell multiple. And to, in that way, you can really magnify the power of competition and allow multiple different products to be developed on a floor of some database product that gets sold. I think there is a real opportunity in either this or other cases that fundamentally come down to software. Why divest it only once when you could divest it twice? This isn't perfect, right? There is hardware involved, there are other things, but a lot of this stuff, you could sell multiple copies of it. You could divide a customer book, and it would allow for a much more vibrant and rich ecosystem. There were a few things that Chris said that I just wanted to respond to that I think are somewhat related here. You talked about Unix being failed. Which open source Unix? Because there was the closed source Solaris, like there was a bunch of closed source and not open source Unixes. And when you talk about, well, like Linux worked because Linus was a jerk. Linus was a jerk. Everyone agrees that that was useful in parts, but also like Linux got forked. There's like 10 Linuxes and they serve different needs. So I just don't think this argument works on either side because it just isn't factual. And I do think that there is a lot of benefit, that we get from competition around things that are interoperable. We see that in so many markets, and I think there's a real opportunity in the ad market because we do have standards. This is a point you make, and you're quite right, that data aren't always the same as other data. But in this case, we actually have a lot of really well-developed standards that already exist. All we have to do is pull them off the shelf and use them.
Corey, I'm going to give you the magic wand.
Sure. I also wanted to respond briefly to something Chris said. I think that you're right that I'm describing a life cycle, but I don't think that it's teleological. I'm not saying that this is inevitable. I'm saying the way to explain why these companies run by the same people who are the same flawed vessels that they were 10 years ago as they are today, made things that we liked 10 years ago and now make things that we hate, is because the constraints that stop them from making things bad in order to make things better for themselves melted away, right? That when they became too big to fail, when they became too big to jail, they became, in the words of Chair Lena Khan, too big to care. And so this is how we get these zombie firms shambling along that produce substandard products, but where they're still able to buy the market and prevent entry by rivals. And now to come to my magic wand, also to prevent the kind of incremental entry of rivals that historically has benefited large tech firms. Because we talk a lot about network effects when we're lucky. Gary before said he wished we could get some more network effects in this. What we don't talk about a lot is switching costs. And the switching costs for digital technology are intrinsically very low because the only computer we know how to make is the universal Turing complete von Neumann machine, and it runs every program we know how to write. And so there is nothing technically that stops you from installing third-party ink or installing a third-party app store or so on. You just have to reverse engineer it. And we have this theory that the reason no one's doing any reverse engineering is that these firms are so competent that no one can figure out how to reverse engineer their stuff. Never mind that there are defects like Checkmate, that is 8 generations of iPhone, an unpatchable defect that allows you to jailbreak it if you can legally. But you can't, because over the last 40 years, we've monotonically increased the scope of IP rights, and tech firms have managed to construct a thicket around themselves that Jay Freeman memorably calls felony contempt of business model, where reverse engineering of the sort that Apple engaged in when it cloned Microsoft Office file formats in order to make iWork, or that Google engaged in when they showed up at every website in the world and said, hello, I'm just a regular average end user, can I have all the web pages you have, please? Or that every other tech firm engaged in as it became a giant, that conduct is no longer permissible because they'll hit you with tortious interference with contract, they'll hit you with Computer Fraud and Abuse Act claims, DMCA 1201, anti-compete, trade secrecy, copyright, patent, trademark, and so on. And so what we've done is we've eliminated the historic mechanism by which switching costs were lowered by tech firms so that someone didn't have to choose between the printer and the ink. They could get the printer they liked and the ink they liked, and they could choose which vendor they could go from. When the firm gets to prescribe the conduct of its customers, its critics, and its competitors, that firm will abuse that power. No firm should have that power. So this brings me to my remedy. In the European Union, we have the Digital Markets Act, and it is attempting to impose mandates for interoperability. I think those are a good idea, but I also think that they're going to have enforcement problems, which we heard about earlier. To a first approximation, everybody who understands how Facebook's infra works is a Facebook engineer. So when Facebook says, we pulled the big switch that shut down the API because we thought someone had broken into the API and was stealing 1 billion users' data, and you say, no, it was a pretext because you had an effective competitor and their users were moving from Facebook to somewhere else, but continuing to send messages using that API back to the people they left behind because they enjoyed low switching costs, because there's interoperability, you're going to spend 10 years performing a proctological exam on Facebook's servers to figure out what really happened. And 10 years later, it would have happened 1,000 times more. And so what else could we do? Well, it's very on brand. Forgive my European friends. I was a European until Brexit. I'm sorry. I'd like to be a European again. If anyone here is with the Polish government, you could help speed up my passport application. Very on brand for the European Union to tell firms how they must behave. It would likewise be very much on brand for America to just say YOLO, right? to say, once you are a convicted monopolist, you get a special master, and that special master has to approve any litigation threats that you bring against nascent competitors or existing competitors who engage in reverse engineering, right? And that special master is looking for a nexus with privacy, consumer protection, or labor protection laws. And if they see no nexus, the case can't be brought. And so we open up the space for everyone to do unto big tech, as big tech did unto everyone else when they got started, but without the move fast and break things ethos that says, okay, we're going to violate your rights, but we're going to claim it's okay because we did it with an app, right? So the problem here isn't that Google is scraping the web. The problem here is that we can't scrape Google. And there's a search engine. I wasn't paid by them or anything. There's a search engine that costs $10 a month to join. I just joined it. It's called Kagi, K-A-G-I. And the first time I used it, I was like, this is a quasi-religious experience like unto the experience I had the first time I used Google 25-ish years ago, where I went from Alta Vista, where every search was terrible, to a search engine where every search was great. And so I was just motoring along using it. And then I read a report by Jason Kobler on 44 Media, who revealed that Kagi pays for API access to Google, and that these are Google results filtered by someone who cares about the quality, right? So the reason that the search engine costs $10 a month is they have to pay Google API prices as well as other operating expenses. That's great. I like that option is out there. I'd also like to be able to scrape Google and have a go at filtering it myself. And I think that given that Google scraped us all when they started, that's fair play, right? Of course, every pirate wants to be an admiral. When they did it, that was progress. If we do it to them, that's piracy. We don't have to believe that. And it would be a very American-European combo act for the Europeans to stand up a remedy that is very strong and reliable, but also very brittle, and for the Americans to stand up a remedy that's very loosey-goosey, fills all the cracks, doesn't always work, but provides the flexibility that serves as a complement to the rigid but reliable European remedy, so that firms that follow the European remedies and offer APIs that are of high quality and that are reliable enough for rival firms to use them never have to do hand-to-hand combat with engineers who are reverse engineering the way that their stuff works and creating unquantifiable risks that they're going to have to disclose to their shareholders at the end of the next quarter and possibly trigger off another one of those mass sell-offs like we saw in Q1 of 22, where Facebook lost $250 billion because they had slightly worse news than they'd projected. And that $250 billion, the people who felt it the worst were the Facebook executives who made those decisions, because they're the ones whose portfolios are most top-heavy with Facebook stock.
All right. Audience questions. We'll go to Eric first.
Yeah, a question for Laura. Is another possible, so people have been talking about interoperability and the difficulties of that, and I wondered whether you thought that was a possible remedy for the, for the ad tech system, and what would it look like, I suppose?
I mean, especially as part of a larger remedy, I do think so. I mean, these companies have already had to negotiate the interfaces between, if I had that slide up, all of those arrows are APIs, right? So we already have commonly agreed standards. Short answer, yeah, definitely. It's not even that hard, mostly because the work has already been done.
So Ron had talked about how difficult it was to monitor this kind of comparable remedy with Microsoft, and would you say it would require the same kind of effort here, or is it a different?
Absent a breakup, yeah. I mean,
It would
that's why I said
yeah.
interoperability as part of, a larger remedy that involves breaking up the different pieces. The reason that kind of monitoring was needed was because they effectively did break off a piece of Microsoft. They broke off the compliance, right? So if you had other parties that had substantive portions of an order book, you have parties who are interested enough to do all of that work that is required. If absent that, then yeah, you'd need a substantial, very technical monitoring effort, absolutely.
We'll go to Luigi, it's his conference.
So first of all, I want to thank very much Laura that stepped in last minute but did an excellent presentation of all these cases, particularly the Google ad case that I find it fascinating. And maybe this is too technical and feel free to dismiss it, but I was fascinated by some of the names that come out and some of the stories come out in the Google ad case. So one is the famous Project Bernanke that you cited. My understanding, but tell me whether I'm wrong, is they call it Bernanke because they were printing money. Okay, so that's stuff. Speaking of making more interesting, I think we should make more interesting. The second is this Jedi Blue stuff that, for reasons that are completely behind my ability to comprehend, was dropped in the initial U.S. anti-Google case, but I think now they are recovering. But the way I read it in the state suit is basically a contract between Google and Facebook to divide the market. And this is, again, I'm not an expert, but when I read something like this, I said, look, why do you need even a trial to do that? And it's just so obvious that, so I must be missing something. So I would like your enlightenment on that.
I think we're getting really firmly into stuff I can't talk about. But Leah, Leah and Corey, I think, and Chris, I think I imagine you know these documents well and probably have opinions about them.
I mean, I'll say that you point out something that I think gets missed when we talk about the threshold for enforcement, where there's this element where we have to know what they were thinking when they did it and understand their intentionality. And in some ways, there's this thing where they just can't stop doing the supervillain monologuing thing. And, you have Project Gazelle at Amazon, you have Project Bernanke, and so on. And Mark Zuckerberg, like, just telling people it's better to buy than to compete. These are problems on their own, and it's funny when they do it, right? It's funny when they trip over their own feet. But I think we also have to remember that tech is like a written culture, right? I mean, every large firm requires a written apparatus for coordination, and so memos are always there. There's fascinating work being done by the Human Rights Data Analysis Group on understanding culpability for extrajudicial killings during the Colombian Civil War by tracing the path of memos and seeing that memos that ordered a certain course of conduct led to more deaths. Those memos generated reports that went to senior officers who then did not modify the policy. And so it's a way of watching information flows, doing signals intelligence can do this. And so these are intrinsically written cultures, and there is just a paper trail in a way that I think we underestimate, and that is coming to light with these cases, right? Where it just turns out that if you ask for their email, I remember we were suing Chevron over ordering a death squad to wipe out a village in Nigeria. It was a case that our legal director at the time brought with as a pro bono case when she came to us. And one day I came into the office, we had their Outlook spool, just a stack of CDs. And it was all there, right? I mean, the large firms put it in writing. They have to. And they do not have the internal discipline or knowledge to guard their speech at all times.
Luigi, it's Christina. Maybe I can jump in and say something on that because I have some knowledge of it. And I want to name check Dina because, of course, she can't make it here today. But, Laura did a fantastic job. But actually, Dina Srinivasan needs to be credited for actually uncovering Jedi Blue when she was working for Texas. I recall an early call in 2020 in which she said to me, Christina, I think we have a Section 1 thing here, because it was an agreement. And that's what it looked like, without going too much into the details. But Dina actually did start put 2 and 2 together, and then the case was developed by the Texas OAG and then was taken up by others. But I think, in my view, it is an agreement. It is Section 1. That's it.
Well, but if I just, but.
But sorry, that's the part I don't understand. Why is not the center of all the cases? Because it seems like so blatant, so easy to win, that why they was even dropped in the first case.
So the Jedi Blue claim was dismissed by the court as not a viable Section 1 claim.
Yeah.
And why?
Because it was a traditional sort of normal vertical contract. It really should be a Section 2 claim. Well, anyway, all right.
It's not true. It hasn't been dismissed.
Well,
Under state laws, it's come back.
it's coming back. There's stuff going on in the state courts under consumer protection law, but as a Section 1 Sherman Act claim, it was dismissed by the district court. Yeah.
It is now coming back, but
I understand.
on an antitrust claim under state law.
Understand.
It is
As a
essentially a Section 1 claim. Come on.
I understand. The Sherman Act Section 1 claim was dismissed by the district court, period.
Okay.
I mean, and all right, fine.
Okay, Matt.
So a couple, what I would say though is because to respond, a couple little really minor things. But just speak. I go by Christopher, not Chris, because my wife is named Chris. You mentioned Unix. I mean, there's a fabulous story about Unix. It's very complicated. So it was originally given away to Berkeley people. It fragmented into 3 Berkeley version open source ones. It was about 20 private ones, and now it's 2 big families around Oracle and AT. I mean, there's a very complex story in all this. So, I mean, there's a problem simplifying stuff. But I mean, bottom line is you can see the dialogue among people in Unix is they realized that, in fact, there was no one there to really unify the platform and to make the decisions they felt was necessary, and they felt like that was a problem. Second thing is I actually agree with standards. I think they're fabulous. The question is how the traditional model now in tech worlds is voluntary adoption of standards. You know, when I think of, you can talk about CDMA and GSM, I always think of when I teach my students, because they don't understand most of that stuff, if you read the tech literature at the time, they thought Bluetooth was going to be great and Wi-Fi was going to be nothing. And it turns out we let people vote with their feet. And the question is, if you turn that into an antitrust remedy, the determination of the standards, you're actually going to have to then obviously go through those processes. We know from long-running consent decrees what that's done to, and it was mentioned in the first case in the AT&T case. We see it in BMI ASAP. All the different remedies we see, it becomes a big issue. But the one other thing I just wanted to touch on briefly that's come up is, so acquisitions aren't necessarily bad, you know, under antitrust law. And in fact, you know, what you see is, in fact, the way I always teach my students is that back in the day, the only exit was IPO and everything else was a poor substitute. We don't live there anymore. And so if you have a world in which IPO is still on the table, there are still companies that remain independent, but some of them are made to be acquired. But more importantly, when you do the expected value calculation, maybe I get IPO, maybe I get acquired, maybe I fail. If you take option 2 off the table, the innovative incentive has to go down. And the minute we start limiting that, it's a problem. Now, here's the catch. Not all of these acquisitions are done that way. We have some that might be nascent competitor acquisitions and some that might be otherwise. How do we have the tools to tell one from the other at a time when it's so early in the game that most of these companies don't even have revenue yet? And so, I mean, this is a real problem, because if we get that wrong, we're actually going to lower the incentive for entrepreneurs to innovate in ways that I think are quite problematic. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, I actually love, you know, you're saying you disagree. I love the fact that we're disagreeing. I mean, we're at a university. The only purpose of having a discourse like this is for us to have an exchange of ideas. And I credit the organizers. I promise anyone who comes to my place, if you agree with everything you heard on any panel event I organize, I've failed. And so, you know, there's sort of an apology. Well, I'm sorry. That's what we're here for. I mean, that's the whole fun of this. And so, you know, I think that this has been, I've enjoyed the discourse, but I think that what I hope is we discourse in a way that we understand we can get to an idea about, is the difference of opinion empirical? Is it about mechanisms? And I still remember when Fred Van Loman was still working at EFF, the very first conference of Computers, Freedom, and Privacy, for those of you who remember it, this great conference. He asked me once, what data could I show you that would change your mind? One of the best, it's a question that's influenced everything I've done. And the question we've got here is that I think in a lot of these places we should be asking ourselves that question constantly. What's the key to make this all go?
Corey wants
So
to.
I want to, in the spirit of friendly disagreement, I want to offer a friendly amendment to your taxonomy of the things that can happen to firms. And one of them is that your VCs can decide that you should be flipped to a large firm that, because of the curse of bigness, destroys you, which is in fact like the Yahoo story, right? Take the fortunes of the Saudi royal family, give it to Masayoshi's son, have him launder it through SoftBank, buy every promising tech startup in the Web 2.0 world, and destroy them systematically with princelings within this giant ungainly firm who are LARPing Machiavelli, right? And every single one of those companies just turns into nothing, and the users who love them, and the people who built them, and the value that we as a society might have gotten from them goes away. And the VCs are made whole. The founders, in many cases, did reasonably well. But I don't think we'd call that a good outcome for innovation. You know, the only losers here are not the Saudi royals, right? There's lots of people who lose as a result.
Skipped one step. Turn down Microsoft's mega billion offer because you don't want to be part of Microsoft.
I think there are a lot of companies that Microsoft didn't offer on. Flickr never got an offer from Microsoft.
I mean, as someone who was still in the tech industry during the SoftBank revolution, you know, it was like SoftBank, they've got this revolutionary idea. They are just going to throw 100 times more money at any given problem than anyone else will. And it's like, this is the big market innovation. We can just pick a winner, and we have enough money to force literally every competitor out of business. This was the great business insight. And you know, it was a great business insight because it completely destroyed competition and innovation, and it was legal within our current you know, competition law enforcement. And, you know, great.
And it led to Uber, right? Uber and WeWork were the second act of Masayoshi Son and SoftBank.
But let's not kid ourselves that this is the best product winning, because it wasn't. It was the best capitalized product winning.
Right.
But we also have to kid ourselves that just having a big bucket
are
of money
way
doesn't
over
make you
time
believe
at this point.
But it did
So
for years.
you guys can keep arguing over coffee.
Yes,
And
thank you.
let me know when to go.
Have some. It's really bad. It doesn't taste good at all, but it's also bad for you.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Good. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes, no, I'm going.
Welcome to the last panel of the day, often the most difficult to show up for, so thanks for coming. I'm delighted to be here, especially grateful to Luigi for inviting me to moderate this panel. My name is Saurabh Amari, and I'm one of the founding editors of a magazine called Compact, a relatively newish online magazine, and I am especially embarrassed to say this in a setting like this with so many former kind of DOJ antitrust officials in the room, that Compact has a monopoly on heterodox thought from left and right, aimed at pushing us beyond the neoliberal model and toward a new center built around kind of social democratic renewal and the common good. And in all seriousness, in a way, in talking about these terms, and especially kind of the buzzword of the moment of post-neoliberalism, we feel like we're, at Compact, we feel like we're pushing on a half-open door as far as that goes. In my reading, or our reading, elites on both sides of the Atlantic, on the center left and center right, had really taken to heart / been terrified by the populist uprisings that swept both Europe and the United States beginning in the mid-2010s. And so they're even as they ferociously combat populists at the ballot box and sometimes in the courts, they're also kind of taking on that critique and seeking to give policy voice to it. So when you have, for example, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, talking about the failure of the Washington Consensus, which is another byword for neoliberalism, when you have the Biden administration keeping in place all of the tariffs that the Trump administration put in place, when you have the kind of industrial strategy elements of the Biden administration in the form of the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act, and of course the entire kind of worldview centered around decoupling or de-risking, as they call it in Europe. When you have Financial Times columnists sounding like anti-globalization activists from Seattle circa 1998, you know there's something in the water. And all of this, from my point of view, is welcome. But the reason we're gathered here at this panel is to ask, what role does antitrust play in all of this? Yes, Lina Khan especially is perhaps the most visible embodiment of this post-neoliberal dispensation today, but is antitrust really where the action is or should be in this work of reform? Is antitrust vigilance perhaps at odds with a spirit of industrial policy and national developmentalism, where we do want to pick favorites and make bets on our favorites? Are we on the cusp of a kind of new flowering of anti-monopoly activism, or is this actually the beginning of the end of the ferment? So, luckily, I don't have to answer any of those. I'd love being at a panel where I'm actually just the moderator, but we do have an incredible panel to explore these and other themes. It might be the least charts and graphs oriented discussion today, and the most kind of free-flowing. I hope you're up for that. But we have really kind of these all-star figures in the antitrust space, and I'll introduce them in the order in which they're seated and in the order in which they will speak. They'll each go for about 7 to 10 minutes. Then I will exercise my moderator's privilege to ask questions from the panel for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll open it up to a wider discussion to Q&A. So to my immediate left is Zephyr Teachout. She's an associate professor of law at Fordham.
Still professor.
Professor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Many years now, but maybe I'm at the beginning of the end of my associate professor.
Yeah, okay, great, very good, very good. I'm sorry, I was like looking at Wikipedia, sorry. Don't trust Wikipedia. And in the past, among many, many other roles, she served as a special advisor and special counsel in the Attorney General's Office for Economic Justice in New York State, where I live as well. Then to Zephyr's left is Barry Lynn, who's the executive director of the Open Markets Institute, followed by Matt Stoller, who's the director of research for the American Economic Liberties Project, the author of Goliath, the 100-Year War Between Monopoly Power and Democracy, and perhaps the most, in fact, almost certainly the most important thing he does is he's an occasional contributor to compactmag.com. And last but not least, offering a European perspective is Christina Kafara, who's the co-founder of the Competition Research Policy Network, based out of the Center for Economic Policy Research in London. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to the panelists for their opening statements, and we'll go from there.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for a fantastic, as always, conference. I really appreciated the panels today, and what I'm going to mostly do is situate where I think we are in this moment in terms of the antitrust project in the US. And the panels today were very useful in setting that up, because we had a series of history panels, which is a sort of very powerful way to think about the shift, which is mostly what I want to talk about, from antitrust being an insular domain of economics to moving into the domains of law, politics, industrial policy, and history. And that shift of domain, I think we can talk about the particular standards, but is arguably the most significant shift, and I think will be hard to roll back. So if we think about to maybe 10 years ago, but even 5 years ago, antitrust, the field is dominated by economics, by the language of economics. There's a strong in-group vernacular. It's insular. It's largely ahistorical, focused on modeling more than history. It aggressively excludes considerations of power and politics. It is separate from the policy debate, and there are largely understood to be two major enforcers along with the private bar. So in the last 4 years, you've seen this radical change in understanding of what the purposes of antitrust are, from efficiency to a plural understanding, including, among other things, a concern about political power, domination. We've seen a significant increased enforcement, rulemaking, a move towards prophylactic rules, and a significant shift towards the consideration of monopsony and, in particular, workers in the field. So as this has happened, I want to talk about the domain shifts, which I think are really critical. The first is the shift to the domain of law. And this has really been led by the key antitrust enforcers, by Biden's DOJ and by Chair Khan and the FTC. But it is a shift to the language of law, the vernacular of law, the rule of law principles as central organizing principles. Just as a quick reminder, I come from anti-corruption law, and in general, when we do anti-corruption law, somebody who is subject, say, to a bribery charge cannot offer pro-democracy evidence of pro-democracy effects as a defense. There has always been something extremely peculiar, as Eric talked about in the merger guidelines piece, peculiar in the fit between the lingua franca of law and the rule of law and the consumer welfare standard and the sort of accompanying suites of methods that really dominated the field. You see the, and just as a quick aside, on my way here, I took my Apple laptop from my TSA, and it was not my Apple laptop. So he's very fortunate because he opened it up and it says Zephyr Teach Out. He can find me, right? The laptop I have is John Davidson's laptop. So hopefully he'll find me, but in the meantime, I'm reading off of my phone, so forgive me. Okay. So I just want to use I do think these merger guidelines were a really critical moment in the shift, in the domain shift of antitrust. Because the new guidelines first started with the text of the Clayton Act, and they start with the text of the statute. That is law-like behavior, to look at statutory text. And the repeated use, 84 times, lessen competition, language, textual language is in the guidelines. Substantial difference from the prior use of the guidelines. So you have the sort of reintroduction of law in that way. And second, as was much debated, the reintroduction of case law and the introduction of case law. Basically, the guidelines came with their best attire on, as if to court, wearing case law instead of wearing economic theory as the core justificatory theory. So it's moving to the world of law. The guidelines sort of focused on the importance of having comprehensible, simple, administrable, clear rules as an aspiration, the rule of law principles, general rule of law principles. The focus on not arbitrarily limiting kinds of evidence that can be used. That's also in the guidelines, and that's also law-like, unlike sort of the sphere of relevant information that lies if you are in the domain of economics. And relatedly, removing other arbitrary limits like vertical and horizontal sort of limits on the language we can use in talking about it. And there's a few other moves. I think the most important law-like move, and the essential nature of law is that it is prophylactic. That's true whether it is a malum prohibitum or malum in se. All law, by definition, by being law, the nature of the rule of law is that there's a prophylactic element to it. That is sort of embedded in the concept of equal application and legibility. Those are actually aspects of law, not just aspects of antitrust. So you see this really significant linguistic shift in the guidelines as representing this domain shift from economics. In this room, it's not that the insular or not so insular, as many of the people here, economic antitrust community dissolved. It's coexisting with this new domain, and there's still real tension there. But the shift to making law the dominant language of enforcers is really significant. Other shifts in the domain are shifts in pedagogy. And it matters that there is real excitement among law students around antitrust issues. A shift, I don't know if Elettra is here now, but I was asking her and others, do you teach an upper level antitrust and democracy course? And the response was, I teach an antitrust course, and I wouldn't want to separate that as a separate from antitrust and democracy. So the pedagogical shift and an understanding, and that matters too, and creates accessibility even for those who don't have economic training, because once the language of law, Clayton Act, is used, that actually opens accessibilities for those within the legal profession, even if they don't have economic training. And you're seeing that pedagogical shift. So again, that moves to step 2, which is it also at the same time and not arbitrarily moves into the domain of politics. We see that not only in the, and I refer here to Luigi and Filippo's great article on the political economy of the pre-resurgence. One of the things they note in their article is the vanishing, sort of the great vanishing of antitrust monopoly as having political assailants on the part of campaigns, candidates. It just sort of disappears. And they have a really interesting story about that. So what is happening at this moment of reappearance? You're seeing not only more hearings than you've seen, we wish more would happen with those hearings, and a fair amount of federal efforts, so far unsuccessful, but also, really importantly, hundreds, if you include all the non-compete and junk fees and other pieces of legislation, moving into state legislatures. And that is muscle building even when there is a failure. It is moving antitrust into the domain of politics and law at the same time. So when we were pushing a domination bill in the New York Senate, the first response was one of absolute bewilderment. There's a total inability, a lack of a muscle, of a way to analyze it, even a way to ask questions of it. But those state senators who have yet to pass that law have then built over the last couple of years an understanding of a muscle of the kinds of tools that can be used. And those tools then get applied and deployed in other contexts. Or I have people asking, lawmakers asking about what can we do with antitrust in the worker context. So there's this really significant change in moving it into the sphere of politics. And just to be clear, in the sphere of politics and the sphere of law, by necessity, these are highly contested spheres, and they're going to be highly contested spheres. That's actually their nature. They're fundamentally public. So there can be wins and losses within those spheres, but I don't think, and where am I on time?
Almost there.
Okay. I don't think you can move it back out easily. Like you can lose within those realms, funding for the DOJ. And part of the reason it's going to be hard to move it back out of the sphere of law and out of this, the domain of law and out of the domain of politics is that even as Luigi and Filippo show, it wasn't like there was a big move to defang antitrust enforcers in 1980. You know, there weren't rallies in the street, more mergers, right? There was still a superficial, and has continued to be a superficial gloss on why that was credible and why that was plausible. And after Citizens United and the rise of corporate spending in politics and the changing understanding of corporate power in politics on the one hand, and on the second hand, the COVID pandemic, the Russian invasion, and the accompanying price spikes, including price spikes that were, as Weber and others have shown, driven in part by corporate power, it is simply not credible to claim, A, that there is not a power valence, a political power valence to economic power, or two, that an insular economic domain-driven community can protect you against high prices. And since those are the sort of two key pillars of now I'm getting to the substance of the shift, not just the domain of the shift. But since those were the two key pillars of sort of justification, like we don't want to engage in questions of power and price and price and price, or quality, or you can consumer welfare under the demand curve, that has failed in a public way. I don't think you are going to successfully, you can again see underfunding and see losses, but remove these questions from that domain.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you all. The prompt on this conversation was, is this the end of the beginning? And, which was, I took as a bit of a softball. For me, the first time it was the end of the beginning was when I put my first article to bed on this issue in 2002, which is the cover of Harper's. And I cannot tell you how happy I was at that moment, or thinking about, end of the beginning was putting to bed Cornered 2009. Or I think about Zephyr's campaign and Tim's campaign in 2014, which was the end of the beginning, I think about Elizabeth Warren's speech in June 29th, 2016. That was the end of the beginning. I think about, Matt's article in the Atlantic, in November of 2016. That was the end of the beginning. The Stigler 1 conference, Trump and Cambridge Analytica, the Cicilline Commission, actually, Christina and Tommaso, we hosted them in a conversation in 2022 in October in Brussels, and in some parts, famously, Christina, and then was echoed by Tommaso, said that antitrust economics is snake oil. And I thought that was the end of the beginning. But, obviously the big leap forward was with Biden's executive order in 2021, which Tim had a pretty major hand in. And, but I thought, it's, one thing is, I hope that we understand that once again we are at the end of the beginning, but we should also understand that we're still very much at the beginning. Ideally, 10 years from now, we'll still be at the beginning, because as soon as we stop pushing, we become the target, we become sclerotic, we stop thinking, So anyway, just, yeah, it's the end of the beginning, but I just keep, I hope we're always there. So, when I'm thinking about, like, how to sort of look forward, 4 years from now, what I'd like to be able to do is, with you in this room, kind of look back and sort of see some other advances that we've made. One of the things that we didn't talk about that much today, I mean, actually, Saurabh brought this up, Jake Sullivan's speech last April was phenomenal. Everybody in this room who has not read that speech has to read that speech. Catherine Tai's speech last June 15th, absolutely phenomenal. It was probably the best document on antitrust written this year. It was Catherine Tai, the trade representative of the United States. If you haven't read it, you're not doing antitrust. You're not doing anti-monopoly. Reconnecting what we are doing antitrust in this room to anti-monopoly more broadly, to competition more broadly, to trade policy, to industrial policy. I mean, the IRA, that was one of the great anti-monopoly actions by Congress of all time. People said Congress ain't done nothing. But you know what Congress did? They used money to break choke points. That's anti-monopoly. So we really have to figure out how to broaden this conversation. Earlier today, there was that comment about antitrust being, something in which is elites fighting elites. Yeah, to some extent, that's been the way it has been in certain parts of this history. I think 4 years from now, it would be, if we can look back and actually say, we have actually re-democratized anti-monopoly so that once again, it is democratic in nature. Once again, it is for the farmer, it is for the independent business, it is for the independent person. We can do that in 4 years. I think we will do that. I think, given who's in office, we'll look back and we'll realize that we actually have re-democratized anti-monopoly for little people, for regular people. I think 4 years from now, we've been looking at this for 30, 40 years as a science of efficiency. A lot of people still look at it as a science of efficiency. This is engineering. Anti-monopoly is engineering. We had this big conversation last year about bright line rules, which is also known as rule of law. When you're talking about industrial systems, which is what we're talking about, that's engineering. And so we need to be looking at this through a different set of lenses. This is not science, it is engineering. Another thing, hierarchy of harm. We've had so many conversations of everywhere I go, everyone's talking about innovation, AI innovation. Innovation's important. It's fantastically important. But you know what? Democracy is more important. Human liberty is more important. And every single person in this business has to be able to create a hierarchy in their minds and their actions so that when we promote innovation, we're not overthrowing human liberty. We are not overthrowing our democracy. We are not subverting our communities. We are not destroying the minds and souls of our youth. history. We got a historian here, thank the Lord. But you know, it's like, law is history. It ain't science. Bork said it was science. It is history. You know, in Europe, and we'll hear some more about this from Christina, nobody understands the history of anti-monopoly in Europe. You know when it started? It didn't start with the Ordo Liberals. It started in 1945 in May after the unconditional surrender of Germany when the Truman administration ordered the breakup of German industry. 1945, an order by the occupying army. Coal and steel, bringing people together to share control over industry. Monet said, because this should always be remembered as the first European antitrust law. Is it today remembered as such? Absolutely not. We need to reconnect with our history. And this is true here in the United States. You know, we're still just at the beginning of relearning non-discrimination, which is the foundation of antitrust, of anti-monopoly. It's not break things up. It's taking things that are absolutely, that are true monopolies like the state or networks, things that you cannot break up, and making them neutral. Non-discrimination. 1624, 400 years ago this year, statute of monopolies, bringing monopolies under the common law so that the king could not willy-nilly create monopolies where he or she wished. And, you know, Luigi, Guy, I don't know if Guy's here, but Filippo, you know, you guys have created a conversation here that is been of incredible value, not just to the people in this room, but to our society. You know, and we forget how important this conversation is. We forget how important these questions are, these decisions. You know, and I hope everybody in this room, you know, 4 years from now can look back and actually just talk about how some action that you have taken to make the world safer, to make the world more fair, to make the world more just. You know, it is a privilege to be in this conversation. It's an absolute privilege. And everybody here has a responsibility. Even those on the defense side, you can actually help. So anyway, thank you.
So thank you for, that was beautiful. That was lovely. And the last panel of the day too, that was you really dug deep, appreciate that. So end of the beginning, I think I'm gonna start by talking a little bit about how far we've come and then give sort of an observation about where I think we might need to go. So a couple of years ago, I think it was 2020 or maybe 2021, the game show Jeopardy had as a clue, it was a visual clue. It was the seal of the FTC, and no one got it. Yeah. And then, I think a couple of weeks ago, Lena Khan was a clue, and like multiple people buzzed in, like tried to buzz in, and got it, right? And it was, you know, the public knowing that there's an FTC is a significant change. That's a big deal. There's been changes, you know, the latest one was inhaler prices. There's going to be a vote on non-compete agreements next week. You know, meat prices have changed potentially because of some of the price fixing, some significant shifts in the airline industry. You're starting to see the effects of a new enforcement regime. One of the most significant actions was to block the NVIDIA ARM merger, which, you know, has led to two extraordinarily successful companies since that merger was blocked, instead of them being bound up in merger and trying to integrate. But, you know, there are significant challenges. So Boeing is still run by accountants, right? If you look at the semiconductor industry, where we've tried to use money to break choke points, the company that's actually trying to make things, high-end fabs is Intel, their stock is doing really badly versus the ones who are fabless. And that, to me, I think is the core problem right now, which is that we're still focused on a high finance view of the corporation. So we kind of dance between antitrust and anti-monopoly in general. Is antitrust, versus free trade or whatever. Bork didn't think about the world that way. Bork thought about antitrust, and he said, I care about antitrust because it's the tip of the spear for an ideology. That's what he thought. He said, this is going to go everywhere because you're an antitrust lawyer, then you go and you work at some other agency of government. You bring that with you, and that is true. That was true. And what he changed with him and a bunch of people, including the guy who the center is named for, they saw antitrust as a form of, the changes they were making to antitrust as a form of deregulation. This was on a memo that came out on pro-market. And it was part of an overall ideological transformation that was meant to address some legitimate problems: inflation, breakdown of the New Deal model of public utility rulemaking, fears that US firms couldn't compete with low-cost producers in Asia and Europe. But they made a lot of changes. Changes in IP, trade, labor law, regulatory policy, consumer protection, privacy, merger law, defense base, arbitration agreements. They moved to thinking about efficiency over concentrations of power from citizen to consumer. You saw in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, the copywriting of genetic materials, the copywriting of semiconductor designs, 80s and 90s, the shutting down of public production of weapons, moving control of defense IP from defense contractors or from the government to defense contractors. A whole series. It was a massive change. There were some exceptions, the AT&T and Microsoft case, Semitech, but they were exceptions. And the idea was to move to a capital-light model of production. So business moved away from producing things to controlling bottlenecks, IP, monopolization, high finance, and the grubby work of doing things went elsewhere. Right? America is going to be a place with media, with high finance, with design. It was part of a strategy. So, one way to see it is that Silicon Valley doesn't use a lot of silicon anymore. It's now the center of the advertising industry, right? So you have companies like Apple and NVIDIA, which are really powerful, but are pretty small, relatively speaking. Although that's just because they control huge swaths of industrial activity via contract. Millions of people work for Apple, but Apple only has 50,000, 100,000 employees, something like that. Okay. So since the end, this sort of started to change ideologically. I think Barry was sort of the pioneer in this in the early 2000s, but toward the end of the Obama administration, you saw the first executive order on competition policy. You saw a few things move. You saw more changes in the Trump administration. But since, I think, the Biden years, we've seen a reorientation of antitrust. And I should have slides, but I don't, on principle. It's really hard to compare. Data on antitrust is terrible, right? It's really hard to compare one administration to another because Live Nation Ticketmaster was a merger challenge, right? The numbers are terrible. So I found a metric that kind of works, which is to look at merger trials. How many times are you willing to pull the trigger and go to trial? It's not a perfect metric. But if you look at that metric, you see that the numbers show that this administration are at the high end of enforcement versus Trump and Obama. So it's 4 merger trials a year under Biden versus 2.5 under Trump, a little over 2 a year under the second Obama term, and 1.5 in the first term of Obama. They're very different, the first and second terms. So eyeball the trials, the Biden ones are much bigger. They have more politically powerful targets. So the DOJ's second merger trial under Obama was in 2013. It was US versus Bazaar Voice, which was a medium-sized firm that made software for rating and reviewing products. They did some big ones: Anthem, Cigna, Aetna, Humana. Trump did some stuff on AT&T, Time Warner, but Biden is in a different league. It's big companies you've heard of, trillion-dollar firms, Microsoft, Meta, politically powerful corporations, American Airlines, Booz Allen, JetBlue, Illumina, Simon & Schuster, United Health Group. And if you look at by size, I think that's probably the easiest way, quick and dirty, to figure out how difficult the challenge is. There's really no comparison. So in terms of merger trials where you have the acquisition target of over $1 billion $1 billion. Biden does two and a half of those a year. Biden did half of such trial a year. The Obama second term did 1 per year, and Obama first term did none per year. So that's a percentage of billion-dollar merger trials as a percentage of all merger trials was 27% for Obama, 20% for Trump, and Biden enforcers are at 58%. So even when you eliminate all the kind of extra work of rules and merger guidelines and restoring Clayton Act Section 3 and yada yada, privacy and consumer protection, you're seeing there is a significant change. I'm not trying to be critical of previous enforcers. It was just a different era and a different legal and political climate. And I think if you took those same people and you put them into the positions today, they would make different choices. And that is in many ways because of the conversations in this room and elsewhere. Okay, but we still have a long way to go because there is a need to integrate antitrust with the rest of the policy suite. As Bork noted, it's an ideology. So even the premise of the first panel was, well, does antitrust really matter, or are these other policy levers really more important? But the Antitrust Division makes a lot of comments to other agencies. They're not just they don't just bring cases. They are an ideological center of promoting competition. And so we have to think about the problem of competition policy, as anti-monopoly policy more broadly. And I think that we will be, I think we're at the end of the beginning. I don't know, given these metaphors. But when we figured out that the key is to use all policy levers to move away from that strategy in the late 1970s, early 80s, which moved the grubby work of making things elsewhere, and bring that back to the US, other places that are sort of near, and have the people who actually do the work, like the people that assemble the planes, have some control over the work. And that's an integrated suite, an ideologically integrated suite of policy levers. We don't yet have a language to talk about it that way, but we're developing it. So that's where I sort of see the next stage of a development for this anti-monopoly movement.
Thank you. Christina?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me again, Luigi and Filippo. I'll start with the normal disclosure that anyone with a past career in consulting needs to make. In fact, as I was looking at Alia's slides on the Google case, I realized I worked on every single one of those cases. I'm happy to say on the other side, I was the witness in Russia for Yandex in that case, which has earned me the distinction of being described by some in this country as a Russian agent recently, as well as a Chinese agent. I was involved in multiple cases to do with ATTEC in Texas, with the Australian bargaining code, and then I worked adverse to Meta. I have done work for Apple, for Microsoft, and others. With that out of the way, in fact, with Microsoft, John, you mentioned this morning the case. We worked together on the very first case in Europe about 20 years ago, on the side of the Commission at the time. So I want to give you a little perspective on things in Europe. I'm in some sense the odd one out, the interloper in this panel, because of course I'm not here, of course, to talk about the progressive movement in the US, but I want to give you a sense of where Europe is in this journey, or on this journey, from what one can describe as neoliberal values, a word that Europeans really hate, in enforcement, to a more political economy view, an anti-monopoly view. And frankly, to just give you the punchline, there is significant resistance in Europe to adopt still this type of development, this shift. The shift has been very apparent here, and the previous speakers have described it. In Europe, I would say we are 5 years behind in this journey, both in terms of the posture and in terms of the language. We certainly do not have that vernacular. It's unfamiliar, and it is not yet developing. And the reality is that we in Europe we veered into a Chicago view of the world, which we described differently as the more economic approach about 20 years ago. We believe that was a form of revelation. We adopted that as the truth. We were getting rid of extraneous factors. And we embraced this idea of consumer welfare, efficiency, as being the one true way to think about it. And of course, we are at pains to say we don't really only care about price. We have a notion of consumer welfare, which is broad. We care about quality. We care about innovation. All of that is true. But the recent change in narrative and language, which is so apparent here, a view in which we no longer focus on the consumer, but we talk about citizens. We talk about a more inclusive vision that essentially here embraces farmers, workers, small businesses, and not just people as consumers, is not a shift that has been progressing very far in Europe. There's in fact relatively considerable resistance, apart from a few, to still go on that journey. And this is for a variety of reasons. I mean, in part, there is limited academia on this, limited academic support. The academic world in Europe is enthralled and transfixed by the Digital Markets Act, by regulation that we are effectively developing in digital, and this is the main focus of action. We can talk later about what I think of that, but there's no question that much of the antitrust academic milieu is ultimately one that essentially exercises itself only that corner, which is the DMA. Two, there is no one at the level of civil society, very little, very incipient, pushing aggressively for this vision. I mean, Barry, Matt, others here have been making this kind of discussion real for some years. In Europe, civil society is fragmented, is small, is not coordinated. It hasn't really yet, very incipiently, adopted the language of antitrust and anti-monopoly. The focus has been very much more on digital rights for civil society in Europe. And let's also think about the fact that in principle, when you talk to the European citizen, the language is a little odd. You talk about anti-monopoly, but to a European, you say, what do you mean? Is it Deutsche Telekom? Is it Vodafone? Is it Gaz de France? We don't have the 3 meat packers across a vast nation. We don't have the 2 chicken packers. We don't have that reality on the ground. We are a continent of 500 million people fragmented in 27 member states, in which we don't have the cross-continent monopolies that you have here. And that's a reality that, of course, colors the language that we can use. Of course, vested interest is a very powerful, and it is true here as it is over there. The entire antitrust bubble is very happy with the way in which regulators really behave in Europe. Things have been pretty steady as she goes. Yes, a few things are blocked. Yes, a few cases are happening, but nothing that we cannot deal with. And in fact, corporate clients talk about the European Commission as the adult in the room when they talk about regulators across the piece, particularly with this current FTC and DOJ. You can talk to the Commission. You can actually make sense of a deal and a solution with them. And then there is a notion that regulators are pretty insulated in their bubble, frankly. I mean, they end up meeting CEOs and lawyers. This notion of democratizing antitrust. Yes, they can say democracy a couple of times, but they don't leave their tower very much. They don't go and actually meet real people and citizens. And so there is this detachment. Frankly, I see little appetite for change and very little ability to diagnose what's before them. So when Lena or Jonathan talk about pinch points in people's experience and say, what is it that is making people's life worse? This is not what European regulators in the main are asking themselves. You know, they're looking at the process of competition. We're dealing with the process of competition. Miraculously, that will make everybody better off. And there is further a great deal of siloing, because antitrust is still a fairly siloed discipline. different from trade, with whom we do not communicate, different from data protection, different from industrial policy, very distinct. So what is going to change? Just my final comment. Is this going to change, and how is it going to change? Well, I think this is actually emphatically not the view of the European Parliament. This is what the Commission is, this is the institutions. The Parliament is much more alert to the predicament that we are in and to the need to actually join dots. And there is dissatisfaction at this performance and the siloing of disciplines. And frankly, we've seen it this week. We had two, and we discussed it this morning briefly in the panel, we had two former Italian prime ministers issuing this week, or at least a preview of a report that each have been tasked to write on internal market and competitiveness, which is, in both cases, extremely stark. It does effectively, both reports point out that Europe is not in a good place. John was describing this morning, and others, various measures. On almost every measure you can think of, Europe is lagging. We have a massive size deficit of firms. We have factor productivity, which is behind. And so there is, at this point, a realization at the beginning, 5 weeks from an election, that Europe is in a hard position. And so there is a big call for industrial policy, which also includes calls for consolidation, growth, size. We need to allow firms to become bigger, because in Europe we are too small to compete on the stage. So there is going to be a need for competition regulators to come out and play, because antitrust as usual, business as usual, is not feasible anymore. I don't think it is. It cannot be feasible. We cannot be sitting there and say, we do it just right. You know, when the pendulum swings, I want to be in the middle. No major change needed. This is the kind of narrative. Well, you know, the train is coming down the track very fast. We have a massive problem in terms of the economy. DMA is not going to put points on GDP. We can talk about it later. So where next? I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Please join me in giving the panelists a round of applause before we get to questions. So we are technically supposed to end at 5:35, so I will pose one question to each panelist and hope that they'll keep the remarks fairly compact so we can have a good amount of, you know, maybe 20 minutes for the kind of group, the public Q&A. So with Zephyr, I really appreciated how you framed antitrust as part of a broader effort to assert the primacy of law and politics over markets. The question I had is, at the end of the day, though, antitrust action takes the form of litigation, typically, or regulation, in which it's experts marshaling kind of pricing models and so on and so forth. In other words, it doesn't look like the kind of public contestation that we're used to when we think about, for example, the New Deal order, right? In the form of, consumer co-ops and labor unions and so on, and kind of political bargaining between different social classes. It's still kind of an expert regulatory / judge-driven affair. So is that a shortcoming of the antitrust model for reform?
I think I just, setting aside what you were comparing it to in terms of contestation, I'm going to object to your characterization. So, yes, there are some, I mean, all law, or most law, has experts. In a med-mal case, there are experts, and those experts matter. They're not trivial. But the fundamental legal question is, what is reasonable care for a doctor in this particular industry? So that's a key contestation with the presence of experts, but in a secondary role. Experts not defining the standard. I mean, just to put a fine point on it, there's two standards of objectivity, and I think there's a lot of talking past each other. The stated hope of the Bork Revolution is a seeking of objectivity, but it's objectivity within the economic domain, which is totally different than clarity and legibility, or we might think of as objectivity in the legal realm. And so once you have a domination of law, sometimes there's experts, sometimes there's not. Look, we didn't talk about it because we all know it. Judges are a problem here. But part of what I was trying to show is that judges are going to continue to enable the primacy of economics in some realms of the domain, but rulemaking puts law as the sort of primary domain in other realms. State inaction of abusive dominance laws puts the primacy in other realms. State rulemaking under unfair methods of competition, state, which hasn't happened yet, but I'm excited about, under state statutes, which grant AGs authority to do that on non-competes, that puts authority in the legal realm. The state laws that are passed on non-compete. So the more that you sort of surround the realm with law-like law domain, then the role of judges, still critically important, like, don't deny that, but the role of judges retreats. And the thing that is different about this area than anti-corruption is that although there's a judicial problem, it's not a constitutional judicial problem as of yet. And that creates far more room for the reassertion of law and the reassertion of politics than in anti-corruption, where the reassertion of law and politics run up against a constitutional First Amendment barrier.
Thank you. Barry, I'm going to pin a phrase that was used by not just you, but I think Christina and Matt in other ways as well, which is independent business or the small businessman. And so to be provocative, is it the case that the small businessman or the small woman or the independent business is comfortably part of the same class formation as the worker? Is there not actually antagonism between the petit bourgeois and the worker? And the fact that often small businesses are the ones that pay the lowest wages. You know, the Urban Institute had this study in 2007 that most workers who earn low wages tend to work for smaller businesses. And so, you know, I mean, do we, as kind of folks committed to empowering the downtrodden or the weak, should we see, you know, worker, farmer, independent business as this coherent and non-antagonistic relationship or formation?
Well, you know, there's obviously there's going to be conflict any place where you have a boss and then you have employees, right? That's just kind of normal. So you know, but the thing is, a couple, just I'm going to keep it brief, but like one thing, imagine there's a town somewhere in America and they have 10 stores. There's a grocer and there's a garage and there's a gas station and, you know, a McDonald's. And, you know, there's 10 different places where I can go sell my work. Walmart comes in and provides all that work. They even take the McDonald's and put it inside the Walmart. And actually, I doubt that many people in this room have shopped at Walmart, but there's usually a McDonald's inside the Walmart. And so suddenly, if you are a worker in that town, where can you sell your labor? There's one buyer. So, no, you know, this is not really necessarily a class issue. This is a power issue and a structure issue. So workers, and this is something that workers over the years have understood. Actually, the American traditional republic, the small r Republican, small r Republican workers movement in this country was radically anti-monopoly. So, you know, and then when it comes to who pays lower wages, just, you know, go back to 2007. I remember that study. And Monopoly was paying lower wages. I mean, Walmart was paying lower wages than most of those corporations. So after they had monopolized retail within this town or that town, then they drove the prices down because everybody was dependent on them. So yeah, so I think it's pretty easy to make the case that workers and independent businesses can rise together. And actually, there's a lot of analysis on our website that'll show you that. But a couple other things, just, two things about, the last question you asked of Zephyr. You should watch Jonathan Cantor's discussion at Christina's event in January 31 in Brussels. He speaks only about language. He talks about how, when he goes to court, he talks about democracy. He talks about human liberty. He talks about justice. He talks about abuse of the individual business person, the individual worker. And he talks about the threat that when Bertelsmann's going to take over Simon & Schuster, the threat this poses to our democracy, to freedom of speech. And you know what happens when, as he says, he goes, it's much more likely to win that case than if he walks in there and talks about pennies on the dollar.
Matt, you mentioned the fact that antitrust is really, you called it an ideology or a worldview. And, but you also said, there are other problems in the economy, like arbitration abuse you mentioned, or surveillance and so on, that aren't necessarily problems to be solved by antitrust, but the antitrust mentality brings a set of toolkit and a worldview to bear on those as well. Can you kind of draw that out of what you mean by that?
Yeah, I guess I could. I'm trying to think of a good story that will kind of bring it through, but I can't think of one. Sorry. Antitrust is not an ideology. Antitrust is just a body of law. What I think what Bork was saying is that the way antitrust was being pursued represented a certain ideological framework, and that that was kind of like the beating heart or the spark plug or something of the of governance around political economy. And so when I was going through archives, you would see regulators who would, at the FCC or other places, who would say, oh, this is a problem having to do with tying, or they would use language that clearly came from their understanding of antitrust. Like, people knew antitrust laws, particularly the mid-century framing, right, the Brandeisian framing, and they use that in governance across the board. They also pass laws around, for instance, there's unfair methods of competition statutes, like, kind of tossed across a whole bunch of different agencies. And people knew why, and they used them. And now it's like there's one at the USDA, but nobody there, like, kind of remembers what it's for. And that's, the DOT, they were very hostile to using their unfair methods of competition policy making, because they're like, well, we don't do that. That's not us, right? And so that's just like a success. That's Bork's success of changing what antitrust meant. And so the way you would, I guess the second part of your question is, how do you bring that back? And the answer, I think, is what the agencies are doing, which is to sort of articulate and bring back concepts like fairness. I think fairness is such an important way to talk about the law, because it's, first of all, it's in statute, right? And so you can be like, oh, it's all flabby, who knows what it is? It's like, well, Congress wrote it in law, so deal with it. But also, I think it distinguishes, so the sort of the law and economic side, a lot of conservatives don't like it because they think it's flabby, but I think a lot of people on the left don't like it because they prefer charity. And fairness is not charity. And so really articulating what fairness is and giving legal doctrine, which I think the FTC has done. They've done it on competition, but I think they've actually been more aggressive and successful on consumer protection and privacy. It really, I think it's kind of spreading. That ideological notion spreads as people get more training. I guess I'll just finish by saying, I gave a lecture, I gave a talk to a bunch of national security people who were freaking out because everything costs more and they get less budget or not as much budget as they used to. And this is sort of the only answer that made sense to them. Why are they spending more and getting less? And everyone's like, oh, it's just a bummer, man, that's life. And that's true. You go into any room in America, healthcare policy or corporate, and people are getting less and spending more. And this is an actual answer. And if you can articulate that, people can use it in their own ways. And so I think it's just kind of like a proselytizing mission in many ways.
Christina, last question for you before we open it up. To go back to your final point about the tension potentially between antitrust and industrial policy, which of course is something that's present in the US context as well. How do you think through that tension, right? In other words, like, especially if we want a Europe that can compete in a kind of larger global context, is there not a case to be made for being more lax on antitrust if it means, for example, supporting increasing returns to scale and so on?
There's a big discussion to be had, no question, and a discussion that needs to happen in Europe urgently. But I think that I think it's received wisdom that we cannot go back to a view of national champions and supporting scale per se. The difficulty is going to be how to make those two things compatible. I am very partial, as I think I said before, to the notion that in a way the value that antitrust brings is to be a principle that can be infused through multiple areas of policy. And trade is one, as we heard before. Catherine Tai very much embodies this. Industrial policy is another. One needs to think about how do we make the need for scale compatible with things we know from the literature. We know that studies show us that consolidating telecoms inside a country leads to higher prices. This is objective evidence. Tommaso has worked on this, and it doesn't increase investment. There is a call for it. At the same time, I wish I will not see the European regulators doing the usual sort of, we know what we're doing, we don't need to change anything because everything we do is right. We pursue the process of competition. We don't need to engage with this. This industrial policy stuff is all crazy and we don't need to go there because we need to go there at some level. So I think that there needs to be a discussion, and I hope people will come out and play. And that, let me say this because it is my pet subject and I need to just leave this room with this thing being said. The obsession that Europe at the moment and the amount of calories that Europe is spending on the Digital Markets Act and its enforcement is mind-boggling. You will have a panel tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, I cannot be there, so I need to get my point out today. This isn't to say that this isn't a great act of democracy, that we were able to pass a law and this is great and we should just be commended and congratulate ourselves, no end. But the point is that it is also hard to see the way in which, for example, academia is clapping constantly the regulators for this. It is a groupist kind of session in which everybody says, isn't that marvelous? We will tame big tech. And frankly, big tech doesn't know it's being tamed. Somebody should break it to them because it isn't happening that way. And the reason it isn't happening that way is that the law is a great, valiant effort. There is a question of resources. But if you are really looking at marginally inducing some change, yes, the law can do that, and with time, we'll get there. If you're thinking about anything that has any chance of dispersing power, that law is not capable of doing any such thing. In addition to which, and I conclude on this, there is the crazy process of implementation, which is one in which we deluded ourselves in Europe that we have this law, it's going to be self-executing. What does it mean? That the gatekeepers will read it and instantly know what they need to do. And so they read it and say, what does it mean? And the commission and the regulators say, well, figure it out, right? Comply. Well, what do you mean? What do I have to actually do? Well, it's written, comply. Well, I don't understand it. Well, it's up to you. It's up to you. Well, it's dumb. It's up to you. You just give us a proposal, and then we tell you if you don't comply. But tell me how I comply. No, no, we won't tell you that. We'll tell you if you don't comply. So this kind of thing is not going to be very conducive to any results, because there is going to be a process that's going to be elongated, and we go to court for the next 10 years. So I think that while it is a jolly good thing, and I commend the people who are putting a lot of effort into it, Europe cannot be putting all its eggs in the basket of digital regulation. We are not going to come out of it alive. It's not going to put points on GDP. What is it doing? We need to really do other stuff in addition to it. I'll leave it there. I'm very popular in Europe at this point.
Thank you. Yes, Tim.
Thank you. I very much appreciate this panel. And I think that the topic of beginning to think of what happened, what's been going on in the last 3 years is a very important one. My question is kind of comments like question is really for Zephyr and for Matt. Among the, Zephyr, you were talking about the main change attempt to inject a more legal, shift the paradigm to more legal paradigm. I think that has been true and very important. I want to say that from the perspective of the White House, that was one thing we wanted to do. Another thing we wanted to try to make happen was to have antitrust policy understood as economic policy, period. So it's another kind of step, and therefore, and at some level, macroeconomic policy. In the same sense, we were thinking that we spend so much time thinking about, our fiscal policy, monetary policy, all these other things and how they're doing, and it seems like a big public concern, something that the president could talk about. Similarly, the structure of the economy is something that has a big effect on everybody, and, we don't just, and that it makes sense for us to be talking about a concern, be a subject of debate. So I'm sort of asking whether you think that is a good idea or whether it's been successful. And my question for Matt is related. One of the things we thought, we agreed that there's a lot of fair competition powers inside the various agencies, and agreed that just having it being narrow is not very successful. So that's the reason for the Competition Council and having the White House involved, was trying to, as opposed to hope the agencies would by themselves realize that they have these authorities, tell them they have their authorities and tell them what to do with it. So I think that, I don't know if we fully succeeded in that sort of an ongoing mission. This is sounding more like a comment than a question, but I wonder if you think that, what that will take to be really successful. Maybe that's how I'll put it.
So I actually have that next on my list, right, of domain changes. It's law, politics, industrial policy. And I think it's critical to move it to macro policy. I think it's actually, if you just move it to law, and even just move it to law and policy, it still doesn't have the same traction. And that there's an exciting tension when you go macro, right? And this, I'm just going to speak just about politics, not about the underlying merits. I'm really excited about your project of thinking about industrial policy and anti-monopoly. But one is, I have been thinking a lot recently about the futurelessness that sort of pervades a lot of people's lives. Just an absence of the sense of future. Like they know there's going to be a future, but they actually feel like there's. And your conversation with Fiona was so exciting because it really brought together the way in which it's an industrial policy that has uncertainty within it, but that uncertainty is not a negative uncertainty, right? It is an industrial policy that is grounded in finding a role for people to be participants in their own future. And so I don't think Biden is there yet on communicating it, but that it's the sort of spiritual quality in a way of antitrust as engaging people's own future. And then there's intention with that, which is the other exciting political part, is the agon. The fight with the big guys, right? And that is much more like the anti-part of antitrust, like take them on. I think that tension is a productive one. I don't think it's a negative one. But I think there are two very big political areas where Biden has done you guys have done the groundwork in extraordinary ways. But I don't know that we quite have that feeling of a future and a fight that can come with a macro antitrust policy.
Matt, the second half of the question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the way I think about the EO and the work that you've done, which was extraordinarily impressive, is that it's creating a new faction, a new political faction, and then trying to kind of expand the remit of that. And I think the best story I have with this is that a lot of EOs are long and dumb and don't do anything. And the competition EO was really successful because there was a clear point to it. And the way you could tell it was success, I think the success that I saw was, and this is a story that Dave Dayan told me about, and then I looked it up. There was an employee from the Forestry Service who said, you know, there's only one company that makes aerial retardants for forest fires, right? When your plane flies over and drops stuff on, and it's expensive and it's bad and it's not good for the environment. There's this other company that is making stuff that's cheaper and better and more environmentally sustainable, and we regulate this area, and we only have one company on our list of companies that are validated to do this. Why don't we add this other company and also start buying from them? And the reason we're going to do that is because of this executive order for competition, right? So EOs, you know, you can tell agencies what to do, but you also have this kind of bottom-up thing within government. I think you've seen some of that. I see DoD reports coming out, and they're like, we're writing this report because of the executive order. So it gives an excuse to people that want to do this, which is really, which is pretty amazing to see. There are people who believe in the anti-monopoly framework, and they are using it as a tool. But one of the things I think you also see where it's not failed, because I don't think the point wasn't, I mean, the point was to sort of articulate a position, but you see a lot of conflicts within agencies. And you see two things. Conflicts within agencies, because a lot of people don't think it's their job and they don't necessarily want to change. And there's this tendency that a lot of people have when they get into an agency to run it on a political level, is they want to be mayor of the agency. They don't want to create any conflict. And that inhibits you when you're trying to make structural change. But the other thing that you see, and I think this particularly hit HHS pretty bad in the Center for Medicare and Medicaid, is that you have people who are in charge of these agencies that are basically public utility agencies. Like CMS regulates healthcare. It's a public utility agency, but they think of themselves as welfare, like social welfare agents. So they just want to pour more money into things to get more access, and they don't realize they're actually regulating utilities. And that's where you've seen a failure, not a failure of the executive order, but sometimes you just don't have the right people who have the right philosophy in a lot of the positions of power. But I think of this maybe not as the first draft, because the first draft was in the Obama administration, but it made the second draft, and there will be a third draft and a fourth draft, and there are more and more people learning about what it means to govern in this specific way.
I can add a comment. I think in the long run, we may look back and see the biggest success of this was actually TIE and trade policy, and also the national security people getting on board. And our biggest failure was clearly healthcare, where they wouldn't do anything we told them to. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I was a moment's fast, I guess.
Other questions over here in the middle?
Hi, I thought this was a terrific panel. I'm going to make a quick advertisement. Barry helped to spur that there's a book out there that some of you may have picked up, I think if you're panelists, called Anti-Monopoly in American Democracy.
Yeah.
And this is a Tobin Project volume to try to tell the history of anti-monopoly forward from, well, certainly the 18th century up to the present. Richard White's essay contends that anti-monopoly was the most important political movement of the 1870s and 1880s. So in a way, the end of the beginning of the anti-monopoly movement. You know, there was an anti-monopoly movement before. And then the two things I wanted to say, substantively questions. A central component of 19th century anti-monopoly concerned land. And you've heard me on this before. And it's explicitly hostile to efficiency. It's explicitly concerned with dignity. And there are clear ties back, and I was delighted to hear the 17th century levelers brought up. And that has, national parks comes out of that. It's not just Labor Day coming out of the labor movement, which is an anti-monopoly movement. There's a lot of concern about land, resources, utility. And I've been thinking about this with language, and the question is this. We've got at least one historian in the group. There are philosophers who are working in this area. I'm thinking here of Elizabeth Anderson, whose Private Government is a wonderful book that takes us back to the levelers, explicitly framed around the concept of monopoly. And she makes, I think, the provocative claim that worked with about half of my students and got the other half very agitated in a positive way, that the corporations today are not just networks or not just Goliaths, but they're communists in their relationship with the workforce. And if we're going forward with young people who are not notably enthusiastic about capitalism, as I can tell you from teaching them, the Elizabeth Anderson framing, which you may not all know about, so it's kind of unfair, but I think that's a helpful one. And I would also, land, natural resources, sustainability, which we haven't heard much about, those are all issues that are of concern to young people today. So I want to commend Barry. And I'm asking again, what about land, natural resources? And I'll ask Matt, as we talked about it privately, what about public utility model? The anti-monopoly movement, 1900, 1912, was focused not around the Sherman Act, but it was focused around the cities and municipal utilities. Sherman Act was widely regarded as a failure. I'd contend it was not regarded as a success by core elites really until after Thurman Arnold, but the municipal ownership movement and the land reform movement are key 19th century anti-monopoly triumphs that are of interest to 21st century young people, and that's the future. And the kids are all right, and we got to meet them halfway. So that's for Barry.
Yeah, I'll throw another one at you, which is from Du Bois, from Black Reconstruction, which is land, light, and liberty. And you know, and land, we have to remember that you know, you brought up conservation of land, but land in the American tradition, going back to the first Homestead Act, which was in 1789 with the Northwest Ordinance. The point was to make people independent, right? It was the individual should be absolutely independent, because there's the benefit of having human liberty, but it's also, this is the only pathway to democracy. People who wanted true popular democracy, they had to figure out a way of creating people that were fully independent of other people. And you and I have talked about this many times, about the dangers, the perceived dangers of dependency. But why is Du Bois' idea important? Land, light, and liberty. Also, it's like the purpose of this, it's not just material. It's not just so that we are materially independent. It's so that we are spiritually independent. So that we can actually worship the God we want, so that we can dream the dreams we want, so that when we wake up, we can actually engage, create the communities we want, with the people we want, think the thoughts that we want to think, with who we want to think them, and not be controlled by a blue line on a map, not be controlled by, Google telling me who to talk to, Facebook telling me who to listen to. So it was about spiritual and intellectual liberty, fundamentally, and land in the Northwest Ordinance 1789.
Just to get to your, to bring that up to just for a couple of policy fights that I think hit very clearly on what you're talking about. Yeah. So, first of all, housing prices. Yeah. Really can't find a place, really expensive, and a lot of talk about corporate ownership of housing. The governor of Texas, not a liberal, was talking about it. Interestingly, the Hart-Scott-Rodino merger notification procedure excludes real estate acquisitions. Chinese purchase of farmland is a big political issue. Rent prices. So there's an antitrust case on rent fixing. And then I think the big one where we're really going to see the sustainability conversation really, like, you have to deal with it. You can't just be like, oh, I don't want to deal with climate change, is flood insurance and homeowner insurance, which is so expensive and going crazy. And like, that's where the wealth of so many people is locked up in, and they increasingly can't, like, there are companies that are pulling out of Florida, pulling out of California. And there's gonna have to be a conversation about what to do and how to finance that. So I think that's where you can link the historical framing that you're talking about, Henry George, Northwest Ordinance, so on and so forth, to modern policy debates.
And just use Henry George's preoccupation of mine. He believes in innovation, but these late 19th century folks are either indifferent to or hostile to efficiency. And the way to make that point is the bonanza farms. That was anathema, the big farms in Minnesota. The reformers, anti-monopolists will look at those big farms and they'll say, this is terrible. Of course it's cheap wheat for Europe, but you've got no schools, you've got no churches, you've got no local communities. Those bonanza farms are a disaster. And you go to Henry George, by far the most popular political economist of the late 19th century, influenced economic policy in Australia, New Zealand, in Britain, in Israel, as well as in the United States, key figure in the progressive era. He is not interested in efficiency, it's dignity. Done.
And with that, I'm getting signals that we've got to move on to the next thing. So thank you again. Thanks to the panelists. It was a great panel.
I'm gonna have my passport withdrawn.
You know, the thing is
Please take your seats. We're getting started. Thank you.
Good evening from Chicago, and thank you for joining us. I'm Gary. I'm a clinical professor of strategic management at the University of Chicago School of Business, and one of the organizers of this conference series. Tonight, I'm happy to host a conversation over dinner with Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Kanter and the Chair of the Federal Trade Commission, Lina Khan. Before we begin, please note we are on the record and live streaming, and we will also post this event video on the Stigler Center YouTube channel later. If you have questions for the speakers, we will address them in the last 50 minutes of this conversation. And as usual, the views expressed by guests are their own, not those of the Stigler Center or the University of Chicago. So I want to welcome to our conversation two of the most, arguably the most transformational regulators in the 21st century, Lina Khan, Chair of the FTC, and Jonathan Kanter, Head of the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice. So welcome, Lina and Jonathan. So it has been 7 years, yes, 7 years since we had Lina and Jonathan here at our inaugural Stigler Antitrust Conference. And of course, a lot has happened since then. But if I had to choose the most surprising change that we couldn't have expected 7 years ago, it would be that the topic of our conversation here tonight were previously considered to be very boring, fringe, and technical, even sometimes by academics. And those topics have now gained significant interest with many, many people. March of the same year, of 2017, I believe it was Judge Richard Posner that declared here in this room that antitrust is dead. Well, antitrust is not only alive today, alive and kicking, it's actually pretty cool. And how do I know that it's cool? It's so cool that Jon Stewart thinks that he can leverage it to get his primetime ratings back again by having Lina on the show. So what it means for us here this evening is that the audience of this conversation that we're going to have tonight is not only you, people here, that are experts in antitrust, law, and economics, but the public at large. They are watching us live, and later, maybe in short snippets, they will see it on social networks. That is, of course, if the social networks don't suppress it. So, let me join you now. So, after calling you the most transformational regulators in the US in the 21st century, I want to start by asking you, Lina and Jonathan, how did you transform the agencies that you lead? Lina, you're going to be in June 3 years in your job, and Jonathan, for you, it's somewhere like 2.5 years. So let's start with, tell us the transformation from your perspective. Lena.
Well, first of all, let me just say it's so terrific to be here, and thanks so much to Guy and Luigi and Stigler for convening such an important discussion. Stigler has just been at the forefront of helping not just capture the state of policy debate around these issues, but actually drive it forward. And partly it's been able to do so through just a commitment to open-mindedness and genuine curiosity and a focus on evidence-based discussion, which has just been so critical to make sure that we're revisiting assumptions that may be outdated and really mapping out an approach to the law and policy that's actually reflecting the reality of how markets are working. So just my thanks to you all for helping convene such an important set of discussions year after year. At the FTC, our focus has been on making sure we're enforcing the law in a way that's faithful to the tools that Congress has given us. B, updating those frameworks and tools where we need to make sure they're reflecting the reality of how businesses are operating and pursuing their strategies in the year 2024. And third, through making sure that we're regularly engaging and hearing from and learning from the public. And across each of these dimensions, we've really been focused on, first of all, just making sure that we are fully dusting off the tools that we need. And I would say for the first 12 months, a lot of the focus was on making sure we were doing things like issuing our new Section 5 policy statement, embarking on a journey to revise the merger guidelines, adopting new policies and processes, and really sharpening all of our tools. And the last 18 months, we've just been in execution mode, continuing to sharpen those tools, but making sure that we're actually able to follow through. And so it's been an enormously exciting time, and in some ways it feels like the work is just beginning.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Yeah, let me echo Lena's thanks for having us, and also echo the importance of this conversation and the conversation that this conference and Stigler Center has been at the forefront of leading. I remember quite vividly that first conference, and it's remarkable to think about the conversation we're having today, the conversation that the public is having today, compared to where we were then. I remember, I was actually thinking as you were introducing us, I was the pleasure of being on one of those panels, and I remember saying at the time that our profession, the profession of antitrust lawyers and economists and professionals, was at risk of becoming irrelevant because the public was seeing a problem. The public was seeing a problem with corporate concentration. The public was seeing a world where they may not use the same vocabulary to describe antitrust, but they were concerned. And we were stuck in this bubble, in this insular bubble, with our exclusionary words and static models, while real people were suffering real harm. And I remember saying and thinking that we were at risk of becoming irrelevant, and we better get our act together as a profession, or we're going to be left behind. And so I think with a lot of hard work, we're getting our act together as a profession, and we are finally focusing on addressing modern problems in a forward-looking way. And that's, I think, a good segue into the transformation. I think first and foremost, we've really tried to instill a world where we start with how do things work? How does competition work in this market? And so rather than trying to fit facts into models, we're starting with saying, how does competition in this market function? Forget if it's vertical or horizontal or two-sided or multi-sided. How does it work? And does the conduct or the merger that we're encountering threaten that competition? The answer is yes. Then we figure out how we want to address it and how we want to deal with it. And I think that shift to a focus on market realities, including broadening the disciplines that we rely on to help investigate and bring cases, has really transformed the way we approach enforcement. I think, like Lena mentioned, we're also going back to first principles. And first principles in antitrust is that competition is good. We like competition because it has a range of benefits that flow from lower prices, but also it affects our democracy. It affects our liberty. Why? Because we are a country that believes in opportunity, in access to markets, in diversity of viewpoints and ideas. And a competitive economy helps elevate those principles.
Okay, so thank you for these opening answers, but I want you to be more specific if you can. So tell me, first Lena and then Jonathan, which of your wins that you had in the last 3 years were the most important to you?
Well, I think a critical input across all of our work is the fact that we are closely engaging with and responding to the public. And that relates to the comments that both of you made, which is, one key catalyst for the transformation has been, in fact, the way that there had previously been a gap between how we were analyzing problems in the economy and how people were actually experiencing those. And so across the board, actually continuing to deeply engage with and learn from the public has been critical, in part because it helps inform how we do our work, how we pick our priorities, but also because it helps continue to build support for the transformation that has been underway, and make sure that we make clear to people that this reflects government in their corner, fighting for them, which is important when you think about the disillusionment that we've seen at various points with government, the sense that things are just not working, the sense that the outcomes in your life are not necessarily a reflection of your own hard work, but a reflection of arbitrary decisions that are being made by powerful entities far away. And so making sure just at a fundamental level that we are engaging with and learning from and hearing from the public is critical. And so the fact that we have seen that part of our work shift has actually been an enormous win, not just for the next few months, the next few years, but it's actually going to be a critical input for the institutional durability of what we're doing. The fact that people are connecting the problems in their day-to-day lives with decisions that are being made in Washington, D.C., is a really critical set of feedback loops to make sure that these shifts are going to be in place for the long term. More generally, we've just been really thrilled with progress that we've been able to make, both when it comes to updating some of our tools and frameworks. I mentioned the Section 5 policy statement. The unfair methods of competition authority that the FTC has is existentially fundamental to why the institution was created. For many years, it had been somewhat dormant, and so we've been activating that, bringing cases based on that authority. Last year, we proposed a rule to eliminate non-compete clauses across the vast majority of employment contracts based on that authority. We were also really thrilled in partnership with the DOJ to put out revised merger guidelines, which reflects a lot of the first principles that we've been talking about. Fidelity to the underlying law, both the law that Congress wrote as well as the precedent on the books, fidelity to the realities of how competition is functioning today, and third, a lot of engagement with and feedback from the public. Over the course of that process, we got thousands of comments from the public, which is just worlds of difference from prior iterations. And now that those have been finalized, we're continuing to bring some of our cases in a way that fully reflects the updates in those guidelines, be it a more sophisticated set of understandings about how competition in digital platforms work, a more sophisticated set of understandings around how competition in labor markets work, a recognition of evolutions in certain types of business strategies, so the ways that you can have serial acquisitions, these roll-up plays, which you may have a series of deals, each one of which may seem benign and fly under the radar, but in the aggregate, which can result in consolidation and roll-up of an entire market. We've also been really pleased with a whole set of important lawsuits that we've been able to file, be it a lawsuit against two pesticide giants, that were engaging in pay-to-block schemes that ended up inflating the price that farmers were paying to the tune of billions of dollars. A lawsuit against Amazon, which plays an important gatekeeper role in the economy, but has now been abusing its monopoly power in ways that result in both shoppers paying more and sellers paying more, and a whole set of merger lawsuits as well. We also last year brought a lawsuit against a private equity company for architecting one of these roll-up schemes in Texas. They went out and bought up all the large anesthesiology providers in Texas and then hiked up prices. Importantly, in that case, we named not just the practice that did the roll-up, but also the private equity fund, because we think across our work it's important to look upstream and make sure we're holding the actual decision makers to account.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Yeah, so I think it's important to not focus on any one specific matter. And I'll explain why, because I think the body of work, and it's really across both agencies, speaks more to the progress I believe that we're making. I recently undertook an interesting exercise with my team where we took, without any commentary, just a list on one page, all the things that we've done over the last 2.5 or so years. And when you look at that in its totality, it's a very exciting picture. It makes me tired. I realize we've been working really hard, but I'll give you examples. We talk about the cases that we've litigated and won, including not one but 2 airline mergers. The first time ever we litigated to block and successfully blocked airline mergers, blocking a book publisher merger based on a harm, monopsony theory, harm to laborers. We have seen approximately 20 acquisitions abandoned in the face of either a lawsuit or an in-depth investigation. I can't overstate how important that is, the importance of deterrence and the importance of, rather than having these transactions harm competition, having them go away completely. That is a very important measure of success. We filed groundbreaking civil litigations around monopolization cases, including 2 very large tech companies, and we're litigating those cases in court. We have a case in the agriculture space where we're talking about protein prices. We have seen the first time ever a systematic enforcement of Section 8 of the Clayton Act and interlocking directorates. And as a result, we've had approximately 20 board resignations across a wide range of companies as a result of our Section 8 enforcement. We have brought groundbreaking criminal cases, including for the first time in over 45 years, a conviction for criminal monopolization. And then we got another one recently, and we're litigating a criminal monopolization case this fall. We also saw for the first time ever a divestiture, breakup of a company in order to resolve a criminal antitrust violation that resulted in the divestiture of pharmaceutical assets that were being fixed to a high price for consumers, and we required that company to give free pharmaceuticals to people in need. And so these are real results, and we have a whole range of convictions and plea agreements, including litigated trial victories. On the policy side, as Lena mentioned, we've been hard at work working with our colleagues at the FTC to probably undertake the most extensive overhaul of the merger guidelines ever, and one that focuses on fidelity to the law, focuses on market realities. And so we incorporate a lot of the traditional approaches to merger review. We have unilateral effects and coordinated effects. But we also talk about platform markets. We talk about entrenchment of market power. We talk about labor competition. We talk about serial acquisitions and roll-ups. These are real issues that we are confronting on a regular basis. We are bringing labor cases. We brought a successful resolution to a case that involved poultry processing plant workers, including $80 million in direct restitution back to those workers in a labor theory. We brought a labor case involving esports and got relief for esports competitors. We are seeing a very vast and extensive body of work. We've also, and this is really important, worked with the FTC and our counterparts throughout government to initiate a whole-of-government approach that the president has championed. And that whole-of-government approach has us working with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And for the first time, to our knowledge ever, the United States Department of Justice brought not one but two Packers and Stockyards Act cases. And we've worked alongside our colleagues at HHS and DOT and agencies across the country to focus on competition as a core value of our economic policy. And I'm really proud of that work. We've also been a leader on the international stage through our work at the OECD and the ICN, and have antitrust was invented in the United States. And as the inventors of antitrust, we have something to say about its future too. And we are always with a mind toward optimizing for US law and US citizens, making sure that we are taking up our role as leaders on the international stage.
Let's, for a brief time, go back a little bit from some history. So David Dayen, who has participated in many of the conferences here since we started, wrote right after the first conference that he thinks that a new movement is born, and later he called it the new Brandeis School. And of course, I know both of you are admirers and students of Brandeis.
Is it the new Brandeis or the new Chicago School?
We'll talk about that later. So do you feel that I'm trying to get you in hot water, you're trying to get me in hot water, okay.
Turnabout's fair play.
So do you feel that you are applying Brandeis's ideas when you're enforcing the Sherman Act and the Clayton Act? Lena?
Look, we're law enforcers that are focused on being entirely faithful to the laws as Congress has written them. And, you know, there's a rich history of precedent on the books, and we are close students of all of that precedent. There had been, you know, moments, especially starting in the 1980s, where we dramatically veered off course. And enforcers decided that there were, you know, provisions or statutes or precedent on the books that made them uncomfortable, that were no longer in fashion. And so they decided to really stop queuing and faithfully enforcing those provisions or the precedent on the book. And as an enforcer, that gives me a lot of discomfort. We are bound by the laws on the books, by the tasks that Congress has given us. And so that's why we've been going back to those first principles. You know, I do think that across the board, you know, one commitment of Brandeis was a devotion to understanding how things work in the real world. I mean, you read some of his opinions, and they're just such deep expositions of the mechanics of how a particular contract was, you know, functioning. And, you know, I got my start in all of this as a business reporter. And so just the mechanics and just how stuff is really working in the real world is absolutely critical to make sure that we're not, you know, perpetuating certain blind spots, that we're not just relying on stale theories or outdated assumptions, but we're actually doing our work and enforcing the law in a way that maps onto the reality of how businesses are operating, how competition is actually functioning. And so I would say Brandeis's commitment to reality is probably, you know, a core principle throughout all of our work.
Jonathan?
I agree.
Okay, so let me move to one of the main subjects of tonight's discussion. So this year, in January of this year, for the first time, the participants at the World Economic Forum, they had a survey, a yearly survey about global risks. And for the first time since this survey has been running, the number one risk that executives, politicians, academics, experts all over the world said this is the most dangerous and risky phenomena in the world today is not climate change that, you know, took the first spot for years, but misinformation. What do you think?
it's a real problem and it's a real risk. The fact of the matter is, I'm an antitrust enforcer, so I'll try to stay in my lane and focus on antitrust enforcement. But for all those who think about the importance of output as the goal of antitrust, I would ask you to question: what do you think about increased output that leads to the spread of disinformation and misinformation, and even monetization of ads alongside that misinformation and disinformation? And so I think we have to take a step back and say, okay, these are economic realities that we confront, and markets function differently than they did 30 years ago, and we need to adjust our thinking to keep pace.
Lina?
Traditionally, we've had a news ecosystem, an environment that relied on dispersion and decentralization, and situations where you instead have gatekeepers that are consolidating control over who gets heard, who gets to speak, I think magnifies some of the risks that certain types of information are gonna win the day without real competition. For the FTC, we're really focused on commercial speech, and so we look at fraud and the way that some of these AI tools are enabling turbocharging of fraud, enabling much more sophisticated scams that can be hyper-targeted to people based on their own personal social media profiles, based on their own communities. And so those are some of the risks that we're focused on in terms of the turbocharging of fraud.
Okay, so let me try to be more specific. We are a decade, maybe more, into a world that much of the information and discourse is controlled by algorithm of 5 tech firms. And yet, we are still treating those companies most of the time just another case of very large private companies. Maybe we should think differently about them, because misinformation, disinformation are changing the very fabric of our democratic institutions.
Yeah. So, it's, I think that's self-evident, right? The fact of the matter is, it does change our democratic institutions. And building on what Lina said is, we care about antitrust because it helps us have more choice, and it helps us get lower priced products and services, and it protects innovation. But it goes to our democracy, right? A competitive economy and corporate actors can have a significant effect on what we see and what we think and how we act. And that goes to the heart of our democratic ideals. It goes to the heart of our freedom. The flow of information and accuracy of information is key to the political discourse, and it's the beating heart of our democratic process. And so we have to make sure that we are fighting to preserve that. And to the extent that companies who have outsized influence because of concentrated power, and they're maintaining that influence and that power through anti-competitive means, then it's all the more important that we act, because it's not just dollars and cents that's at stake. It's our very democracy and our very freedom.
So let's talk about a little bit. You said you want to stay in your lane. So let's talk about the antitrust toolbox. So big tech and democracy. Which tools are available at your disposal at the FTC and at the DOJ to protect democracy?
So look, I'll just say, to the extent that the news and media ecosystem and the free flow of information deeply affect democracy, I think some of the cases, especially that the DOJ has filed, are absolutely critical to that. I think we've seen over the years how the consolidation that we've seen in digital ad tools, the way that we now have a handful of gatekeepers that often end up controlling dissemination of news and information bear directly on democratic values, and so the lawsuits that we've seen filed that are addressing some of those problems are key. I think stepping back, though, there's a deeper connection here between some of the threats that come from consolidated power, including in digital markets, and our democracy. And one of those major threats is the way that consolidation allows the exercise of arbitrary power, and the way that the exercise of arbitrary power can also enable coercion. It can enable gatekeepers to dictate terms, to bully people, to call all the shots. And for most people, their experience with power in their day-to-day lives is not with their elective representative. They experience power in their commercial transactions, in their economic transactions. And so if you're a small business whose livelihood depends on whether one of these gatekeepers, what they think of you on any given day, and if in order to succeed you have to bow down to whatever dictates of that gatekeeper, that's going to create a very different experience of liberty, right? If you feel coerced in your day-to-day life, it's difficult to really feel free. And so that's how, at a more fundamental level, I see the work that the FTC does as really contributing to real liberty and real democracy, to make sure that we have an economy and markets where people can actually exercise choice, where people can actually exercise autonomy and self-determination, rather than just be coerced and bullied and pushed around.
Yeah, let me add on that, because I think it's such an important point, and it's something that it's easy to lose sight of. But the one theme that I think you're probably sensing throughout this discussion, and Lena hit it on it so eloquently earlier, is the impact on real people. I'm a lawyer and I have a client, and my client is the public. But we can't understand the needs of our client unless we engage. And so I want to give you a couple of examples, and I think it illustrates how it really goes to our fundamental freedoms. I recently had the opportunity to sit around the table with family farmers in a rural community and talk to people who've had farms in their lives, in their families for decades, generations. And around the table, we had the local bookstore owner and the local pharmacist, a local hospital worker. And what you realize is that the destruction of the family farm not only destroys that business, but it destroys the rural community. And this is affecting the livelihoods, the lives of real people. And they get it. And the words they use to describe it are profound and they're sophisticated, but they're real. Similarly, just earlier this week, I had a conversation with emergency room physicians talking about how concentration of power has impacted their ability to save lives in the ER, and how concerned they are about the ability to care for their patients at the time when patients and families most need them most. And that's real. And so, and they're not talking about it in this abstract way. They're saying that concentration of power, abuse of monopoly position, acquisitions have made it worse. And so this goes to the foundation of our very freedom and our very way of life. And if we don't protect that, then we are not adequately protecting our clients as lawyers.
Okay, so while both of you were clearly able to change the enforcement of antitrust in the last 2 or 3 years, Congress here in the US had very limited successes on this front. Perhaps Europe is leading now again with the DSA, while here Congress basically buried the bills that were supposed to rein in the power of big tech. What do you think is missing to have real partisan support for those antitrust bills?
I'll say as a general matter, I've been really struck time and time again by the degree of bipartisan concern about monopolization in our economy. I've had the chance to testify before Congress a few times, and each time I'm just struck by the way that folks across the aisle will share how concerned they are about how, for example, their local communities are being hollowed out, how local pharmacists, how local grocers can't get a fair shake, not because customers don't love their services, but because there are gatekeepers or firms with outsized power that are messing them around, that are discriminating against them. We hear a lot of concern about outsized power, yes, in digital markets, but it's also across healthcare, where we see bipartisan investigations right now into the role of private equity in healthcare. We see bipartisan investigations into the role of pharmacy benefit managers, bipartisan investigations into consolidation in agriculture. And so, to a striking degree, given today's politics, think we see just an enormous amount of bipartisan concern. Both of our agencies have filed lawsuits with bipartisan coalition of state AGs. And so I think the essential ingredients are there, and we're all waiting to see what comes out legislatively of Congress.
Yeah, I think we have to respect the role of Congress to write the law, and we're law enforcers. But my experience has been the same as Lena's, which is that this is not the concerns around competition and concentration of power transcend political boundaries. There are folks across the entire political continuum who express not just interest but desire for more enforcement, who think that these are issues that go to the heart of our very existence as a nation, and that we need to be vigilant in enforcing the antitrust laws.
So the reason I raised the question, bring into the fold the question of Congress action, is that in the last 2 or 3 years, whether you liked it or not, both of you have to become experts on the questions of platforms and technology. And my question is that, do you feel that bringing more competition to big tech, okay, and you're trying to do it with various lawsuits, would actually solve the inherent motive of those players to design algorithms that are more addictive and therefore more toxic, divisive, and polarizing? Because this is basically the context, the world in which we live in today. So is competition really the solution, or we need to Congress to act?
So we're competition enforcers, so those are the tools that we have. But historically, there's no question that competition and antitrust have just been one set of tools in a broader toolbox that include things like public utility tools, that include things like public options. Historically, there's been a first order question about whether competition is really going to be enough to discipline market power or monopoly power. And there's a long tradition of, in certain sectors, be it in railroads or telecom, recognizing that these are networked industries and that there are going to be a special set of tools and principles that we need to apply, be it things like common carriage and non-discrimination, be it things like mandated interoperability, be it things like structural separations or quarantines, because sometimes your networks play such a critical role that you can't allow their incentives to be corrupted through certain forms of vertical integration. And so that's a set of tools that goes back over a century. I think what happened was, as we saw a lot of deregulation starting in the 70s and onwards, a lot of that toolkit was somewhat forgotten. And so even if you just look at law school curricula, through the 70s and even into the 80s, there was a course called Regulated Industries that actually taught all of these different policy tools. And people like Stephen Breyer, cut their teeth on learning about that toolkit alongside competition and antitrust. For the last couple of decades, that's not even been a law school class that's taught anymore. And For the vast overwhelming majority of law students, they've not even had an opportunity to learn about that toolkit in an integrated way. You might kind of encounter it in banking law or in communications law, but the idea that there is a coherent and integrated set of tools that we've historically applied in markets that are networked, that have certain types of networked features, there was kind of a great forgetting that happened. And now we're at the beginning of rehabilitating that. Some of that's happening in classrooms and textbooks. Some of that's happening quite organically. The Ohio Attorney General has brought a case kind of invoking common carrier and how it applies to some of these modern day tech platforms. So I think we're still at a bit of a nascent stage, but even some of the bills that Congress has introduced reflect some of these principles. So we're limited in some ways by the tools that we have, but one thing that's been really important to me at the FTC is not to be kind of arrogant with regards to the role of competition. There have been periods in the past where enforcers have filed amicus briefs saying that gig drivers trying to organize are violating antitrust laws, even though it's pretty clear that Congress sought to exempt labor and labor organizing from antitrust prosecution. And so, I'm vigorously focused on enforcing the laws that Congress has given us, but making sure that we are not being, we're not exaggerating the role that the tools we have are intended to play.
Can we envision a situation where, as part of a remedy or a settlement or something like that, in one of the big tech lawsuits and trials, we're going to see you intervening in the algorithm of big tech, banning some kind of behavior?
I can't talk about ongoing litigation, but I think it's important that if we're going to have remedies in antitrust cases, that those remedies are effective, that they're forward-looking, and they focus on promoting and restoring healthy competition. And so, I think we are both of our agencies are litigating, cases that have major significance involving companies with significant reach and influence. And I think both agencies are pursuing those cases in order to obtain meaningful relief, and relief that does not allow the same anti-competitive practices and gatekeeping power that was used to violate the law to reemerge. And so I think we have to look ahead, and to the extent that data, algorithms, and other technology tools factor into how those products are made, built, and delivered, it's certainly relevant to the conversation. And I think AI is an example where it is we are looking down the road, and we are seeing the dawn of new technological innovations, some of which are really exciting, but a lot of those innovations are built on data sets that were consolidated in the current environment. And I think we have to be mindful of that.
One of the core principles that we apply to our work is not just understanding the business practices, but also understanding the business incentives that are driving those practices. And so in digital markets in particular, we've been very focused on understanding the ways that, for example, behavioral ad-based business models can drive a certain set of incentives when it comes to trying to maximize engagement on the platform, incentivizing surveillance of people and endless data collection. And understanding those incentives is key when you're trying to design effective remedies. And so, for example, in our consumer protection and privacy work, one remedy that's been central is when there is data that has been unlawfully collected, a core part of the remedy has to be not just deletion of the data, but also deletion of any algorithms or models that were trained on that unlawfully gotten data. Because if you're just focused on things like fines, you can see how illegally collecting data could just be a cost of doing business, because it could end up being commercially valuable enough to do so, unless you're actually being forced to effectively get rid of the the unlawfully gained commercial value.
And you feel that the FTC has authority on looking only on the advertising side of the platforms, because the same data and the same questions about privacy and how we are targeted is also used in the newsfeed, in the organic part of the platforms, and one can argue that those are much more powerful in influencing public discourse than the advertising part.
Pass.
Okay. All right. Lena, you want to pass too?
I think so.
Okay. All right. So I want to continue. Jonathan, you introduced to the conversation AI. So are we looking actually into a world that Meta, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, perhaps also Apple, take over AI? Is this dangerous? Is this inevitable? And what can you do?
How much time do you have?
2 or 3 hours. You have a flight. I know when your flight is.
Yeah. So I'll start at a pretty high altitude here, just because of this is a meaty subject. But first, I think it's important not to talk about AI as if it's just this one single technology. There are lots of different kinds of machine learning and algorithmic-based technologies, and they serve different purposes and they involve different data sets. And it's going to become, and it is becoming, a common across so many different industries and affecting so many different people. And so we need to be thoughtful about how we take our mission, which is to enforce the antitrust laws, and apply it in a meaningful, impactful way as all of these different technologies emerge. I think we also have to understand what makes these technologies run, and what are the characteristics that can lead to anti-competitive bottlenecks and gatekeepers and power. Data is one of the most important elements or ingredients to these machine learning and AI-like tools. And to the extent that, as I mentioned before, data has been aggregated or resides in the hands of a small few, then that may become the high water mark for competition, because the barriers to entry and scale and access to these key ingredients is limited to a small number of players. And so I think there needs to be a significant degree of urgency and attentiveness as we think about the implications for these new technologies. And it starts with making sure we understand how they work and in making sure that we are addressing problems as quickly and as definitively as we can.
Lena, you want to chime in on the AI question?
I would just echo a lot of that. I mean, we're very focused on looking across the stack, from the chips to the cloud to the foundation model to the applications, understanding the economic properties of each one, understanding if there are already certain types of bottlenecks or choke points emerging. If so, why? Some of these bottlenecks may be occurring for more organic reasons. Some of them may be occurring for reasons that implicate the antitrust laws. Even if you have bottlenecks that were not unlawfully obtained, are you exploiting those bottlenecks in ways that could extend or maintain your monopolies? So these are some of the questions that we're focused on. We are scrutinizing some of the investments and partnerships that we've seen underway, in part to try to ensure they're not a way to sidestep merger review. And so a lot of times with these technological inflection points, you see some of the tactics change slightly, but at the end of the day, there is a core monopoly playbook, and so we just need to make sure that we're fully understanding what that iteration will look like in the context of this new technology.
So Lena, recently I read that at another event, at Remedy Fest, you used the Ronald Reagan's famous quote about the most terrifying words: "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And you said, the most terrifying words in the tech world are, "I'm from the App Store developer support team and your application has been rejected." That's true. I'm quoting you correctly?
That's right.
Yeah. So do you think that perhaps this goes to our conversation that today the most terrifying words are, I'm from big tech and I'm here to democratize your country?
Look, what my comment was intended to surface was the recognition that concentration of private power can undermine people's liberties in all sorts of fundamental ways, much in the same way that outsized and unchecked government power can. And that's an understanding that goes all the way back to the foundation of our anti-monopoly laws and tradition. And it's one that folks across the country, across parties are re-recognizing.
So I have a question for both of you. So clearly you have made tremendous progress when it comes to enforcement of antitrust and big tech. But when both of you assumed office 2.5 years ago, the combined market cap of the large big tech firm was $7 trillion. And today it's more than $10 trillion. And that has to do with the question is, are we moving? You are moving fast, but is it fast enough? And when you look at the S&P in the last 12 months, we see that much of the return has to do with those 5 large companies. And the question is, do you think that the market is signaling something to us? The fact that there are now $10 trillion companies. Is it more innovation and real growth, or is it more about their obtaining more market power?
We have to start with we follow the facts and the law. And at the end of the day, we're law enforcement agencies. And so we look at conduct. We determine if that conduct violates the law. And if it does, and we believe we have the proper basis to bring a case, we bring it. And I think I think this discussion has helped animate some important principles. There's one question, I think these often get conflated, and I think it can be confusing, which is, why do we have antitrust laws? Why do we care about competition? Why do we care about competition policy? Why do we want to enforce the law? Why do we care about or think that there's a risk of under-enforcement? And I think that goes to the earlier part of our conversation, because it results in risks. Those risks might be economic risks. They might be risks to our very freedom. I think that is an important conversation to have. There's a separate conversation, which is somebody engaging in conduct or practices that violates the law, and is it actionable? And I think both are important to have, but they're related, but they're also two distinct questions.
The other thing I'd note is, it's important to try to recall that we can't fully imagine what the counterfactual would have been in a more permissive environment, right? And to underscore a point Jonathan made earlier, deterrence here is key, and as law enforcers, deterrence is a key goal. We see quite routinely, prominent bankers, deal lawyers saying very openly that, as recently as several years ago, when thinking about deal making, antitrust risk was considered at the very end of the process, if at all, and now antitrust risk is front and center from day one. From a law enforcement perspective, that's just a huge win.
I want to point something out, just an observation as Lena was talking, because it was getting, I think it also underscores the importance of a whole of government approach and the importance of alignment between our two agencies. And so the effect of that deterrence and the effect of enforcement is exponentially greater when it is done with a unified vision of policy, a unified vision of mission. And I think the presence of a strong FTC makes the DOJ antitrust division more effective, and I'm hopeful that the presence of an effective, strong DOJ antitrust division makes the FTC more effective. I think together it is so much more meaningful and impactful than each of us independently.
So before we move to some Q&As from the audience, let's briefly talk about inflation, cost of living. So cost of living is, of course, skyrocketing. Almost everything is more expensive today. What's your position? What's your stand? What's your perspective on this debate? Is it inflation, like a monetary phenomena, or is it due to market power of so many monopolies, oligopolies, and so on?
Look, I think it's a really important question, and it's actually been really striking to me to see how just the asking of this question sometimes provokes a very emotional response. And, I think we have to follow the facts and look at the data. And I think we've seen over the last few years that, prices shot up during the pandemic, in part because of the supply chain disruptions. Even as some of those supply chain disruptions have eased, some of those prices have stayed high. And it's important to try to interrogate why that is. From a competition perspective, we can imagine that an environment of inflation could give cover to companies to either maintain higher prices or potentially collude. We've also seen how consolidated supply chains can heighten the risk of those types of price shocks because a single crash or a single disaster can have such outsized ramifications. The FTC also, a couple of years ago, initiated a study into supply chain disruptions within grocery. And we recently published some of our findings, one of which was that during the pandemic, larger retailers were able to use their clout and their power to demand preferential supply from suppliers in a way that disadvantaged independent grocers and smaller grocers. And so even there, we saw how muscle and power gave certain entities a leg up. But I've been, very interested in the scholarship and the research that has been taking a more rigorous approach to this question in a more open-minded, curious way, because I think as policymakers, we really owe it to the public to make sure we're actually following the facts rather than, falling back on some of the kind of derogatory statements that we've seen about just even asking the question. So, I think just getting beyond emotion and thinking about this in a more reasoned way is going to be key.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me scratch my head sometimes because, and I'll, one of the debates, including at this conference, going back to the original incarnation and since, has been, one side saying that antitrust is about a whole wide set of values, including price, but not limited to price. And then another side saying we should just care about output and price. Okay, so both sides should agree that if there's a monopoly or a concentration of power, that can result in a higher price. And so, how it intersects with inflation, I'll leave that to others to untangle. But in an inflationary environment where people are concerned about higher prices, absolutely we should be concerned about competition. I think that's probably the one thing we should all agree on.
So you're blaming Chicago School for the inflation?
That's what you said just now? The new Chicago School, the old Chicago School.
Okay. So let's take questions from the audience. Yes, please, sir. Mm-hmm.
Chairwoman Khan, I'm one of your many right of center admirers. And someone who talks about kind of corporate power, but also deals with it as the proprietor of a small magazine. It seemed to me that in the kind of 2020 around the election and the sort of Hunter Biden laptop story, and I was at the New York Post at the time, there was a great deal of bipartisan interest, or at least especially on the right, for like various forms of reform of reining in big tech power. Since then, the energy has died down. I think many on the right have made the mistake to think, well, one of our own has Twitter, so we're good on that, and have stopped. But there are elements of kind of corporate power involved, or market power involved, kind of translating into conditioned power in the sense that big tech can shape how we think using its market power. So for example, the fact that a lot of the algorithms just in general sort of derogate links, anything that has links, but especially if it's a link to a news story, that's very bad for me and for everyone else here who wants to promote a story. How is that not a competition issue? And it's not just like Zuckerberg, it's not just Elon, all of them, it's now kind of well known that they derogate links, which and it adds to the fact that they're often on both sides of digital ad markets, et cetera, et cetera. It's one more way that they act anti-competitively. So, like, is that something FTC can address? Save my business. I'm just kidding.
You know, we always look at the specific facts and are really interested in understanding, you know, what are the implications of some of these decisions. I think historically we've all seen how concentrating that decision making, especially in areas that affect news, the dissemination of information is really critical. So we take that seriously.
Yes. Yeah.
How, if at all, are your agencies preparing for the possibility of the Supreme Court moving away from the Chevron doctrine?
So, you know, we're following all the developments in the courts closely, including the Loper case and the implications there. The FTC does do rulemaking, both on the consumer protection side as well on the competition side. The competition side, we do the rulemaking pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act, and so there in particular, any different outcome there would affect us, and so we'll look closely at it and follow the court.
Filippo?
I wanted to ask a question about litigation strategy, right? Because you have different powers in terms of, in a way, evading a little bit the judiciary that's still antagonistic with antitrust enforcement to a certain degree. You can bring jury trials, or you can use administrative law judges. So how do you think about the allocation of cases between like a traditional judge-decided case versus like administrative law judge or a jury trial? Like, what was the strategy behind one or another case? I'd love to hear any thoughts you have on that.
Yeah, I think we need to think of ourselves as litigators and law enforcers. And so when we bring a case, we bring to win. We bring because we believe we're right on the facts and the law. But I think, those are, litigation, there's a lot of strategy and strategizing. But at the end of the day, it's about telling a story. And it's convincing a fact finder. It's convincing a judge or a jury. And I think, understanding explaining why something is important, explaining why conduct is wrong, and explaining why somebody should care, all go to the very heart of any litigation, regardless of where you bring it.
But there are certain types of conduct that are more amenable to juries than others that would make you want to bring like a tech jury case or not. So how do you see this? Like, it's like this is easy to explain. This is so complicated that I have to go to the jury.
Listen, I think that I've thought a lot about this issue, as you might imagine, and there's a long history of bringing complicated issues, whether it's securities fraud or commodities manipulation, and a wide range of industries and disciplines to juries. And part of the exercise when you bring a case before a jury is you have to make it digestible, and you have to explain the difference between right and wrong. That actually can be a very valuable exercise because it helps you distill the essence of your case down to its core elements, and it helps force you to explain something in a way that non-experts can understand. And I think, again, going back to the theme we were discussing earlier, part of our approach to antitrust is to make it more about people. It's the people's law. And so antitrust was never meant to be too complex for a jury. And so, in my view, we should always be able to make a case digestible to a jury. And that is on us as an agency to make the material accessible. But antitrust was never supposed to have experts and expert courts. It was supposed to have the antitrust laws, the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act. Cases were supposed to be brought, at least by the Department of Justice, before general courts and juries. And so if it's too complicated for a judge or a jury to understand, then perhaps we're making it too complicated.
Tim?
Thank you. At an opening panel today, Tomasco, who is still here, I think, produced a finding where he found that competition enforcement increased productivity and economic growth, if I'm not mistaken, but that there's just not enough of it. And you know that and he also pointed out later that the resources given to the antitrust agencies and also the FTC are a fraction, and FTC also being consumer protection, are a fraction of other economic actors, you know, say Treasury or the Federal Reserve or something like that. So I wonder, you know, another third point, I'll say Thurman Arnold back in the day, you know, he was bringing, I don't know, hundreds of cases, much higher volume, and people say you bring high volume, but Thurman Arnold, the volume is extraordinary. So I was wondering, in an ideal world, what full level of resources would it take to have the kind of antitrust enforcement do you think would really maximize the productivity possibilities of a strong competition policy? I don't even know, but it would obviously be more than that, but is there some limit, or would you agree with me that we're grossly underfunding the antitrust enforcement side of our government?
I would overwhelmingly agree, and I don't even know that there's a natural ceiling that comes to mind there.
Yeah, I concur. I will point out that sitting here today, we still have far fewer people at the Antitrust Division than we had in 1979. Let that sink in. And that's against the backdrop of a much more complicated and a much more challenging economy and a litigation environment where we have to consume massive amounts of data and documents in order to bring even the most basic of cases. So all of that is to say thank you for the question.
I think Tim is arranging a crowdfunding for you, for the two agencies.
Go fund me.
Yeah. So I will just end with one note. Perhaps some of you have seen the Lina or Jon Stewart 2 weeks ago, and during that interview, Stewart revealed for the first time that actually when he worked for Apple, he wanted to have Lina on the show, and the Apple people told him, no, don't bring Lina. So I think that pretty soon, it's Apple, and then it's going to be not on YouTube, and not on Meta, and pretty soon they're going to kick you out from all the platforms. So Luigi and I want to commit that on this platform you will always be welcomed and invited. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Excellent job. Thank you.